Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. The official opening of Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025 will begin shortly. May I invite our distinguished guests at the foyer to please kindly make your way into the ballroom, please. And as mentioned earlier, today you'll be active citizens in shaping our dialogue through real-time polling and Q&A. So we very much encourage all of you to have your smartphones ready for an interactive experience throughout the day. So a warm welcome again. Please kindly be seated. We will begin shortly. Thank you. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. My name is Thani Cholapansa Narula, and it's an honor for me to be here as your host, and I officially welcome you to the Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025. I hope you are having a wonderful morning. Ladies and gentlemen, in an era of unprecedented global change where geopolitical tensions, technological disruptions, or economic realignments that are shaping our world today are some of the key challenges. So today's forum brings together the brightest minds in the industry to help us navigate the changing realities for international trade. But before we begin, allow me to introduce you to an exciting feature for today's forum. You're not just observers, ladies and gentlemen. Today, you are active citizens. So throughout the forum, you'll be finding QR codes on the screen from time to time, and that will allow you to participate in the live polls and also Q&A sessions where you can submit questions directly to our speakers. So do not miss out in taking part in this interactive experience. Your voice matters, and your insights will help shape today's dialogue. And now let's get to know more about an organization that has played an instrumental part in fostering trade and development. That is the ITD. So without further ado, may I direct your attention to the screen to get a glimpse of ITD and to find out more about its main missions. Let's have a look.
In an increasingly globalized and dynamic economic landscape, the importance of collaboration and knowledge exchange has never been more pronounced. This is where the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, steps in, serving as a pivotal platform for fostering partnerships and sharing expertise regarding trade and development.
ITD was founded after a landmark resolution at the 10th United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Since starting on May 1st, 2002, ITD has been all about bringing people together and building international understanding while empowering individuals along the way.
Operating under the auspices of the Ministry of Commerce, the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, collaborates seamlessly with both domestic and international partners, embodying a strong commitment to shared progress. Vision: to be a leading knowledge management organization for the betterment of international trade and development in Southeast Asia. Missions: 1. To enhance the capacity building efforts of developing countries at both regional and sub-regional levels in collaboratively constituting economic policies and legal measures. 2. To organize training sessions and conduct research that links international trade and development with globalization to advance human resource capabilities at both regional and sub-regional levels. 3. To support and enhance regional economic integration through the exchange of experiences and knowledge. 4. To serve as a dedicated training and activity center in collaboration with UNCTAD and other international organizations that focus on trade and development. ITD sharpens individual skills and fosters groundbreaking academic research regarding trade and development to confront today's complex challenges and shape a brighter future. ITD's vision also transcends borders. We strive to create a world where economic growth is harmonized with social progress, good governance, and environmental stewardship. This approach ensures that development benefits everyone while protecting our planet for future generations. ITD stands ready to empower, educate, and elevate individuals and societies. Join us in shaping a more just and sustainable future for trade and development.
How about a big round of applause, please? That was a closer look at ITD, giving us a clearer picture of its main mission in supporting trade and development, both in Thailand and across the region. And against the backdrop of fragmentation and a faltering cooperation, fostering ITD's role in fostering sound trade policy and sustainable development is in fact pivotal in helping nations navigate an uncertain future. And now to officially begin, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great honor to introduce Mr. Supakit Charoenkul, Executive Director of the International Institute for Trade and Development, who will now deliver his welcoming remarks. A big round of applause, please, to welcome Kun Supakit.
Professor Dr. Somkit Lertpaitoon, Chairman of the Board of the ITD, Dr. Supawut Saichia, Chairman of the Office of the National Economic and Social Development Council, board members of ITD, distinguished speakers, panelists, and partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great privilege and honor for me to welcome you to the Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025. This year's theme, the changing realities of international trade, couldn't be more timely. We all know how quickly the global trade landscape is changing. Last year alone, global trade in goods reached $31 trillion US, almost double what it was 10 years ago, according to the WTO and UNCTAD. ASEAN today account for 7.5% of world exports, and by 2030, we are projected to be the fourth largest trading bloc in the world, as projected by institutions like OECD and World Bank. On top of that, ASEAN's digital economy is expected to surpass $1 trillion US within this decade, as highlighted in several regional studies. This number tells us something simple but yet powerful. Southeast Asia is no longer the sidelines. We are at the center of global trade. Companies like big companies are relocating, diversifying, and over 60% of global firms now see ASEAN as their top destination for new investment. But with opportunity comes responsibilities. Rules are changing very fast, like the EU Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which could affect billions of dollars of our exports. At the same time, new tariff measures from US remind us how quickly global trade conditions can shift. And ASEAN, for ASEAN, these changes mean both challenges to navigate the new window of opportunity to capture. That's where ITD, the International Institute for Trade and Development, comes in. Since our founding, ITD has worked to connect knowledge with action and idea with impact. We serve as a hub for research, training, and dialogue, bringing governments, businesses, and citizens together to understand better the trade landscape and prepare for the future. This forum is a clear reflection of that mission. Today, we are joined by more than 300 leaders, experts, and change makers from across the region and beyond. Together, we will exchange insights, debate solutions, and most importantly, build partnerships that can help ASEAN and Thailand turn today's challenges into tomorrow's opportunities. At ITD, we believe trade is more than goods crossing borders. It's about people, cooperation, and shared progress. This commitment is at the heart of ITD, and it is why we are truly honored to welcome you all here today. So let me thank you once again for being a part of this journey. I look forward to the ideas, the collaborations, and the inspirations that will come out of this forum. And once again, welcome to the ITD Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum. ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you very much to Kun Supakit Charoenkul for those warm welcoming remarks and setting the tone for today's discussion. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as for this year's theme, you may wonder what exactly does it mean when we say the changing realities of international trade. To find out, we have another video presentation which will provide you with the answers. Let's take a look.
The world of trade is in unprecedented turmoil. Tariff tensions, US tariffs reshaping global markets, production bases relocating overnight, and AI transforming every industry at breakneck speed. Southeast Asia stands at a crossroads. Will we be victims of disruption or architects of opportunity? ITD's Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025. Reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity. Southeast Asia's most influential minds will converge to chart our region's future in this new reality. This isn't just another conference. It's where policy meets practice, where theory meets reality. But here's what makes this forum revolutionary. You won't just listen, you'll participate. Through cutting-edge interactive technology, you'll become an active citizen. Vote on policy recommendations in real time. Connect instantly with regional partners through our digital platform. Your voice will directly influence trade strategies that shape our region's future. This is democracy meets technology, meets trade policy. The stakes couldn't be higher. With global FDI declining, but surging in green tech and AI, Southeast Asia must act now. This forum will reveal how to navigate the new U.S. trade policies, leverage ASEAN's collective strength, transform supply chain vulnerabilities into competitive advantages, unlock financing for sustainable development, build resilience in your business, whether you're an SME or multinational. Your chance to be part of Southeast Asia's economic transformation. Don't just watch the future unfold, help create it. Reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity.
And that's the theme, the changing realities of international trade. The video reminds us why the forum is very important as we see international trade being reshaped before our eyes. With that context, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Somkit Lertpaitoon, Chairman of the Board of the International Institute for Trade and Development, to deliver the opening remarks. Please kindly put your hands together to welcome Professor Somkit.
Dr. Supaput Saichua, distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the ITD Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025. We gather here today at an extraordinary moment in global economic history. The world of trade finds itself in unprecedented turbulence. Southeast Asia stands at a critical juncture. The question before us is clear. Will we become victims of this disruption, or will we emerge as architects of opportunity? As ITD Chairman of the Board, I am proud that our institute, born from the partnership between UNCTAD and the Government of Thailand, continue to serve as a vital platform for addressing these challenges. With the joint collaborative support from the Ministry of Commerce, Thailand, and the UN Trade and Development, we bring together the brightest minds to not merely diagnose the problem, but to force sustainable solutions for our ASEAN community. This forum has become an annual tradition of excellence. Each year we welcome world-renowned economists, global trade experts, industry titans, and innovative entrepreneurs. From Columbia University to the World Bank, from multinational corporations to our region's rising little giants. Today's speaker represents the full spectrum of perspective needed to navigate our complex reality. I thank each of you for being here today. Your presence demonstrates a shared commitment to transforming uncertainty into opportunity. Together we will explore how to elevate ASEAN collective strength, how to convert supply chain vulnerability into competitive advantage, and how to ensure that our region not only survive but thrive in this new era. Let us embrace this moment of transformation. Let us turn disruption into innovation, challenges into opportunities, and uncertainty into a catalyst for sustainable growth. I hereby declare the ITD Forum Southeast Asia Trade and Development 2025 officially open. Thank you, and I wish today forum a great success. ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณค่ะ Special thanks to Professor Dr. Somkit Lertpaitun, Chairman of the Board of ITD, for the insightful opening remarks. Please kindly remain on stage, sir, because coming up next we have the grand opening ceremony of the Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025, which is a comprehensive platform for industry leaders, for academics, policymakers, and stakeholders coming together to discuss some of the key trends and challenges facing countries in the trade and development domains. I believe we are now ready. So without further ado, I'd like to invite our esteemed guests to join in this opening session. Please warmly welcome Dr. Supawut Saichia to the stage. Kun Supakit Charan Kun, please kindly join us. Kun Wimon Pan Kong, Kun Phanuma Thep Thong. And in just a few moments, ladies and gentlemen, we will be leading you into the grand opening of today's forum, which will provide you with critical insights and best practices as we move forward. And I believe that we have Kun Pilat Lak Yukasem Wong and Kun Sarini Ponprapai also joining us on the stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready, we will do the countdown together. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please press that button. A big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. ITD Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025 has officially begun. And now to another important moment, that is time to take pictures. The official photograph from our photographers right there. Please kindly look at the center of the room as we mark this moment in this first picture opportunity. And in the next picture moment, we have our distinguished guests, esteemed speakers also joining us to celebrate this wonderful moment as we officially kickstart Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025. Today's gathering symbolizes how the region, together with our international partners, our friends, can shape a forward-looking trade and development agenda. And the challenges ahead, as we know, cannot be addressed by a single country, any one country alone. We have to work collectively, collaboratively together, and the value of this forum lies in the partnership that we are witnessing right here on the stage. So give us a few moments as we capture this in a photo, and also not just still pictures, but moving pictures as well. Our videographer is right there capturing the importance of today's event, today's important dialogue, one that will guide not just policies, but the future of trade and development across Southeast Asia as well. A big round of applause once again to thank everybody on the stage. Thank you very much. Please kindly take your seats as we will be moving on to the next part of today's program. A number of compelling topics to cover. That'll be delving into transformative trends, including green transition. We have the digital revolution and other emerging challenges that do require strategic foresight and coordinated action from everyone. All right. In just a few moments from now, ladies and gentlemen, we will lead you into the first keynote address. We'll be joined by a speaker who will be bringing a global perspective on the forces shaping international trade, from supply chain reconfigurations to the resurgence of industrial policies. His insights will help all of us understand how nations can respond to shifting economic dynamics. I've been told that we are trying to connect to our distinguished speaker this morning, who will be joining us live from Columbia University. We all are awaiting to hear from Professor Dr. Jeffrey Sachs, and his presentation is on the global realities, trade, tension, and transformations. As we are trying to connect with Professor, allow me to tell you what to expect throughout the program, throughout the forum today. We have a number of topics to cover, and as mentioned, one will be about the global realities, and we have Thailand's path forward as well. After which, there will be a segment on the UN Trade and Development's World Investment Report 2025. And then you will be hearing some interesting business strategies under the topic of the trade playbook, strategies for stability. We'll be covering financing for the future and reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunities. Last but not least, the final segment of the day will be Little Giants from Vision to Victory. So those will be some of the interesting topics that will be coming up throughout the day. And as mentioned before, we would like you to participate, being active citizens. So as mentioned, along the way, we'll be flashing the QR codes on the screen so that you will be able to take part in the live polls that we have. We have 2 polls coming up today. One will be about the challenges that you find, and we will see what are the main concerns that people, the audience in this room have. And from the challenges, we will go over to the solutions, what you think might solve the problems that we are facing in this very fragmented world. And in each session, each discussion will provide time for Q&A as well. And of course, that will be the moment where you can submit your questions to our speakers and have your doubts clarified. After all, it's an interactive experience, so we would love to have you take part. Now, the exciting thing about the forum today, I think we are trying to establish the connection right now, is, as you know, we are in a very transformative world and powered by AI. I'm very happy to inform you that towards the end of the conference, you will be meeting with our AI hosts, who will be concluding, summing up the topics, the things that have been discussed throughout the day. So that is another thing to look forward to for today's forum. We are still waiting for the connection to come through from Professor Jeffrey Sachs. I believe he is in New York right now, and he will be sharing his insights with us on the matter of trade, tensions, and transformation. In today's increasingly volatile and uncertain global landscape, the mission has become more critical than ever as the world grapples with the mounting and some of the overlapping crises, ranging from the escalating geopolitical tensions, and then we have the erosion of multilateralism to disruptive technologies, and climate risks predictability has diminished, and the ability to plan long-term has become more complex. The 2025 Global Risk Report by the World Economic Forum underscores this instability, highlighting a convergence of challenges, including the weakening of the rules-based international order, rapid advances in generative AI, and growing socioeconomic divides. So against this backdrop of fragmentation, we have ITD and partners supporting with this role they play, especially with this forum that we are hosting today in fostering sustainable development, fostering trade and development that is indeed pivotal in helping nations navigate an increasingly uncertain future. Let me try to find out what's going on right now to see if Professor Jeffrey Sachs will be joining us soon. and I will be back with you in just a few moments.
Be ready. Okay, have already fixed. ถ้าเกิดจะขึ้นบอกได้เลยนะขึ้นเลยเอายัง The image of you is about to be on the screen in a second.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it appears that we had slight technical issues, but we are okay to go now, and Professor Jeffrey Sachs is here with us. It's a great honor to welcome you to the program, Professor. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're ready, please take it away. But first, how about a warm welcome with a big round of applause?
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad that the technical team was able to complete the connection. I've been listening intently for the launch of this important conference, and it's a great honor for me to join you and to share some thoughts about our current global situation. Let me say that while we are in turmoil right now, and unfortunately, most of the turmoil has originated in my country, in the United States, with its very erratic and destabilizing policies. The reason for the turmoil is actually, ironically, a positive reason. Let me explain what I mean. The most basic trend in the world economy, really during the last 75 years, during the last 3/4 of a century, is the process of economic convergence by which the developing regions of the world, the regions that generally were under European imperial rule or US imperial rule, have been catching up with the former advanced economies, so-called, of Europe and the United States. So as of 1950, the world was fundamentally divided between a small part of the world, the North Atlantic region of Europe, Britain, the US, and almost all the rest of the world being at low income and for many countries, war-torn and newly independent. From that point of 1950, when the West dominated the world and the United States dominated the West, we've had over 3/4 of a century a process in which especially the countries of Asia have grown rapidly. They were able to leapfrog technologies and to achieve a consistently high rate of economic growth. And this has transformed the global economic landscape, and it's transforming the global geopolitical landscape as well. Let me give you just a couple of numbers. In 1980, the developed countries, according to the IMF's classification, constituted about 64% of world output, measured at purchasing power parity. By 2025, by today, that share has gone down to 39%. If you look at the combined GDP of the United States, Canada, European Union, United Kingdom, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, from 64% to 39%. The emerging Asian countries have gone from 8.5%, that includes China, India, Thailand, the rest of ASEAN, to 35.3% as of today. So a dramatic transformation where emerging Asia has about the same GDP as the advanced economies. If you look broadly at the emerging market and developing economies, according to the IMF's numbers in 1980, the emerging market and developing economies, which is about 85% of the world population, accounted for 35% of world output in 1980, but today 60.6% of world output. In other words, well over half of world output, much larger than the share of world output in the advanced economies. This is the good news of economic development. It's actually working. It's working especially in Asia. And within Asia, it's working very dynamically, of course, in China, but also in the ASEAN countries with the 700 million population, and also in India with its 1.5 billion population. India is growing reliably at 6 to 7% per year. China grew at nearly 10% per year for more than 40 years after 1980. ASEAN grows at 5 to 6% per year, a good pace, and that means a lot of catching up growth or narrowing the gap with the high-income countries of the world. This is the most powerful trend in the world economy, that developing countries grow more rapidly than the advanced economies. The United States economic growth today is around 2% per year. Europe's economic growth, perhaps 1% per year, or if it's bad luck, this coming year, economic stagnation. So we're on a path where the developing countries, the emerging market economies like Thailand, like the ASEAN countries, will continue to develop much more rapidly than the old leaders of the world economy. And that means that there is an ongoing shift of the proportion of world output and world trade shifting towards Asia and shifting more generally towards the emerging and developing economies. All of this is good news. Of course, there's a major complicating factor for the whole world, which is that the overall world economic growth has also put tremendous strain on the Earth's physical systems in three quite fundamental and quite dangerous ways. The first, of course, is that humanity is changing the climate itself, and the climate is changing rather rapidly and dramatically. The core reason for the climate change is the use of fossil fuels and the emission of carbon dioxide that accompanies the burning of fossil fuels, which is the dominant greenhouse gas which has warmed the planet. And we've reached 1.5 degrees Celsius warming compared to the pre-industrial temperature of the planet. The second major ecological disaster is the destruction of habitat of other species, the decline of the abundance of other species, both on land and in the water, so that we are losing biodiversity and we are actually deranging how ecosystems like rainforests and wetlands and marine fisheries operate, sometimes being driven to collapse in their functions. And the third ecological crisis is the massive pollution, mainly from the petrochemical industry or the chemical industry more generally, which has had a profound effect on plastics pollution, on toxic chemical pollutants in the air, in the fresh water supplies, in the oceans, and in the soil. Well, rapid economic growth, the good side, ecological, great challenge, and great risk on the downside. But the other downside is that the changes in the structure of the world economy, the rise of the emerging economies, which I think all of us should regard as very good news. In other words, the sharing of the prosperity, the catching up of countries that were under imperial domination, which is most of the neighborhood of Thailand, though not Thailand itself. That catching up is now leading to a geopolitical backlash from the United States and Europe. What's happening fundamentally in the international trade system is that the United States and Europe are becoming protectionist because of a backlash against the success of the emerging economies. Let me put it this way. The US and Europe don't play fair. When they were dominant, they told the rest of the world, open your markets, trade is good. And it is good. And trade led to rapid growth of the emerging and developing economies. But when the rich countries saw that their relative position was slipping in the world, and the United States saw that its dominance in the world economy was disappearing because of the rise of China, because of the rise of India, because of the catching up of other countries, the United States made a backlash to globalization. And this is what our current politics is causing now in disruption of global trade. Donald Trump was elected both in 2016 and in 2024 on an anti-trade, protectionist, and largely anti-China political platform, because he told the American people trade is bad, it's taken your jobs, China is evil, we must protect America from these adverse and dangerous forces abroad. And unfortunately, a lot of the American public bought into this message. And so this is essentially the origin of Trump's trade war on the world that he has unleashed in the first months of his administration. Europe is a little bit better, but not so much better, partly because Europe is very subservient to the United States, and it follows the US lead to an important extent. But the United States is really the worst progenitor of this new protectionism. Trump has promised the American people that he will restore the glories of America through protectionism. Of course, he will do nothing of the sort. He will make the US economy less competitive. He will isolate the United States in geopolitical affairs. He will reduce the power and the weight of the United States in global politics. It's already happening. But this is all being done in a rather disorganized and illogical attempt by the US political system to maintain its dominance globally in the world economy and in finance and technology. Well, I was asked about trade, tension, and transformation. Let me say that the US protectionism will not work. Of course, it will disrupt economies in the short term. I think it's a terrible policy led by people who have very little understanding of the world economy for reasons that are, in my opinion, both wrong and uh, unacceptable in moral terms as well as in practical terms. Donald Trump has broken apart the WTO rules. He is basically out to destroy the World Trade Organization. Fortunately, most of the world wants the WTO and wants a truly world-based system, not a US bully in this. But Trump is making these disruptions. What will come out of all of this? In my view, not so much damage, except to the US itself. The US will put itself deeper into disadvantage, but it will not stop the growth of the emerging and developing economies. It will not end their trade. It will not contain China. It will not stop the basic dynamics of change underway in the world. The United States share of world output is currently about 14% of GDP, measured by these international prices that I've been referring to. That share will continue to decline. The US economy is not insignificant, but it's hardly the dominant share of the world. The US share of international trade of the total imports of the world is around 13% of total imports. So the US market is important, but again, it's not essential. Thailand, for ASEAN, for almost anybody else in the world other than Canada and Mexico, the two immediate neighbors of the United States, and a few countries in Central America and the Caribbean region. But for the rest of the world, especially for Asia, Asia could go along and continue its development if the United States were to completely close itself off from the rest of the world. It would be inconvenient, but there's nothing that the United States economy provides that can't be obtained in other ways. The US has no chokehold on the world economy, not on any technology, not on any natural resource. Of course, it would be better if the US participates fairly according to the rules in international trade. But even if the United States closes itself off entirely, this would not fundamentally disrupt Thailand's economy or ASEAN's economy or Asia's economy or indeed the world economy. We learned something interesting a few weeks ago when Trump launched his trade war on China in particular and put on crushingly high tariffs on China, or so it seemed. China's response was, we'll match you and we'll raise you. We will not cower or buckle under US demands. And indeed, China showed within a few days that it would win the trade war because China dominates, as we know, in a critical area of the rare earths, and especially, so I learned, the rare earth magnets, which are vital for the U.S. manufacturing sector and for the automotive industry in particular. And it was clear right away that if the United States maintained its trade war on China, and China responded by limiting the exports of rare earth magnets, the U.S. auto industry would essentially grind to a halt within a few weeks. And so it didn't take long for the United States to suspend its trade war on China because, in effect, without the U.S. admitting it, it lost that trade war essentially within the first few hours of Donald Trump's shots being fired. Because China has what the United States needs, but the United States does not have anything that is absolutely essential for China. The U.S. believed that it had a chokehold on China with advanced semiconductors, but even in that regard, China is quickly making workarounds of U.S. semiconductors. And I would suspect within a couple of years, China will have the equivalents of NVIDIA chips. In some cases, in some uses, it already does. And in others, China, I think, will be able to catch up rather quickly in the next few years. So all of this is to say, in summary, that I believe that the rapid growth of Asia will continue in the coming decades, with or without the participation of the United States. I don't believe the U.S. is essential in this process. I don't believe the U.S. has any decisive chokeholds on international trade or international finance for that matter. Even the role of the dollar, which is predominant until today, perhaps 60% of global international payments and settlements are in dollars. Even that is likely to change quite rapidly in the next 10 years, in my view, partly because of the rise of digital currencies, including digital central bank currencies, partly because the United States has abused its privilege of being the key currency by weaponizing the dollar, using it to enforce sanctions, freezing Russia's assets, freezing assets of other countries such as Iran, Afghanistan, North Korea, Venezuela, and making continuous threats backed by the dollar. This also will lead to in my view, a rapid transformation of payments to a multi-currency system in which at least the renminbi will play a very substantial role in just the coming years. And we're already seeing the significant rise of trade that is now denominated and settled in renminbi. And I think that this is likely to accelerate. And it is one of the aims of the BRICS countries to ensure that the United States cannot use a weaponized dollar to impede the economic processes in the BRICS countries. So my view, ladies and gentlemen, is that what I would call a political and economic temper tantrum in the United States, a rather serious one, will not in the end disrupt the global economy, nor will there be many followers of the US approach. Europe will follow rather halfway, but not as extreme as the United States. Most of the rest of the world will stick with the World Trade Organization and will stick with most favored nation treatment of trade, will not play the games that Donald Trump is playing, and will move forward on that basis. Let me just add that even Trump's tariffs possibly will be deemed to be void and illegal by the U.S. Supreme Court sometime soon. This is more of a guess, but I can tell you from a factual point of view, Trump has greatly exceeded his political authority under the U.S. Constitution, according to which, in Article 1, Section 8 of our Constitution, the power to levy tariffs belongs to Congress. But Trump has arrogated that power by declaring emergencies that don't exist. And it's quite possible that the Supreme Court will simply nullify all of Trump's tariff actions because the two lower courts have so far ruled against the Trump administration. Two lower the Trump administration. He does have that this whole will prove to be eliminated not through international processes, but through the American legal process. Let me conclude by noting something else that is related to the ecological crisis and technological change. And I know it's a major topic that you're going to be discussing in ITD. And that is that the U.S. will not break the The idea that we are moving to a green and digital economy is accurate. We are moving to electric vehicles. We are moving to a hydrogen-based shipping economy. We are moving to renewable energy as the basis of the power grid. All of this is inevitable because of the realities of the ecological or environmental disasters that are unfolding. Once again, the United States is denying all of this, but only to its own harm, because China, the ASEAN countries, will become the leaders of the new green technologies and will be providing them also as exports to the rest of the world. So the transformation of the content of trade will change. We will move from a fossil fuel economy to a zero carbon economy because we need to. We will move to a digital-based services economy, of course, because it's already happening dramatically. And therefore, I see the integration of Thailand and ASEAN with China to be absolutely spurred and deepened by the transformations to green and digital technologies. By this, I mean that in this transformation, there will be a greater intensification of regional-based trade, regional-based infrastructure, regional power grids, regional digital connectivity, regional AI systems and data centers. All of this will pull ASEAN more closely together, and it will pull ASEAN and China more closely together. In fact, what will turn out to be a wonderful trading area is the 15 countries of RCEP, of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. The 10 ASEAN countries, China, Japan, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. And I'm hoping that because of the changing geopolitics and economics, that India will join as the 16th member of RCEP, in which case RCEP would be by far the most important and dynamic trading group in the world. And it would also be a region of the physical integration of infrastructure, of the clean power grid, of the hydrogen-based shipping economy, of fast rail and other advanced transport options, and so forth. So to my mind, just to conclude, I believe that Thailand and ASEAN are in a very, very good position for a dynamic coming generation of economic and sustainable development. I believe that ASEAN, even with the tensions that we've recently seen within ASEAN, with Thailand, with your neighbors, and so forth, I think ASEAN will continue to become more closely integrated politically, in physical infrastructure, and in trade. And the ASEAN-China linkages, I think, will continue to strengthen as well. And to my mind, all of this is positive news. I do believe we have the potential to achieve real sustainable development. That means shared prosperity, social justice, and environmental sustainability all combined. And I think this is where we're going, even if the United States is kicking and screaming along the way. So I'm rather optimistic for your region. And I think that the dynamism of your academic leadership, your business sector, and the entrepreneurs of the region will make a great success in the coming generation. Let me thank you for the chance to give these brief remarks. I hope they're helpful, and I wish all success to ITD 2025. Thank you very much.
Further in a short Q&A session. So we have a few questions from the audience. Q&A session. So the audience, allow me to read the questions on their behalf. So the first question is, in today's fragmented global economy, how should ASEAN position itself strategically between the US, China, the EU, India, and BRICS in order to minimize supply chain costs while still maintaining broad market access?
Of course, ASEAN should aim to have good relations with all of these groupings, with the EU, with the United States, with China, with RCEP, and so forth. I'm not so optimistic that it can actually such an important and good idea. And I think actually at the ASEAN summit next month in Kuala Lumpur, and then next year's summit in the Philippines, that there's going to be great progress made on the physical integration of infrastructure in ASEAN. But I would also say that in my view, it's very, very likely that ASEAN will integrate more closely with China. And I do want to add, I think this is a very good thing, and I do not feel that it is a security risk for the countries in ASEAN. China is not out to be an imperial power. It's not out to militarily dominate ASEAN. It is defending itself against US pressures, but it is not out to be an imperial power. It never has been in its 2,000 years of history. So to my mind, the relations between China and ASEAN will be strong, positive, and highly mutually beneficial.
If you had to identify three immediate priorities for ASEAN to succeed in the green and digital twin transition, what would they be?
Thank you for asking. The first, and I can't stress this enough, is the quality of education of all the young people in ASEAN. By far, the most important investment in any country economically, not just morally or socially, but economically, is the quality of the math, the reading, the science skills of young people. And this is one of the superlatives of your East Asian neighbors. If you look at, if you look at Singapore, Vietnam, uh, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Korea, Japan, they're at the top of the list in science and reading and math scores for 15-year-olds. Uh, Thailand's somewhere in the middle. It needs to be higher up to be able to reach the cutting edge of technologies, of innovation, of high income status. So my number one priority is quality education from pre-K through higher education. Number two is the transformation of the economies to green and digital economies, as I've said, because this is the necessary direction of change for the world economy. And the third is political integration within the region to make it possible for there to be the trust and the operational efficiency of region-wide infrastructure. That requires a lot of trust to make a power grid that extends from Vietnam through Myanmar and Brunei, covering the 10 countries of ASEAN. But this should really be done. And that trust actually should extend at least through the RCEP 15 countries. And again, I want to bring India into this because then you've got it all in terms of scale, dynamism, growth potential, integration of technology. But this regional integration is really important, and that's a political process that should be given the utmost prioritization.
Now to future plans, looking ahead to 2030 to 2035, what new structures of growth should Southeast Asia prioritize to ensure inclusive and sustainable development in a multipolar world?
We see the transformations taking place in the green economy, for example. China, intense competition and very hard work, the world's leader in electric vehicles. This is actually rather remarkable. But now China will dominate electric vehicles. But where will they be produced? I hope they're going to be produced in Bangkok. I hope they're going to be produced in Kuala Lumpur. I hope they're going to be produced throughout Indonesia, in Vietnam, and so forth. In other words, I think that part of regional integration will be to become the world production center of these technologies that the world absolutely needs now. This is true in transport, especially electric vehicles. It's true in shipping. As I mentioned, there will be a major transformation of shipbuilding to hydrogen-based fuels as opposed to the current petroleum-based fuels of shipping. That's again ecologically necessary. There will be a lot of work to do to build out an integrated power grid in ASEAN that can convey green electrons long distances. So there's a lot of infrastructure build to be done. There's a lot of building of fast rail, which is a wonderful technology. China has completed its 50,000th kilometer of fast rail. I'm still waiting for the first kilometer of fast rail in the United States, by the way. Amtrak keeps promising it, but it hasn't arrived yet. But this means fast rail throughout the ASEAN region as well, which will be a major boost for trade, for tourism, because you're in one of the most beautiful places in the world, if not the most beautiful. So people need to be able to move around to the tourist destinations. And that means fast rail will certainly play a major role in that. So what I'm saying is look at the direction of change and make sure that Thailand and ASEAN more generally is part of that direction of change. The United States is doing the opposite right now. It's so strange. Trump is basically saying, I don't believe in climate change. We're not going to do that. They're eliminating all of the regulations. They're walking out of the Paris Climate Agreement. If I could put it bluntly, it could not be stupider what they're doing, because they're basically taking the United States out of the action, out of the competition for the next 25 years. And it's just what happens when you have terrible government. But ASEAN has good government and should be absolutely aligning the economy with the future trends, not with the past.
The time we have for Q&A. Professor, thank you very much for sharing your valuable insights. And of course, we hope to see you again in the future, but next time in person and in Bangkok, if possible. How about a big round of applause, please, for Professor
Thank you very much.
Jeffrey Sachs. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
And of course, Professor has reminded us that global trade is reshaped by geopolitics, especially US trade policies, technology, and also climate change. Now, there are challenges, but there are opportunities as well. That is, if we all can be resilient, innovative, and deepen the regional cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we face rising geopolitical tensions, rapid digital transformation, Thailand must chart a strategic trajectory for the future. To share insights on Thailand, how it can strengthen its position in ASEAN and beyond, our next distinguished speaker will share Thailand's strategic vision. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Supawut Saichua, Chairman of the National Economic and Social Development Council, who will tell us more about Thailand's path forward. A big round of applause, please.
Dr. Somkit Lerpaitun, distinguished speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the International Institute for Trade and Development for inviting me to be part of this important forum. Having heard Professor Jeffrey Sachs, I think we all are very much in agreement that we are going to have to face some challenges, and we're going to have to get ourselves moving without America's participation. Before he passed away, Professor Joseph Niles Jr. co-wrote an article in June of this year entitled "The End of the Long America Century." In this insightful article, the authors concluded with these words: "The myopic focus of the second Trump administration, which is obsessed with coercive hard power linked to trade asymmetries and sanctions, is likely to erode rather than strengthen the US-led international order. Trump has focused so much on the cost of free riding by allies that he neglected the fact that the United States is getting to drive the bus and thus pick the destination and the route. Trump does not seem to grasp how American strength lies in interdependence. Instead of making America great again, he is making a tragic bet on weakness." I think these are very important words. I would like to add that the US had designed the bus, or what I would call the rules-based international order, which has endured for the past 80 years. It is based on 5 key pillars. And these are the pillars. Number one, the United Nations, where the US and its allies in the UNSC plays a pivotal role. Number two, the General Agreement on Tariff and Trade, now the World Trade Organization. Its main mission, eliminate trade barriers and enforce the most favored nation principle. Third, the World Bank, where it's always led by an American. Fourth, the International Monetary Fund, which designed the current international monetary system. It was anchored by the US dollar and gold, but since 1971, the US ended dollar convertibility to gold. The world financial system is now largely dollar-based. I'll come back to this later on. Finally, the global military security network is anchored by US dominance in NATO and US military bases in Asia. And this has made the US the dominant military superpower. Now, Thailand has benefited from this US-backed international order. It had fostered interdependence and globalization, which helped drive Thailand's export-driven growth model. Thailand's exports as a percent of GDP was only 31% in 1960. Our exports, our trade as a whole, peaked at 122% of GDP in 2008. This percentage has since backed down to 115% in 2024. So we have been seeing setbacks. President Trump's tariff escalations and protectionist policies will likely cause this percentage to fall further in coming years. We are going to have to rely less on trade and more on other things. I'm not counting on the US Supreme Court's decision to restrain President Trump's protectionist policies. I believe that support for tariff and trade protection will outlast President Trump. This is because anti-globalization and anti-free trade sentiment are prevalent both among the right wing of the Republican Party and the progressive wing of the Democrat Party. So I think we have to live with this for many more years. What we are seeing is that President Trump has dismantled the US-backed international order and eroding US soft power by imposing reciprocal tariffs, undermining the WTO, diluting NATO unity, withdrawing the US from the Paris Climate Accord and the WHO, as well as shutting down USAID. Again, these are realities we have to live with. Apart from these policies, of course, Thailand has to contend with US-China rivalry. The annual threat assessment of the US intelligence community, this is an annual assessment by the US, the latest one in March 2025 had these things to say about China. China stands out as the actor most capable of threatening US interests globally. China presents the most comprehensive and robust military threat to US national security. The PRC seeks to compete with the US as the leading economic power in the world. Just a small sample of what the report says. Moreover, China has also been competing aggressively in the world market. In a matter of years, as we all know, it had achieved dominance in several key sectors, such as electric vehicles, solar panels, drones, industrial automation, and rare earth processing. This is no accident. It's a result of China's policy to dominate global manufacturing, especially in advanced technology sectors. China has become the world's largest exporter of manufacturing goods and of all goods. Its manufacturing sector dominates. China's manufacturing is 28% of world manufacturing. This is far ahead of the second country, the United States, with only 17%. This matters a great deal for us in many ways, but in one important way is this. Because China's inflation rate has been unusually low at 0.2% in both 2023 and 2024. And in the 7 months of 2025, China's CPI inflation had been almost zero. This means that China's deflation pressures are adding to challenges being faced by other countries, including Thailand. Now, implications for Thailand. It is clear that Thailand needs to trade less, depend less on the US goods market. At the same time, we also need to cope with competition and complications from China. Having said that, though, trade in goods will still be vitally important for Thailand. We are a small country, an open economy. Thailand exports and imports will each likely be about 50% of GDP in years to come. In other words, Thai exports will be as big as Thailand's domestic consumption. Thus, Thailand needs to face this reality. The WTO's open multilateral trading system is no more. Question is, what alternative trade configuration will best serve Thailand's interests? And here are my thoughts. Number one, adjust to Trump's tariff. Expect that Thai export to the US will likely fall and not grow in coming years. We'll be required to lift many of Thailand's import restrictions, especially on agricultural sector. We will buy more agricultural products from the US, such as corn and soybeans. 2. Thailand needs to accelerate its trade talks to conclude a free trade agreement with the European Union. 3. Thailand needs to to conclude a free trade agreement with the European Union. 3. Thailand needs to join the 12-member comprehensive Pacific Partnership, regional free trade agreement that 3 ASEAN members have already joined, namely Malaysia, Singapore, and Vietnam. Indonesia had also requested to join CPTPP. The thrust of this strategy is to seek a second-best international trading environment that allows us to live with America that no longer welcomes free trade. In its place will likely be regional free trade arrangements that enable trade to grow under fair and predictable rules. Looking ahead, I believe that CPTPP, which the UK has already joined, could attract the interest of the EU itself. So we don't want to miss the boat on this one. Now, what I've mentioned to you are what I would consider international trade policy. But let me look internally into Thailand and see what the implications are. I will note that buying US agricultural products will enable Thailand to build economic and political linkages with US farmers who will have considerable political clout in Washington. In other words, we need also to be strategic in terms of how we move ahead with the United States. I would also caution here that it is far from certain that Thailand will be able to successfully conclude a reciprocal trade agreement with the US. Although everything seems calm right now, we have not cut a deal with the US. That deal with the US will need to come in terms of an agreement, a formal United States-Thailand reciprocal trade agreement that will need to be ratified by the Thai Parliament. And it's not clear to me that this thing will happen. Right? My expectations are that an agreement of some sort will be produced by the two countries, executive branch, by the end of this year. But then the coalition government will have to try to pass it into law. At the same time, Thailand will also want to maintain constructive relations with China despite pressure from the United States to dilute this relationship. Now, having said all that, how do we move forward? Thailand must come up with an economic strategy to grow out of the middle income trap, notwithstanding US protectionism and China's overwhelming dominance in manufacturing. That is the challenge. So what can we do to make a good living in a geopolitically fragmented world? My short answer is become a major food producer. And here's why producing food could be Thailand's main engine of growth in coming years. Number one, China's dominance in key industries and technology had come with a cost in terms of food. China became a net food importer in 2004. Its food import as a percent of total imports rose from 3% in 2006 to 8% in 2024. It had not been able to reduce its deficit in food. China's food imports were worth $215 billion in 2023. That's a big market. Thailand ranks 5th in terms of China's food imports, implying that we are competitive. 2, Thailand produces 8 million tons of animal feeds, and we have to import 12 million tons of the same feed per year. In other words, the food processor industry in Thailand could produce much more chicken, pork, pastries, instant noodles, even pet food, if they are allowed to freely import raw materials such as corn, soybeans, wheat, and barley. We can open up the agricultural sector and boost food processing. Thailand's import restrictions, in fact, have kept agricultural input prices high. Food processors claim that these restrictions raised the cost of Thailand's animal feeds by 38%. 38% compared to US costs. So by opening up Thailand's agricultural sector, not an easy task. There's a lot of political sensitivities, as you will see in the months to come. It will actually, in fact, be beneficial for Thailand in the long run. So by yielding to US pressure to open up Thailand's agricultural sector could in fact be a blessing in disguise. Thailand's ability to produce quality food, I think, is pretty much well established. Example, CP Foods in June had their chicken certified safe for space, meaning that their Thai chicken dish has passed over 40 space food safety tests and will be food for NASA astronauts during their space missions. Now, finally, food processing is not easy. We'll have to contend both with unpredictability of supply, especially given climate change, as well as more discerning consumers. Thailand needs to mobilize technologies and management systems that help cope with climate change, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and improve traceability as well as food quality standards. But at least we should know where we want to go. The other sector that I thought is an important driver of growth of Thailand would be the already thriving healthcare and wellness sector, which combines soft skill with fast advancing technologies. This can generate considerable value added because the world is growing old very quickly. In healthcare, Thailand has more than 50 hospitals accredited by the Joint Commission International, the most in ASEAN countries. Already about 7% of private hospital patients are foreigners. Thailand's healthcare treatments are globally competitive, such as health checkups, heart bypass, cosmetic surgery, eye surgery, dental care, and in vitro fertilization. The constraint is shortage of medical personnel, especially nurses. Producing more of such personnel would facilitate facilitate our move in this regard. For wellness, there's considerable upside potential in sectors such as spas and Thai massage, as well as Thai herbal medicine and functional foods. The government could help promote the quality of Thai massage as well as establish uniformity of such standards. The government could do more in terms of deregulation and facilitation of doing business, as well as government support in terms of research, marketing, and promotion. We should focus government research grants also to help market and commercialize new technologies. The Food and Drug Administration could also help facilitate appropriate approvals, especially for health foods. Again, these are not difficult things to do, but we need to focus on these tasks. A third dimension is logistics. Professor Jeffrey Sachs talks about high-speed rail, and as you know, we're supposed to be building high-speed rail in Thailand. But my experience has been in working with the Thai bureaucracy is that they seem wedded to the 1-meter track railway. And we have been approving expansion of the 1-meter gauge railway rather than the standard gauge railway. In fact, the government plans to expand the railway track, which at the moment is about 4,000 kilometers, by adding another 5,000 kilometers to make sure that the meter gauge rail is all dual track throughout the country. I tried to ask them why aren't we doing more of the high-speed rail. It seems that the momentum of the Thai bureaucracy and past policy remains that way. So we have to live with the fact that the high-speed rail is not progressing, but the meter gauge rail is actually expanding. In fact, the Thai government is committed 1 trillion baht, almost 1 trillion baht, to build more of this. Why can we make this work? The problem with the current rail system is that the State Railway of Thailand has about 900 billion baht in debt and suffers from 17 billion baht in operating losses every year. At issue is the fact that the SRT has only 190 locomotives that are in fact operational. So the average age, and the average age is 30 years old. So basically what you're having is that this rail asset is being underutilized. The utilization rate for rail is 50% or less. So why am I telling you all this? Because the House had passed the rail transport bill on the 20th of August, and this bill will be approved by the Senate, I think by the end of this month or next month. This is important because this bill will actually allow private operators for the first time to operate rail in Thailand, to transport passengers, to transport goods. And I think this opens up a very big opportunity for the Thai private sector to use this underutilized asset and use these rail for tourism, use the rail for transportation of goods. And actually, these rail can link Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand to the southern part of China. As you know, China is very keen on rail, and China strategically wants to reduce dependence on shipping, particularly shipping through the Malacca Straits. So this rail link, even though it's a 1-meter gauge, could become pivotal, be an important part in making Thailand a logistics hub for the region, linking to China. There is considerable private sector interest in providing rail service in Thailand, both for passenger and freight. And I think what you will see soon is something like the Orient Express coming to Thailand, among other things. Now, Thailand's manufacturing sector. The Eastern Economic Corridor, the EEC, is Thailand's industrial heartland. Its output accounts for 15% of Thailand's GDP. And looking ahead, the EEC is expected to attract investment in key sectors such as printed circuit boards, semiconductors, assembly, testing, and packaging. We also have high hopes for investment in data centers. For such investment to be forthcoming, the EEC needs to provide proper incentives, including assurances of adequate supplies of water and clean energy. I was informed that annual rainfall amounts to only 50% of the EEC's water demands, and according to the World Bank, water shortages in the EEC had forced businesses to buy water at an annual cost of 5 billion baht. The government needs to solve this problem. With regards to clean energy, right incentives also are needed to be put in place to encourage greater production and use of solar energy, which has been shown to be the most cost-effective and one that cost could go down even further in coming years because of the rapid rate of technological innovation. And this innovation is not just in the solar cell, but also in the power storage side. Solar will be the path forward for Thailand to produce green energy and to reduce dependence on importation of very expensive LNG. Regulations must also be streamlined to include reasonable pricing for third-party access to use power transmission lines that belong to the Electricity Generating Authority of Thailand. Again, this is a similar concept to the rail system. We have underutilized assets which we should utilize to the full. That is, private sector suppliers of solar-based electricity should be able to readily use EGAT power transmission lines to sell electricity to industrial firms located elsewhere at a reasonable cost. You will notice that I have not mentioned or proposed major government spending and major projects. The reason is that looking at the government's accounts, I know that the government has already high public debt and large fiscal deficits. So the idea is to be very careful in the use of public money. Now, let me end my talk by also addressing this issue on a global basis. It's not just Thailand that has no fiscal policy space. Many of the advanced countries also have the same problem. In fact, data shows that government debt has risen to 110% of GDP for advanced economies, 110%. For emerging market countries, government debt has also risen to 74% of GDP. For nearly every country, advanced or emerging, fiscal deficit has risen to 4% of GDP or more. And in general, 10-year bond yields have jumped from 1% to 1.5% pre-COVID to about 3.5 to 4.5%. So this lack of fiscal space is pervasive. Now, why do I raise this issue? My concern as an economist is this. When governments have a problem with their fiscal debt, there is a risk of what is called fiscal dominance, or the government putting pressure on the central bank to monetize the debt, or to help the government deal with its debt. And the way they deal with it is to actually inflate away the debt. Therefore, implications are higher inflation globally as central banks print more money, currency weakness, and monetary policy becomes less reliable as an economic tool. We're already seeing this in the US. We're seeing the weaker dollar. We're seeing higher relative long-term interest rates. We're seeing enormous pressure being put to bear on the Federal Reserve by the Trump administration. Now, because the dollar is a global currency, this creates wider problems regarding the future of the global financial system that Professor Sachs had also mentioned. I'm not as optimistic that the dollar is as easy to replace. It will take decades. Therefore, we have to learn to live with this volatility. We have to learn to live with the fact that gold has been a very outstanding performance in the past 3 years, and maybe it will be the same in the coming years. In my view, what we are seeing is the market's perception that central banks of major economies have been pursuing relatively loose monetary policies as tariff rise and geopolitical uncertainties abound. In response to such a risk, it's not surprising that market participants are increasing their gold holdings. Ironically, central banks themselves are buying up more gold. Reuters reported that central banks now hold $4.5 trillion in gold and have lowered their holdings of US treasuries to $3.5 trillion. Distinguished guests and gentlemen, I think I've used up my time. And again, every success for this meeting and my appreciation to the ITD. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Supawut Saichua, for that comprehensive vision of Thailand's strategic positioning and also the path forward towards sustainable growth. That's the chairman of NESDC. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take a quick refreshment break for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, you can grab some coffee. We have the refreshments at the back of this room. Stretch your legs. If you want to go out, please don't not wander too far because we wish to start the next session promptly. So we'll see you at about 11 a.m. in 10 minutes, okay? So for now, do enjoy the break and I'll be back with you shortly. Thank you. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025. It's now 11 a.m. in the city of Bangkok and time to proceed with our next part of the program. For those of you who are still enjoying the refreshment break, coffee, tea, and snacks, well, please feel free to bring them to your seats and enjoy it from there. Okay. Active citizens, it's now time. We'd love to have you participate in our very first active poll that we are going to launch right about now. But first, this is the QR code. So do scan the code so that you can partake and answer the questions. The first question is, what do you think is the primary factor creating uncertainty and impacting global trade? That's the question. And we do have a couple of choices as well. Once you scan, I believe you'll see the multiple choices from geopolitical tensions, AI disruption, climate change, trade tariff escalation, supply chain fragmentation, global economic volatility, and financial instability, and other factors. We'd love to know what you think. So the poll is now open. Please vote, and we will be revealing the results before the lunch break. Moving along, ladies and gentlemen, to our very next topic. Without further ado, I'd now like to welcome to the stage our speakers. Please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Bruno Casella, Senior Economist from UNCTAD, and Dr. Girida Pawichit, Director of TDR Economic Intelligence Service, who will share insights of the World Investment Report 2025. A big round of applause, please. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. First of all, let me say that I'm very grateful to be here. It's the third year that I'm presenting our World Investment Report here in Bangkok, and for me, it feels like coming back home, or at least to my Asian home, and of course for this I have to thank our wonderful host ITD for the continued support, partnership, and friendship. Thank you very much. Personally, I'm very, very glad to be a focal point for FDI in this region, in Southeast Asia, because Southeast Asia is not one of the many regions when it comes to FDI. It's a very special region. In the 90s and 2000s, where all the regions in the world were running the FDI race, they were growing very fast, this region was a front runner. It was growing faster than the others. And now we will see that while all the other regions are slowing down, this region is emerging as a model of resilience and adaptation. So in some sense, when you work with FDI and development, to be here is like being in a massive global FDI lab. We have many things to learn as FDI experts by the exchange with this region. So today I will present the latest report, the World Investment Report 2025. It's our flagship report where we give, we set the status of international investment in the most recent year. So in this case, it's 2024, and we give the direction, the future direction of investment. So my presentation will focus on two aspects, which are the main aspects of this year's report. So one is, of course, the global trend in foreign direct investment, and the other one is investment in the digital economy. That was the special theme of this year's report. So let's start with the global picture. Here we are, and the global picture. The global trend in FDI is not bright. And this is an euphemism to avoid starting with a more pessimistic line. But as you see from here, global FDI have been declining in 2024 by 11%. And it's not the 11%, because FDI got us used to big ups and downs. So 11% feels big, but it's not so big. If you see the FDI line, the blue line, it has a lot of volatility. But the key point here is ups and downs. So normally after 1 year of decline, you are followed by another year of growth. In this case, what is very concerning is that this is the third consecutive year of decline. You see 2022, 2023, 2024. I haven't really checked, but I think if you look around at the trends in the last 15 years, there is no other period where you had 3 years in a row of decline. So this looks much more like a pattern than a cycle. So a structural downward pattern is right now characterizing the FDI trend. There is another element of this chart that is particularly interesting, which is the decoupling between FDI and trade. If you see the trend line of trade in the last 15 years has been moderately increasing on a kind of stable trajectory, while FDI was very volatile, and lately it's really decoupling from trade. And this is something that is very important to notice, because globalization for the last 3 decades has been a machine with 2 engines. So on the one side, trade, on the other side, international investment, right? Now, if one of these 2 engines now starts slowing down, then that can affect the overall functioning of the machine. So we should be concerned about this decoupling between FDI and trade. So in other words, what is happening is that the global markets are continuing to expand on a fairly regular basis, but the global factory is shrinking. So countries, they are continuing to exchange goods between each other, but they are not producing goods together as much as they were doing before. Right? And this has, of course, important development implications. When we look at the map of FDI, so of the FDI results by region for 2024, we see that the map is very fragmented. So there are some regions that have grown quite a lot, and in particular, we see Africa and North America. Some regions that have declined quite a lot, Europe and the Latin American Caribbean, and developing Asia, we will have a focus on that in the next chart, has been relatively balanced with a moderate decline of 3%. Now, one question that it's fair to address here is whether this is a potential high-level picture of the losers and winners of this phase, uncertain phase of FDI fracturing. So it could give us an idea of who is benefiting and who is losing from this. And my answer to that is no, I don't think so. And I would like to give you three inputs why I don't think so. So the first element is that I think that all the regions are losing, because the pool of investment is decreasing. So the uncertainty is frozen, is freezing investment decision overall. No? So I would not be inclined to position this in terms of winners and losers. It's true, and this is the second element, that investment patterns are changing, and you see it particularly in bilateral investment flows. You see that certain routes are less crowded than before, other routes are more crowded, but overall, we are not seeing emerging a clear geography of winners and losers. If you look at the plus and minus last year, it was completely different than this year, almost specular. So there is still there is uncertainty even in terms of where ultimately investment is going as a result of this global headwinds. it's true that there are, and this is the third element, it's true that there are some regions that are doing well despite everything. And Southeast Asia is one of these regions. Another one is, for example, Middle East. But I would put it in terms of being more resilient than the other regions rather than benefiting from a situation of FDI fracturing. It's a very different positioning. But let's look more in details of what is happening in this region. So this is the trend for last year for developing Asia. And you see that Southeast Asia, so investment flows in this region have been increasing by 10%. So it's the Asian region that has been increasing most, and one of the regions in the world that got the highest growth in FDI. 10% in this moment is a big result. Last year was plus 1%. So it's a kind of structural proof of resilience. If you look at the other interesting point is that if you look at the countries in the region, this growth is not driven by one or two big countries that had a very, very good performance. It's quite balanced and widespread across most countries in the region, from Singapore to Cambodia. So countries have very different stages in their development path and with very different FDI footprint. They managed to prove to be resilient in their own way. You know? So this is particularly positive. So this basically tells us that we are not talking about one bright spot here, but we are talking about multiple bright spots in the same region. So this is good news for the region. But if we close, unfortunately, these windows of local good news, and we zoom out again to the global picture, we have this very we are drawn to the ground of global FDI, and the landing here is particularly painful, because I think this is one of the chart. Well, it's probably the most dramatic chart of this report, and one of the most dramatic of the most recent reports, because it shows at the global level the trends in investment in SDG sectors. FDI, so these are the sectors where FDI are meant to go to boost sustainable development. And if you look at this picture, you see a lot of minus on the left-hand side. Big minus in infrastructure, in renewable energy, in water, in agri-food system. The only area that is growing is health and education. This is important because we think that investment, in particular in health, in UNCTAD is a very important new frontier of SDG investment, and that health security is going to be a big driver of FDI over the next decade, and we are working a lot. I'm personally very engaged in this. But overall, this picture is dramatic. It's dramatic. A few years ago, we did a study where we estimated that in order to reach the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, we would need 4 trillion annually in additional investment. And at that time, on the left-hand side of this chart, you would have a lot of plus. And the narrative was, okay, investment in SDG is growing, but is not growing fast enough to reach the SDG by 2030. And now this has turned into minus. So it's that means that the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 is getting even more and more difficult now. So we really need to put our effort, our energy, to think on how to channel investment into these areas, and how to accelerate investment into these areas. So if investment does not go into SDG sector, into infrastructure, renewables. Where is it going? And now we pass to the second aspect of our report, investment in the digital economy. So one obvious candidate is the digital economy. And that's true. There is a lot of investment going in the digital economy. And this is the left-hand side of this chart. It has very strong numbers. So we see that in the last, after 2020, FDI in the digital economy have grown 3 times. 3 times in a period where global FDI have been declining. and in terms of share, they passed from 20% to 30%. If you think about that, 30% means that $1 every $3 of investment globally goes into the digital economy. So it's getting a really big share of total investment. And if you extended this time period into 2010 or 2005, you would see that the share of investment in the digital economy must have gone from 5% to 30%. So we are talking about a big growth, a big acceleration. This is potentially good. This is potentially good because investment in the digital economy, it's investment that fits digital transformation. Digital transformation can be a lever for sustainable development. But in the right-hand side, we see what is the other side of the coin of this. And what's the problem with this? The problem is that this investment, this fuel, is a fuel that for now, at least, is boosting the FDI performance only of large economy, of emerging markets economy and developed economies. So we see on the right-hand side that if we look at all digital investment going to developing economies, 80% of that is concentrated in just 10 countries. So it's a very concentrated and exclusive in some sense investment. And the next chart is confirming this picture because it's showing in which parts of the digital economy investment is going globally. And you see that there is a big growth in 2 things. One is data center, massive growth on investment in data center, and one is services, digital services. So these are 2 different things because data centers is infrastructure and digital services is services, right? But these are all type of investment that assume that there is already a basic digital connectivity in place. So this is investment that goes to developed countries and let's say higher middle income countries like Thailand. This is not investment that goes to low income countries because low income countries are still missing the basic ICT infrastructure in place. And in fact, the most concerning figure here is the decline of investment in ICT infrastructure. So that investment that would be able to spark the digital transformation in the poorest country, while we have investment that accelerate the digital transformation in countries where it has already started. So in some sense, this type of investment is accelerating and amplifying the divide between poor and rich countries. With rich countries, I mean also emerging economies. Then I will go very fast on the next 2 charts. The next 2 charts, this chart shows that it wouldn't be fair to say that the poorest countries are completely left out from the digital transition. That's not the case. Of course, it's not the case. If you look at the last line here, you see that the share of countries that have a digital transformation strategy in place between the lower income countries has been increasing a lot in the last 7 or 8 years. What we have noticed is that there is no investment provision and investment strategy in this digital strategy. So this is a part that is missing. Plus, and this is another element that I wanted to share, there are some regulations that are considered to be very important for investor in the digital economy, such as, for example, data governance regulation, cybersecurity regulation, such as, for example, regulation around IP and competitiveness that are missing in low-income countries. That's a big barrier for investment to flow there. Now, so the challenge is to make sure that digital investment that is growing, that is a very powerful fuel, is also inclusive. So go also to the lower income countries. And how to support that, we have identified a strategy based on 4 pillars for lower income countries to be able to attract investment in the digital economy. So these 4 pillars are the foundations, meaning that there has to be in place a strategy, there has to be in place the right regulatory infrastructure, stimulating investment, so engaging IPA in attracting investment in the digital economy, fostering impact, so making sure that this investment is the right kind of investment that creates skills, that create linkages with SMEs, and that is green and sustainable. And also harnessing international investment agreements so that countries coordinate around this objective. So this is the comprehensive map, and in our report you will see the full-fledged strategy explained. So I still have 40 seconds, so I conclude with the 4 points that I would like you to bring back home. Just flash. So the first point is investment is going down. The FDI engine needs to be reboosted. Second point, there are many ways in which countries can reboost the FDI engine. Some were mentioned before, regionalism, for example, green FDI, but digital FDI is definitely one possible fuel to reboost the FDI engine. Third point, at the moment, this fuel is boosting FDI performance in countries that are the rich country and emerging market. Fourth point, we need to make sure that this fuel, and this is the recipe that we provide, is also instrumental to boost and to attract investment and to boost the digital transformation in lower income countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bruno, and good morning to everyone. Bruno has come all the way from Geneva to present to us this report, so this is really a treat for us. I would like to bring things closer to home because Bruno has given us a picture of how foreign direct investments have been in the last 2 years. What I'd like to now share with you is, how is it now in Southeast Asia and in Thailand? So if I could go to the slides that I have prepared, you would actually see that, if you zoom down to Southeast Asia, like what Dr. Bruno has mentioned, we're receiving, a larger share of the FDI that is coming globally, right? And actually, if you actually look at the different countries in Southeast Asia on the chart on the left, that has actually received a lot of FDI. And here what I've done is I've not looked at just 1 year because as Dr. Bruno says, there are volatilities. So I've divided this into 2 periods, right? From 2016 to 18. And then from 2022 to 24, so pre-COVID and post-COVID. And we can actually see that in Southeast Asia, post-COVID, the FDI, which is the dark blue line bar, has actually increased for almost every country, right? Except for the Philippines, Myanmar, and Laos PDR. And the country that has received the most for foreign direct investment in net terms in Southeast Asia is Singapore. But Thailand has also received a greater amount in US dollar terms of FDI as well. And if you actually zoom down on the right chart, you will see that the countries that have been actually investing more into Southeast Asia over the period of post-COVID is actually the investments that are coming from the US, from Japan, and also from China. The interesting thing is that if you actually look carefully at the table on the right, you will see that China's investment in the US, right, the red arrows have dropped. So there has been a reallocation, right? A relocation of foreign direct investments, from China to elsewhere. Similarly, if you look at the column for the U.S., you can see that the red arrows are pointing down for U.S. investments to China as well. So again, there has been a relocation of investments, from multinational companies, right, from China and the U.S., to Southeast Asia as well. So that's the big picture that we're seeing. And of course, we're attracting a lot of foreign direct investments. Now, zooming in more to Thailand, right? We are actually seeing that there is more foreign direct investments coming into Thailand. The left-hand side most chart is actually the historical data that shows that foreign direct investments are recovering, right? In 2024, it's higher than 2023. And in just the first quarter of 2025, it's actually already 1/3 of 2024 whole year. And it's from Japan, it's from Taiwan, it's from China, right? So again, Thailand being actually, a country that geopolitically, right, we are more neutral. So we are welcoming foreign direct investments from all sides of the geopolitical spectrum. So that's one charm that we have here. And I want to look a bit more forward, instead of looking just historically. So I've taken the Board of Investments applications that are already approved in US, in billion baht, in value terms, in billion baht terms. And this is important because usually after the Board of Investment of Thailand gives the approvals, it takes around 2 to 3 years on average before production can actually start, right? And exports, will begin. So this is a forward-looking indicator of what investments will come and what production, what industries or businesses will actually, increase in the next 2 to 3 years. And in the middle chart, you see that the BOI application approvals have actually hit record high for the last 2.5 years, right? It's record high since the Board of Investment was set up. And we're seeing this increase every single year. And this year, for the whole year, will definitely exceed the whole year of last year because we're already seeing only the first half of this year, which is the last bar in the second chart, being almost as high as the whole year of last year already, right? And this is only the first half of this year. So we're seeing a lot of interest and investments, coming, into Thailand. And where are they from? Actually, if you look at it the last 2.5 years, half of them are from China, and the other half comes from mainly the 4 countries, right? Japan, Taiwan, the US, and the EU. So again, here, because we're neutral, we attract foreign direct investments from all sides. And of course, that is the pull factor, but the push factor, of course, is coming from geopolitical tensions and also the trade war that is being, elevated, since the beginning of this year by President Trump as well. So if you ask me what sectors will be coming right into Thailand in terms of foreign direct investments in the next 2 to 3 years, on the right-hand side most chart, you see overwhelmingly it's electronics, right? It has to do with the digital economy again, as Dr. Bruno mentioned. So a lot of electronics parts, for example, printed circuit boards, right? Or even semiconductor packaging and testing, right? They're all coming, here into Thailand, mostly from Taiwanese and Chinese and also for Japanese companies as well. The second largest that will be here is the data centers, right? The data centers are massively coming here. There are about 30 data center companies that have already received BOI approvals and would like to set up in Thailand. Now we have the opposite problem here, Dr. Bruno, is that we might have too many of them because they eat up a lot of our resources, whether they be water or electricity. So this is another good problem, I don't know, to have maybe, but a lot of data centers are coming here as well, right? And number 3 are these vehicles, meaning electrical vehicles and hybrid vehicles, right? And most of these are from either China for electrical vehicles and hybrid from Japan. So we're seeing a lot of that coming as well. And of course, the supply chains, right? The chemicals, the materials are also coming. But what I also like is the one, which is number 6, which is food and biotechnology. Because this is something new for Thailand where now biotechnology is much more accessible and it's not super high tech. So even companies here in Thailand, both Thai and foreign investors, are using biotechnology to add value to Thai agricultural produce. So what are these products? For example, they could be bioplastics, right? Or packaging materials that are made from plants because it's lower in carbon. So if you want to export, for example, to the EU, right, you need to package, your goods in these low carbon packaging. So they're all made from bioproducts or even functional ingredients like lactic acid or probiotics, which is added to food, to cosmetics, to vitamins, to medicines. They're produced here and they're exported around the world, especially to the West, and a lot of them to Europe. Because again, here, in the West, this is becoming more popular, right? People want healthy and lower carbon products. So again, I think this is a good trend that we will see, and it will also benefit, right, the Thai agriculture sector. Of course, we will need to upgrade our agriculture sector so that they respond to these new industries that are coming in the biotechnology sphere. So that's what we see in Thailand. But I also think, as Bruno mentioned, that if we were to actually attract more investments coming into Southeast Asia or any developing countries, we would have to adjust our policies, right? And Bruno talks a lot about foreign direct investment regulations, for example, liberalization. But I also think things to do with infrastructure and service is also as important. For example, countries with strong digital connectivity, right? Today will attract more investments than countries that do not have that. So for example, in Southeast Asia, you see that Thailand is one of the most developed countries in terms of having 5G, right? We are all covered with 5G compared to other countries in Southeast Asia. So we have a very strong digital infrastructure here. And then that's one of the reasons why we're attracting more of these digital businesses into Thailand as well. And the other thing that's very trendy at the moment is to go low carbon, right? So again, if your country, has lower carbon electricity, for example, that would attract a lot of foreign direct investments as well. So for example, here, I know more about Thailand, so I will talk about Thailand. Our electricity mix, emits carbon that is lower than other countries, on average, lower than the Asia or the global average, right? Why is that so? Because we use a lot of natural gas, right? And we have some renewable energy, but we don't use as much coal. So countries that use more coal in their electricity production, right, like even like Vietnam, Indonesia, or China, or India, will have a higher carbon footprint per electricity that's produced. So here again, the move towards greener energy will be more and more important going forward because multinationals that want to invest will look at these things as well. So let me just end by saying that in the future, right, there will be many, many new industries and the world will not be the same place as, we had operated in the last 20 years, right? The world will be very fragmented, as, Dr. Jeffrey Sachs also mentioned, right? I think there will be 4 blocks that will eventually emerge, right? There will be the US pretty much on its own, and there will be China, right, and its friends, right? And there will be Europe and former friends of the US, basically, right? The Europe, Australia, Canada, or even Japan and Korea, right? There will be, in one block. And I don't mean that the blocks will not trade or invest across each other. They will, but they will be less than before, right? There will be less than before. And there's a block that's more neutral, like where Thailand is, where Indonesia is, Singapore, or even India is. So again, the neutral block will be able to trade and invest with every other block. So that's the advantage that we have here. And finally, I would say that because we're going to be divided into blocks globally, global trade, global investment, or even technology will be fragmented, right? Or the financial, the currency will be diversified, as Dr. Supavud has mentioned earlier as well. So we will be living in a very different world than the globalized world that we used to be in. So, government policies or businesses have to be aware of this so that we can thrive in this new world. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to Dr. Casella and also Dr. Girida. Thank you for sharing those critical investment trends and, of course, some of the opportunities driving FDIs towards sustainable sectors and things that can be done in the region to capitalize on these trends. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if that session highlighted on the global investment directions, the upcoming session will get us closer to the playbook that businesses are using on the ground. In an increasingly volatile global economy, businesses must adapt, innovate, and transform. So our next session will be joined by industry leaders who have navigated these challenges, the volatility through AI adoption, and strategic transformation. We encourage our active citizens, our participants to will take part in this segment. We have the QR code coming up on the screen. There it is. So if you do have any curiosities, any questions, well, send them in. Submit your questions, and our moderator will be asking our speakers towards the end of the session. The panelists will be sharing insights on how they manage and respond to recent trends, preparing to thrive while also mitigating risks. So the leaders who will be joining us in the session called the Trade Playbook, we have leaders across the banking, industry, and entrepreneurships as they share how to adapt to volatility in this very fragmented world, harnessing technology, and of course, driving towards sustainable growth. So as we are still preparing for the upcoming session, once again, that's the QR to submit your questions. And if you're wondering about the live poll, that will be coming up too, but not in the morning. It will be a question for you to take part in the afternoon. All right, so we are set for the upcoming conversation. Without further ado, I'd now like to invite our distinguished panelists to the stage. Please welcome Mr. Matthew Moody, Managing Director and Head of Trade and Finance for Asia Pacific at Deutsche Bank. Mr. Luca Bernardinetti, Chairman and Managing Partner at Mahanakon Partners Group. Mr. Samit Panomyong, Executive Officer at Gulf Development Public Company Limited. And Mr. Pramod Decha Bunsiripanit, Managing Director of Panpuri. Moderating this session is none other than Kun Varin Sachdev. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Kun Varin as well. And PV, if you're ready, take it away.
Good morning, Swadee krap. Thank you for a lovely introduction, Thani. ขอบคุณมากครับ. Good to see you. So, wow. In the meeting room, we were so close to each other. This is a bit far away. Good Matthew, can you see me?
Perfect, no problem.
Thank you. So for the first round, to get acquainted with each and every one of our panelists, I would like to maybe give the floor to each and every one of you to introduce your industry and how is this volatility affecting, or how is this topic relevant to your industry? We have banking, we have consultancy and law firm, we have energy, and we have well-being. So quite diverse industries that we are having for this session. So let's begin with the banking industry at the moment. How are we facing, or what are the challenges that we are facing today? Good Matthew.
Sure. Well, where do we start on that sort of topic? It's almost like every day you wake up and there's a new headline to deal with. So, and I'll start out with some anecdotes and then maybe go into some practical solutions. So I was in India a little bit over 2 weeks ago. You wake up one day and you find that India is slapped with a tariff of 50%. Next day you see laws introduced in China around that Chinese citizens and companies aren't able to enforce foreign sanctions. You see the next day OFAC updating their list of sanctioned ships and companies as well. So in that rapidly changing world, the job of the bank, where we see it, is to stay abreast of all these topics, to be updating our systems, processes and procedures, and to act a bit more as a advisor to our companies about what these changes are, how we're introducing these changes into our system, and how we can support our customers across the region. Of course, this introduces an element of risk in the organisation as well, both for the corporates and ourselves, and so we then have to update our risk procedures, not just our credit risk procedures, but our non-financial risk procedures to adjust for all these. So you have to become an advisor, have to update your processes as quickly as possible, and finally you have to try and keep the cost of production down, because all of this introduces cost and complexity into your procedures. So yeah, we try to adjust as quickly as possible, try to stay abreast of it, become an advisor to our customers around those topics, and then keep the cost of production down is how I would think about it.
So these are the challenges. We'll get back to that as well. How are we addressing with the policies and with the regulations? And moving on to Kun Luca, MPG, Mahanakon Partners Group. The challenges that the law firm or the consultancy firms are facing with this volatile world. What are the challenges, Kun Luca?
Well, certainly there are several challenges linked to volatility, linked to tariffs, linked to sanctions, for example. But tariffs and other types of, let's say, barriers that would, in the past as well, hinder cross-border trade have always been an element that companies have had to consider and factor in. So I would say while this is important and while this is a global factor to be considered by businesses, especially businesses that are investing in other jurisdictions. We assist several multinational enterprises with a cross-border trade, FDIs in several jurisdictions. Again, volatility has always been a component of international business, so it's nothing new. So I would say that rather than trying to avoid the, let's say, effects of tariffs and volatility, companies need to be prepared. And what we normally do in our advisory practice is that of basically checking whether companies are future-proof, their compliance system, the governance systems. And of course, most of these companies that are, let's say, in Thailand, that are multinationals, would have a multi-jurisdictional approach to international trade. So again, the old adage goes, don't put all the eggs in one basket, but be prepared, for example, also from a supply chain standpoint, because tariffs may happen in a jurisdiction, there may be other, let's say, political uncertainty in other jurisdictions that may hinder doing business, may hinder international trade, may hinder foreign direct investment. So I would say rather than avoiding the turbulence, what we advise is to build an aircraft that can withstand crosswinds, in a way that, let's say, when and if a situation like what we are experiencing right now with tariffs affecting us on a global scale, we are prepared and we have, let's say, built a system, a business system that can withstand uncertainty.
Yes. Kun Smith, please share with us the outlook of the industry, the energy sector, the challenges that it's facing.
Yeah, I think at Gulf Development, we live with volatility, right? And how we manage it, I would say in multiple steps. Number one is that you must strengthen your core, right? And not only just we try to perfect our core business, focusing on cash flow and profitability, we constantly disrupt ourselves. For example, right, our foundation is in conventional power. So we sell electricity directly to industrial user, right? With the coming of renewable, our customer have very large roof area, for example, and they like to install solar panel, right? Which mean our power plant will sell less electricity to the customer. But if we don't do it, our customer will do it with somebody else. So we actively disrupt ourselves to be at the forefront of the industry all the time, right? And we not only stay comfortable in our own industry, we constantly expand. Right now, we are in telecom, satellite, infrastructure, data center, as well as crypto exchange. So I think that the CEO, with his visions, we always look for new opportunities, right? But at the same time, always strengthen our core and actively manage risk.
Actively disrupting ourselves. Yep, that's a key message. Kun Pramod krap.
Okay,
well-being,
so,
yes.
Well-being. So we're in wellness industry. Maybe I just want to give a few minutes of introduction to our brand.
Sure.
Maybe just bring up the slide. Just a few slides, and then we can. Basically, we have a dream, basically, to really grow the Thai brand Panpuri to global level. And in the past many years, right, we have been disrupted by a few incidents, like being politically crisis, political crisis in Thailand. The last crisis was COVID, and we have been transforming a lot over the past few years. And now the geopolitical crisis, being the trade war and all those things, right? So we have been kind of prepare ourselves to diversify our industry into being a customer group. We were relying so much on tourism, and you know that in the past few years, there was no big tourism coming to Thailand, right? It just recovered last year, and now it's get disrupted again with all the issues of border scam and everything, right? So we were prepared to kind of handling different crisis as well as the diversifying our customer and market portfolio, right? So we wanted to, ensure that we empower our customer wellness journey, and our vision is to be, the global leading luxury wellness brand from body, mind, and soul. So this is kind of a beauty movement. So if you have heard, right, the T-beauty movement is coming from, Thailand right now, and this is after, the J-beauty and the K-beauty. So we wanted to be the future movement. Now, if the industry like us is high-touch kind of business, so we need to maybe now the time to go abroad. So diversifying into different markets. So last year we get into Hong Kong, and this year we're getting into Singapore in the next few months. And now we have a partner in Japan. Kose is going to take us to Japan in a big way, right? So that's how we kind of prepare to diversify. And after COVID, people see wellness differently, right? So it's not just a luxury anymore. It's part of everyday's consumer's life. So I would like to kind of introduce a little bit of how we kind of diversifying today to kind of offset the risk from VUCA, right? If you will, yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep. So that's the introduction for each industry. We also have some industry-specific questions to ask each panelist as well. But before that, since we are in the age of AI, and it's affecting, across the industries. So maybe for this round, I'd like to hear from each and everyone. How is AI transforming your organization, and how is it being implemented, and the whole industry, how is it reacting to the impact of artificial intelligence? Matthew?
Sure. I think in the banking industry, I would say we're still assessing where we're implementing it. The obvious areas are, there's a big chunk of that middle management and processing side of the organization where that AI will be used in, whether that be processing trade documents, reviewing trade documents for discrepancies, through to credit assessment and assessing non-financial risk, where that was a very people-based, very labor-intensive process within the banks, where we see opportunities to introduce AI. In terms of having the models set up, in terms of actually putting them in place, that's still ongoing, and that's yet to come. But you can see the number of change that will be substantial. Not to draw some comparisons, but for those who can't pick my accent, but in Australia, we've seen a number of jobs being cut across the Australian banks this week. And I know that some of the changes there will be about adopting AI into the banking industry. So still a little bit wait and see, still assessing, but we know the areas that we're looking to introduce AI and in the years to come.
Yes, Luca?
Yeah, I would echo Matthew on the take that AI has been also utilized for as much, as far as we are concerned with financial advisory as well. Because in China, for example, we advise the public sector as well on public spending. We are one certified advisor to the Ministry of Finance, Public Debt Management Office. And it's useful to adopt all the latest technologies, including AI, when assessing risks. So, for example, for capital projects, infrastructure, most of which are developed under public-private partnerships, including in Thailand, but it's a worldwide trend. This is particularly useful. So in the past few years, I think AI was mostly used also to as a way to, let's say, gauge risk, but now it's becoming more predictive. So we see that in legal services, in compliance, it's widely used to prevent risks rather than hedging them when they happen. An example is we have a partner with a technology company, it's a worldwide technology company that has built a compliance software for our firms. It's a proprietary platform whereby we can monitor risks also, for example, in PDPA. So personal data, private data protection. So there are actually AI tools which are used, but I would say, and I cannot stress this enough, this is a human-led governance framework. So again, you need humans, you need knowledgeable professionals that can use the platform, that can use the technology, that come up with the idea, because again, AI must be a tool, must be the so-called co-pilot, but you need a human thought leadership to action AI. So again, we spoke about sanctions earlier. So AI is also used in terms of compliance, specifically ESG compliance. We have probably some Europeans here in the audience. You may have, for example, read that Germany promulgated the Supply Chain Act in 2023, which has prompted the European Union to adopt a directive. So now most European countries, not most, pardon, all European countries have 2 years to comply with the directive. That means that you're not only responsible for your own actions, but also you have to go a few tiers deep into your supply chain to check whether your suppliers, whether from China, whether from other sanction areas, comply with ESG requirements that are issued by national and supranational bodies. So this is something that we found particularly useful to work on with the help of AI. Again, it doesn't substitute human thought leadership, but it's definitely a great ally to have.
Disrupting oneself before being disrupted by others. So how is AI transforming the operation of Gulf?
I think our interactions with AI are in two fronts, right? One, we are enabler of AI. We have data center business, which house a number of hyperscalers, AI, right? We produce energy efficient data center because, as we all know, AI consume a lot of power, right? So if we can produce data center that are very energy efficient, we can also benefit with the growing industry of AI. On the other front, as a user, right? We've been using AI for the last 3-4 years. In fact, I think we use AI in call center at the telecom arms. We use AI to help our IT development, writing code. We use AI for predictive maintenance for our machineries and power plants. And now we are rolling out AIs into a broader scope, including not only just the operations, but also research and business development. AI could do a research that would typically require an analyst to work for a week in 3 minutes. So it's super efficient, and it allows the user to be far more productive than they were. Yeah.
Okay. I think for us, as we are kind of high-touch business, service business, we actually implemented AI in a way that simplify our back office work. I think that's one hand. So simplifying all the reporting system that the front line needs to do, and they can spend more time talking to human, right, to people, to our customers. So I guess one of our culture is to make a customer happy. And this would allow us to have more time at the front line, right? Simplifying their work and having more time and touches consumers, customers. On the other end, for branding and marketing, right? So we've been using AI for some of the works like copywriting, right? Some of the industry experts say that maybe the first person who loses the job is a copywriter, right? Maybe it's true in some sense because we started to use them to write as Panpuri tone of voice, right? We throw the brand book into the AI and said, okay, now you become Mr. Mrs. Panpuri, and please, help us do all those kind of materials. But of course, we need to kind of fine tune at the end, right? We cannot use AI 100% at this point in time. In the future, maybe, but I guess it's allowing us to be more productive as well as getting sharpened on our objective, right? But more importantly, we cannot lose the high touch that we have for our consumers. So using AI in a way that allow you to be, super efficient, but at the same time, getting to the right objective of your business is a key, right?
So, copywriter is losing job, but then we give birth to the prompt writer instead, right? So, back to Kun Matthew. You're based in Australia, but you are very, very familiar with this region. So, when you look at this region, how are we doing in Thailand in this region when it comes to the ease of doing businesses or the regulations, especially from the financial industry?
Yes, I'm based in Australia, but I spent 12 years based in Singapore. So I know the region quite well and spent a lot of time based in the region. I'm going to come at it from a little bit of a different tact in two different ways. So first of all, what we have seen in the last 5 years, and listening to the speakers before, is the emergence of infrastructure as one of our key components of I'm going to say trade finance, but we have a very broad definition of what we do in trade finance. And the emergence of the corridors that we've seen within those trade finance flows. And the major flows that we see are definitely from those North Asia countries of Japan, Korea, China, in terms of either providing large pieces of infrastructure products or large FDI flows as well. Now, we might have seen a dip in the last year or two, but definitely large flows in that direction. What I would say is due to either policy or government support, a lot of those flows are going into the other developed markets, whether that be Australia or places like Indonesia, which have a very clear and coordinated, I would say, government policy around infrastructure. So for our perspective, the largest infrastructure flows have been from those more developed markets into other developed markets. And if I'm looking at Southeast Asia, I see Indonesia being very coordinated in their policy and very large projects going on there, whether that be around gas, whether that be around some of the renewables as well. So I would encourage a coordinated government and industry approach into infrastructure would be the first thing. The next thing around trade finance, general trade flow of goods and services. Trade is a very complex thing that's been built up over hundreds of years. You've got documents, sitting behind trade finance is what's called UCP 600, which is a very complex rules and regulations. And removing complexity obviously goes towards lots of conversations about digitization there as well. And how you make that flow of goods and services more efficient going forward is again adoption of a digitization process. And lots of forums like this look towards banks to solve that complexity. But in fact, sitting behind the every trade is something like 33 different trade documents. Is sitting behind that is a complex web of regulations, and the means and mechanisms to actually solve that complexity doesn't necessarily sit with the banks. What we're now learning is actually the rules and regulations. you have to come up with a government policy around digitization of trade documents at the end of the day. There's 33 different documents. None of them are digitized except for some of the bank documents as well. And there's there's departments or bodies such as ICC and ADB, which are now trying to solve this as well, and then work with governments in order to adopt regulations. I think so far, again, only some of the developed nations, notably the United Kingdom, have actually introduced rules and regulations that would actually digitize those documents. So what I would encourage is to engage with those multilateral bodies, the ADBs, the ICCs. They're all doing very, very good work around this topic, and look towards the adoption of global universal policies around digitization of trade documents, which will then oil the wheels of the trade machine globally.
Mm-hmm. And the emergence of non-banking institutions as well as the alternative, how is it reshaping the industry, and also how is this reciprocal tariff and the trade war reshaping the banking industry?
Well, it depends on where you're talking about, MBFIs. So if you're talking about, there was a number of MBFIs that thought they could digitize trade finance. Now, most of those have failed, except for a very few that just handle a couple of documents. And it goes back to the key reason that I raised, which is the issue isn't about the technology. The technology exists to digitize trade finance. The issue is the complexity in regulations and harmonizing those across a complex world. And so the actual technology itself exists. And that's, I suppose, the frustration that people can see the technology exists. What's lacking is the adoption. Like I said, there's actually 30 to 40 documents involved in any trade flow. And in fact, none of them are universally digitized at this point in time. And it needs a coordinated global government approach. So, yes, that's what's in. What was the second part to your question? Sorry.
The emergence of the non-bank as the alternative.
So I don't think that generally in the trade flows that hasn't worked. If you're talking about non-banking financial institutions as an alternative just for lending type products, I think that's each market is very, very different, and each market does have non-banking financial institutions as an alternative. We see in every market, whether it be consumer finance-led across India, where we've got an emerging consumer finance trend. Many of those are our customers as well, so we work hand in hand with them, so it's not necessarily a competition. They actually fulfill a portion of the market that international banks such as ourselves can't perform. So often they become customers of ours as opposed to competitors. So we tend to, and then sometimes non-banking financial institutions are able to provide a service that banks may not be able to provide in certain areas, whether that be supply chain financing, where that's become such a commoditized product that the non-banking financial institutions are actually able to become customers of ours at the end of the day. So look, if we're talking about trade documents, I don't think the technology exists, but because of the lack of regulations, they haven't been able to replace necessarily banks or actually solve that. If they're in other sectors such as consumer finance, they've become customers of ours. And in some areas like supply chain financing, they're actually helping commoditize and reduce the unit cost of production on that side, and then become a service provider or a vendor of ours. So impacting all parts of our business, not necessarily competition. It's often customers or vendors of the banks as well.
Yep. Luca, what's your advice to your clients, when it comes to managing this volatility, especially the looming trade war, which seems to be never ending and unpredictable. It changes on a daily basis sometimes. So how do you recommend, or how do you advise the businesses?
Well, I know, again, when it comes to volatility, you cannot avoid it. You just need to be ready for it. So as I said before, build an aircraft that can fly straight in the crosswinds. This is, which means plan for contingencies. And actually, what again, what Matthew said resonates with me because we also give not only legal advice, but also trade finance advice. I happen to be a member of the International Chamber of Commerce Banking Commission. And as it stands, I'm the only lawyer in Thailand for the Banking Commission. All my colleagues are bankers. And so we assist also companies try to mitigate the risks associated also with market volatility, associated with supply chain risks, associated with a number of other risks that jeopardize the business. Again, from a trade finance standpoint, I couldn't agree more. We work on this digitalization of the rules. Matthew mentioned the rules for documentary credit, uniform rules for demand guarantees. We work also on construction projects that are underpinned by performance bonds, by advanced payment bonds, and what have you. Again, I hope we'll see the day in which also trade documents will be digitalized. This is certainly something that, going back to AI, something that AI is certainly a good tool that could bring about this change, and we hope for a swift implementation. Normally there is some resistance on the public sector side, so governments normally tend to adopt change with reluctance in some instances. But again, from purely a consulting standpoint, when say companies engage in cross-border trade in especially volatile market conditions, our advice, of course, is governance, supply chain compliance, ESG compliance, which now is not only nice to have, but it's mandatory for for companies. Again, there's going to be regulations and laws also from the European Union, which are going to mandate ESG compliance. This is poised to happen by 2027. So companies need to be, again, future-proof, it's a term that's been used, agile, ready to adapt, and of course being able to comply with not only laws and regulations in the country in which they're doing business. Most of our clients are multinational, so they will have related entities in multiple jurisdictions, so there's cross-border compliance, transfer pricing, tax planning considerations they need to do. So again, the advice is be ready to withstand the storm, be ready to be to comply and to with regulations, of course, and be ready to adapt to change.
And given all these external threats, and you're operating from Thailand, Luca, how competitive is Thailand when it comes to dealing with all these external threats? Are we still a lucrative place to invest for foreigners?
Well, I'm obviously biased. I've been living here for a couple of decades. So, of course, clearly, I see Thailand with positive eyes. Been thriving myself here. I've had many clients from different continents. Clients from North America, some from South America, Europe, Asia Pacific. They've been doing business here very profitably for many, many years. So I would say the answer to that question is yes. Also, again, Matthew mentioned infrastructure investment. There's been an attempt if I recall correctly, in 2014 to harmonize laws in ASEAN, in all countries. It was a NAPITO convention on PPPs. Again, there's a long way to go before this can happen. In Thailand, we had the PPP law, which was upgraded in 2019. There was a fast-track legislation by the then Ministry of Transport. So again, I would see Thailand as definitely as a very attractive country to do business. Many of our clients have contended that there are other countries that are definitely more competitive from a labor standpoint. Thailand is becoming more expensive. Cost of labor is becoming more expensive. Vietnam is a contender in that arena because the cost of labor and I think eagerness to be more competitive are factors that attract foreign capital as well. But the supply chain is not as developed as in Thailand. So I would say that there's always room for improvement. What we see is that one of the major deterrents is the legal uncertainty. And although Thailand has always spearheaded with an FDI-friendly legal environment, see, for example, BOI that allows foreigners to own companies, to do business. If I recall correctly, in the past decade, almost 88% of infrastructure or of BOI-approved projects were foreign investment. However, there's also the question mark of regulatory certainty. So, for example, one of the deterrents that we have seen in the capital project space is rule of law. For example, application of international arbitration, which is not the case in Thailand. So you would have Thai laws governing contracts between the public sector and the contracting authority. You may have international laws, for example, the law of England and Wales governing subcontractors' relationships, operations and maintenance, and so on, and what have you. But this is one of the main concerns. The second is the limitations to foreign investment. For example, as you know, the Foreign Business Act, which limits foreign ownership of businesses. For example, in the capital projects and infrastructure, in our practice, we advise foreign companies to invest in Thailand. Would have to have more of those, of course. That this would raise the competitiveness. When you have more competitors, then of course the market standards need to rise, and also the output. Roads, railways, infrastructure in general, social infrastructure, economic infrastructure. But again, bidding for projects for international companies is not always easy. They need to have a local presence. So there are many, I would say, points that could be raised at a government level. Many advocacy bodies have done it. But again, in general, I think my view needs to be, and it's bound to be positive, because again, with the uncertainty that is widespread worldwide, I would say ASEAN as a safe haven for investment. Many companies have thought so and have invested not only in Thailand but in other ASEAN countries. Let's remember, this is the third largest demographic consumer market in the world after China and India. Talking about ASEAN. So again, my outlook is certainly positive. Of course, we've been having our uncertainties, or domestic uncertainties as well as border tensions. But definitely, there's room for improvement. I hope that happens within the next few years.
Thank you, Luca. Moving now to the energy sector, we have carbon neutrality coming up in 2050, and we also have some short-term needs for the energy stability as well. So how is Gulf managing the short-term needs and the long-term sustainability? And also, how are you planning to take Thailand through this transitional period of reaching carbon neutrality in 2050? Khun Smith.
I think as a country, there was a question, are we ready for low carbon, right? I think the country should move towards lower carbon, but at what speed, right? We should go in line with our peers, because if we're moving too fast, okay, carbon neutralities or lower carbon come with a cost, right? If we were to install carbon capture, renewable energies, right, they are costly, right? And of course, economic come into play when you look at the whole equation. So when the country need to compete with other country as well in terms of export, investment, and so on and so forth. If we are too green, right, we could be more costly, right? And therefore, the right pace is to move along with our peers, right? In fact, as a starting point, I think in the earlier sessions, there was mentioning that our electricity generation in Thailand are relatively greener than our peers. For example, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Vietnam use a lot of coal in their electricity generation, as much as 50 to 60% of the total electricity generation. Thailand coal account for merely 10%, while natural gas account for 60%, and the remainings are renewable. So our starting point is quite green, right? But at the same time, we need to ensure that the energy costs that our industries are using are competitive. So I think the transition to lower carbon need to be at the right pace, right? If we overdone it or do it too quickly, it would make the country lose our competitive advantage.
Thank you, Krap. คุณปราโมทครับ taking Thai brand to the world, with this uncertainties, with this
Right.
trade war, with this uncertainties that we're dealing with.
Definitely.
How are you revising your strategy?
Okay.
And what is the perception of consumers
Right.
when it comes to premium Thai brand?
Okay. I think we have gone a long way since we started in 2003. So it's been 23 years in our business, and we've been pioneering in the wellness and health kind of well-being of consumers. And I think it's taking time because convincing a global consumer to say, hey, we are from Thailand, even Thai ourselves, right? Sometimes we have a doubt about the quality of Thai products ourselves. So I think this is the time that things has started to turn into our favor. I think one of the reasons why this is happening is because people are seeking for authenticity of the brand. Right? If you go back to the root, and I've been talking to many investors, I think they have been talking about if they were to invest in Thailand, right? They said, okay, first is wellness and beauty. F&B, which is, Thai food is very famous. It's everywhere, right? Across the world. And the third piece is real estate linked to those two, first two, right? So you're saying people started to see importance of Thai, being Thai, and Thai brand has started to come out, right? You see a lot of beauty brands nowadays competing on the same level as international brand. Some of the brands, they're selling online, actually surpass the share of those international brands. Right? You see a lot of Thai adapting to global playing field, and of course we are one of them trying to compete. I think if we talking about the plan, right? So first, I think we need to translate our consumer needs globally into our strategy. So we cannot kind of bring Thai-ness as is. So it's a modern interpretation of being Thai, right? So for us, it's retail, it's fragrance, it's beauty, right? So we need to translate those Thai-ness in a different way, in the international accepted way, right? So being artisanal craftsmanship that we have in the brand, being sensorial, being high touch, and those are the elements that we are different, right? So a lot of brands or international conglomerates actually have asked us, how do you being retail product oriented at the same time you have spa and services oriented. So these are like two extreme kind of spectrum, right? So product is very easy to scale up, right? So when we expand, we lead with products because you can scale up fast. On the other hand, service is difficult to expand, so it's more of a complementary to the brand experience. So bring brand experience overseas is something is quite a challenging task, and that's what we're trying to do, right? Bringing Panpuri brand to the global stage. It takes time. It takes time to convince people, but now it's easier than before, right? So in the past, when I joined the company 6-7 years ago, right? I'm trying to sell Panpuri to a shopping mall in Singapore, for example. They probably have a question about, oh, really? Right? I'm reading between the lines. They've been nice and everything, but not saying no meaning yes, right? But now I've been receiving calls and emails, cold emails, right? Cold calls from many shopping malls, and that's how kind of you're doing your brand here and present this to the world, right? It's being easier than you try to sell, right? So ensure that you transform in Panpuri, we transform products, we transform our communication, and we transform our stores. So if you go to our stores, Actually, next door, we have a store here, but it's not yet open. Next time when you come back and you can visit our store. Each of the stores looks different, but it doesn't mean it is totally different concept, right? So we still maintain Panpuri level of the brand experience, but at the same time, as reason why people have to come to our store, right? So each of the store looks different. We have different experiences, and that's how you differentiate yourself from any other competitors, right? From, let's say, from different nationalities or different countries. So fighting on the cost alone is going to be a bloodbath, right? Because you cannot compete with a low-cost country, right? In many countries, you know, right? I don't need to mention the name. But if you were now competing on the brand level, you compete on experience and value, intrinsic value that the brand has to offer beyond cost, beyond money. And that's how we try to compete with, and take the Thai brand to the next level.
The key takeaway is how to make Thainess universal. So that
Exactly.
that's very interesting. And
Exactly.
if you have time, we'll dig into that. But we only got 15 minutes left, so I will go to the questions that I have received from the floor. So the question that has got the highest votes are, how can Thailand get ready for the low carbon country? Maybe Kun Smith has already briefly touched on that as well. Anything else you'd like to elaborate on that? How can Thailand get ready for the low carbon country?
I think it's not just the energy sector. In fact, the fast adoption of electric vehicles right now, if you travel around in Bangkok, you see a lot of EVs, right? Whether they're Chinese, Japanese, or Americans, right? EV itself is 4 times more efficient than the old internal combustion engine, right? And it emits far less carbon, right? Because even if the power plant do emit some carbon, right, but it's far less than internal combustion engine that consume either diesel or gasoline fuel. So in that transition, I think we're on the right path. And because the electricity price in Thailand is significantly cheaper than petrol or gasoline, right? So for 1 kilometer's distance travel, to use EVs is 1/4 of the price, right? So you see fast adoption, and therefore we, on the transportation segment, we're on the right path. On the energy segment, the country led by the Ministry of Energy has introduced in the PDP or Power Development Plan, more and more renewable energy. So power plants or the traditional or conventional power plants are now standing more as a backup power as the country moves to more renewable. So I think we're on the right path. But what I would like to emphasize is that we should not move too fast, because then the cost of energy would be too expensive, and therefore we'll lose competitiveness.
Okay, thank you. This question, will conglomeration of China, Russia, India, and North Korea be further affected to Southeast ASEAN trade and development? Who would like to respond to this? Will conglomeration of China, Russia, India, and North Korea be further affected to Southeast ASEAN trade and development?
Look, I'll have a first go. I think there's obviously and we heard it from the speakers this morning as well, there's obviously a number of other grouping of countries that Southeast Asia is centered at the middle of. ASEAN is a powerful bloc by itself, and I think these other, whether they're more politically motivated or trade motivated at the end of the day, but from a trade perspective, Thailand's in one of the most largest blocs in the world, one of the most powerful blocs, emerging blocs as well. It has formed closer association with whether it be Australia, New Zealand, and other markets. So I don't, if you're talking geopolitically, I think that sounds more like a more geopolitical bloc. From a trading bloc, you're in one of the most powerful blocs already. So I don't see that that we're maybe associating two different things here. One is geopolitics, and the other one's trade.
Thank you.
If I may,
yeah, sure,
just
Luca.
chime in a little. I think I would go back to what Khun Kitida said earlier, that the 4 blocks, and I think it was very insightful, that it's important to know that Thailand, most of ASEAN, but probably Thailand is at the forefront of keeping a neutral stance, which definitely helps. So while Thailand has been, of course, historically tied with China, has also done business with the US, I think that the position there's always kept is that of neutrality. Of course, when there are sanctions, when there is market volatility, it's always good to be prepared. And from my standpoint, I would say the legal foresight is what companies should always be mindful of, being able to prevent problems before they arise. And again, there's a shift in global trade. For example, without making names, but we have clients that they were affected by sanctions, but they used to have a relationship with countries, for example, European Union, that has issued sanctions against even our neighbors, against Myanmar in the past few years. So this has brought about the reconfiguration of trade routes and the way the companies do business. So in my view, might be a minority, but sanctions were not very effective to begin with. Again, there are ways in which companies can prepare for change, and that is definitely something that they must always be prepared to do, regardless of the volatility.
Thank you. Anybody else like to? Okay, so we move to the next question. I think this next question is asking, how well is Thailand doing in digital economy when compared to ASEAN or maybe the rest of the world? Because this is a trend, everyone is talking about digital economy, but where are we when compared to other countries? Anybody? Yes, please, Khun Smith.
Okay, I think digital economy, there are 2 sides, right? On one side, I would say digital payment. I think we have one of the highest adoptions of digital payment. In fact, you can walk to wet market and try to buy 10 baht snack or roughly 25 US cent. You can pay in digital payments. Like everywhere, even the grannies can use e-wallet to pay at the street vending machine. So I think on the digital payment, we're very advanced. On the other side, which is the platform to which you shop, right? Well, in fact, we also have very high online shopping rate compared to other ASEAN countries. But unfortunately, the platform of which all the goods and services are sold are not Thai, right? They are either Chinese or foreigners, right? So a good proportion of the profitabilities are being taken out from these digital services, right? In fact, if you look at the country balance of payment, right? You notice that despite the fact that we gain on trade or trade surplus, we lose a lot on the service, right? Although we make money from tourism, which is more tangible service, but in fact the country lose roughly $3 billion a month on digital service alone, right? So I think we're quite behind on this side, right? The digital platform ownership. The country should develop some of the domestic or homegrown digital platform to compete with the foreign platform. Yeah.
But I've been hearing this, and we've been talking about this for years now, but there seems to be barrier to entry, right? I mean, how do we address those barriers to entry?
I think we need government to incubate these platforms. They could start with something where it's close to their heart, like tourism, for example. In fact, all the hotel bookings now done through foreign platform, right? If Thai government can incubate or provide some tax incentive for the platform owner to develop a domestic platform, I think that would at least keep some value in the economy.
Mm-hmm. So there are still room for us to develop, right? I mean, there are still hopes. The next question, The audience is in the export business and suffering from the currency exchange. I think this question is for Matthew. US dollar, Thai baht. What would you recommend if not hedging? Are there any other ways to deal with this currency exchange?
I suppose a perennial question across all the markets, and especially we talked about the US weaponizing their currency, which is probably what we've seen over the last 6 months. So that's not just Thailand; it's across the whole of Asia Pacific. So many currencies. From India, China's a different story. They have a bit more control over their currency, whereby currencies are down somewhere between 7 to 10% against the US dollar, so weaponizing of the US dollar. The trend that we've seen is many companies moving their financing to more local currency financing, to bringing, not using the US dollar as much, trying to transact in within Asia Pacific in either CNH or CNY or for that matter, local currencies to reduce not going through US dollars, which can be removing that currency conversion, and then having to pass as much as possible onto the end consumer, which is, or for that matter, their buyers offshore. And then planning, risk management at the end of the day, and planning ahead and hedging. So I think those first steps, what we've seen is more local currency financing, more financing being done not through US dollars, which goes to some of the trends that we heard earlier, and then hedging forward as well, the trends that we've seen.
Mm-hmm. Since we're talking about the currency exchanges, so where do you see the interest rates heading, the direction?
Definitely down. That seems to be the case. And look, I think we got some indicators last night about inflation in the US being a little bit lower than maybe expectations. So I'm not the interest rate expert in the organisation, but definitely therefore that seems to be solidifying that the Fed will cut. And whether that's 2 cuts or 3 cuts this year is more the debate, not whether they will, but how many this year, then how many next year. And in most currencies, whether they're actually pegged or sort of notionally pegged to the US dollar, we'll see most currencies in Asia Pacific and Southeast Asia somewhat heading down as well in terms of interest rates. And that's just a general comment. Mm-hmm. So that should bring relief across the region. I think most of the central banks in Southeast Asia have multiple objectives and different objectives. Some of them are linked to in controlling inflation, but some of them are also linked to supporting the economy as well. Mm-hmm. So I think it depends on a general economic outlook. So definitely US rates heading down. Euro probably somewhat more stable is our view, whether that's 2 or 3 cuts, and then many currencies in this part of the world are pegged to the US dollar. That's a general view, not a Deutsche Bank view. I'd have to bring the economist out for that.
Of course. Thank you. I don't have time for the rest of the questions. We thank you for all the questions that came in, and we appreciate it because I only have 4 minutes left. So in closing, maybe you can take 1 minute each to maybe some recommendations or something that we haven't covered that you still like to share with the audience in closing when it comes to dealing, or what should be in the trade book in order to have the sustainability and stability. Kun Pramod Rap.
Okay, I'm trying to combine what's not answered here as well and related to the small businesses and branding. I guess maybe similar to Kun Smith saying about probably we need a platform or an incubator that's supported by the government to ensure that the small brands, small businesses can flourish in this type of economy, right? It's uncertainty. We probably need something that as a basic to help them grow and springboard faster. For example, like a common platform on accounting, common platform on certain things that it should not be taking time for small business, and promote creativity. Because when you don't have money, we use creativity, right? That's the smartest way of surviving in the past, right? Panpuri also included. We try to be, not using money and try to use our creativity brain And if we have that kind of a platform and forum, it's gonna help you kind of survive. And we probably need to play our game, right? In Panpuri, we are trying to play a small players game, right? If the big guy is doing something, we don't do that. Because at best, you're gonna be equally same as them or worse, right? So we have to find a way to make people recognize because you're small and you have to be different. I think that's probably my last word. If we are small, if you are small. Yes.
Thank you, Krab.
Thank you.
Any words of wisdom from Kun Smith?
I think we love stability, but we live in the uncertainty world or volatile world. So see volatilities as opportunities, right? Because some of the best investment we made happened when it was very volatile. For example, we invested in InTouch, which is now merged into part of Gulf, and which is an entity that owns the largest mobile operator in the countries. We invested during COVID when the set index was at 900. So it was one of the best investments. So have courage when other people are fearful. Yeah.
Thank you. Luca.
I definitely echo the sentiment. We had quite a few success stories during COVID, companies that were courageous. They invested, they underwent mergers and acquisitions very successfully. So I would say that, as I said earlier, being agile is no longer a nice to have, it's a requirement for companies. So I would say focus on your core business or what is profitable, outsource the rest, standardize as much as you can. AI now is helpful in that regard. But be mindful of your basic practices, legal, tax, compliance, because if people say that the cost of compliance can be quite high, but the cost of non-compliance is definitely higher.
Matthew.
Sure. I think said by many of the panelists already, but you're sitting at a very important point in the world, and not just a point in time, but a sort of physical location. There's a lot of growth potential and opportunity here, but have confidence at this point in time in your own potential, have confidence in your own direction. That would be my first point. The second point would be, and we touched on this a lot today as well, is provide confidence to the rest of the world in terms of your regulations, your direction, and your controls, whether that be, I talked about trade finance and infrastructure, but having government policies and procedures and rules of law, which we touched on as well, will provide the confidence for others to invest into the future as well.
Thank you. Wow. We use 60 minutes sharp. Well, I'm an economist, and the first line that we hear from the class is how to manage the resources, the limited resources to the maximum. So I have 60 minutes and I manage them well. So 60 minutes gone. Thank you so much for all your input to the topic of stability in the volatile world. And now a big round of applause to Matthew, Luca, Kun Smith, and Kun Pramod. And I'm passing the microphone back to Thani Cholapansa.
Thank you very much, Kunwarin. And also, once again, thanks to our esteemed speakers for sharing your perspectives with us on how to thrive amidst the volatility. It was an interesting conversation. I hope you enjoyed that. Ladies and gentlemen, before we take a break for lunch, it's now time to reveal the poll results. So without further ado, let's quickly have a look at the poll. What do you think is the primary factor creating uncertainty and impacting global trade? Well, a couple of things are on your mind, with the topmost that resonates with you is geopolitical tensions. And then we have trade tariff escalation, which is on the radar as well, and global economic volatility and financial instability. So those are the data, the statistics. Thank you very much for participating. We have another live poll coming up, but in the afternoon. For now, let's take a lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. We will be having lunch on the second floor in halls 1 and 2. No, actually, it's on the second and third floor. The halls on the second and third floor. May I correct myself? So do enjoy lunch, and please come back for the next session in the afternoon, which will begin at 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. And on your way out, as you exit, don't forget to collect the lunch coupons as well. So for now, do enjoy and use this opportunity to have a look at the exhibition. The partners have come to showcase their work. And of course, after that, we will be joined by all of you again for a number of topics later in the day. See you then. ขอบคุณค่ะ
In an increasingly globalized and dynamic economic landscape, the importance of collaboration and knowledge exchange has never been more pronounced. This is where the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, steps in, serving as a pivotal platform for fostering partnerships and sharing expertise regarding trade and development.
ITD was founded after a landmark resolution at the 10th United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Since starting on May 1st, 2002, ITD has been all about bringing people together and building international understanding while empowering individuals along the way.
Operating under the auspices of the Ministry of Commerce, the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, collaborates seamlessly with both domestic and international partners, embodying a strong commitment to shared progress. Vision: to be a leading knowledge management organization for the betterment of international trade and development in Southeast Asia. Missions: 1. To enhance the capacity building efforts of developing countries at both regional and sub-regional levels in collaboratively constituting economic policies and legal measures. 2. To organize training sessions and conduct research that links international trade and development with globalization to advance human resource capabilities at both regional and sub-regional levels. 3. To support and enhance regional economic integration through the exchange of experiences and knowledge. 4. To serve as a dedicated training and activity center in collaboration with UNCTAD and other international organizations that focus on trade and development. ITD sharpens individual skills and fosters groundbreaking academic research regarding trade and development to confront today's complex challenges and shape a brighter future. ITD's vision also transcends borders. We strive to create a world where economic growth is harmonized with social progress, good governance, and environmental stewardship. This approach ensures that development benefits everyone while protecting our planet for future generations. ITD stands ready to empower, educate, and elevate individuals and societies. Join us in shaping a more just and sustainable future for trade and development.
The world of trade is in unprecedented turmoil. Tariff tensions, US tariffs reshaping global markets, production bases relocating overnight, and AI transforming every industry at breakneck speed. Southeast Asia stands at a crossroads. Will we be victims of disruption or architects of opportunity? ITD's Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025. Reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity. Southeast Asia's most influential minds will converge to chart our region's future in this new reality. This isn't just another conference. It's where policy meets practice, where theory meets reality. Leading the dialogue. Industry titans sharing real-world strategies, Deutsche Bank's trade finance expertise, Gulf Development's infrastructure vision, Mahanakorn Partners' investment insights, and Panpuri's luxury brand global success. Learn how they're turning volatility into victory. Multinational corporations revealing their playbooks, Delta Electronics on technological adaptation, SCG Chemicals on green transformation, international chambers on navigating new trade rules. And the little giants, our region's rising stars, from Indonesia's creative media revolution to Thailand's dual powerhouse, Ascend Money's fintech dominance and Moreloop's circular economy innovation, from Vietnam's Asian hub connecting ASEAN businesses to Myanmar's edtech transformation. These visionary entrepreneurs prove that in chaos lies opportunity. But here's what makes this forum revolutionary. You won't just listen, you'll participate. Through cutting-edge interactive technology, you'll become an active citizen. Vote on policy recommendations in real time. Connect instantly with regional partners through our digital platform. Your voice will directly influence trade strategies that shape our region's future. This is democracy meets technology, meets trade policy. The stakes couldn't be higher. With global FDI declining, but surging in green tech and AI, Southeast Asia must act now. This forum will reveal how to navigate the new US trade policies, leverage ASEAN's collective strength, transform supply chain vulnerabilities into competitive advantages, unlock financing for sustainable development, build resilience in your business, whether you're an SME or multinational. Your chance to be part of Southeast Asia's economic transformation. Don't just watch the future unfold, help create it. Reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity.
In an increasingly globalized and dynamic economic landscape, the importance of collaboration and knowledge exchange has never been more pronounced. This is where the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, steps in, serving as a pivotal platform for fostering partnerships and sharing expertise regarding trade and development.
ITD was founded after a landmark resolution at the 10th United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Since starting on May 1st, 2002, ITD has been all about bringing people together and building international understanding while empowering individuals along the way.
Operating under the auspices of the Ministry of Commerce, the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, collaborates seamlessly with both domestic and international partners, embodying a strong commitment to shared progress. Vision: to be a leading knowledge management organization for the betterment of international trade and development in Southeast Asia. Missions: 1. To enhance the capacity building efforts of developing countries at both regional and sub-regional levels in collaboratively constituting economic policies and legal measures. 2. To organize training sessions and conduct research that links international trade and development with globalization to advance human resource capabilities at both regional and sub-regional levels. 3. To support and enhance regional economic integration through the exchange of experiences and knowledge. 4. To serve as a dedicated training and activity center in collaboration with UNCTAD and other international organizations that focus on trade and development. ITD sharpens individual skills and fosters groundbreaking academic research regarding trade and development to confront today's complex challenges and shape a brighter future. ITD's vision also transcends borders. We strive to create a world where economic growth is harmonized with social progress, good governance, and environmental stewardship. This approach ensures that development benefits everyone while protecting our planet for future generations. ITD stands ready to empower, educate, and elevate individuals and societies. Join us in shaping a more just and sustainable future for trade and development.
The world of trade is in unprecedented turmoil. Tariff tensions, US tariffs reshaping global markets, production bases relocating overnight, and AI transforming every industry at breakneck speed. Southeast Asia stands at a crossroads. Will we be victims of disruption or architects of opportunity? ITD's Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025. Reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity. Southeast Asia's most influential minds will converge to chart our region's future in this new reality. This isn't just another conference. It's where policy meets practice, where theory meets reality. Leading the dialogue. Industry titans sharing real-world strategies. Deutsche Bank's trade finance expertise, Gulf Development's infrastructure vision, Mahanakorn Partners' investment insights, and Panpuri's luxury brand global success. Learn how they're turning volatility into victory. Multinational corporations revealing their playbooks, Delta Electronics on technological adaptation, SCG Chemicals on green transformation, international chambers on navigating new trade rules. And the little giants, our region's rising stars, from Indonesia's creative media revolution to Thailand's dual powerhouse, Ascend Money's fintech dominance and Moreloop's circular economy innovation, from Vietnam's Asian hub connecting ASEAN businesses to Myanmar's edtech transformation. These visionary entrepreneurs prove that in chaos lies opportunity. But here's what makes this forum revolutionary. You won't just listen, you'll participate. Through cutting-edge interactive technology, you'll become an active citizen. Vote on policy recommendations in real time. Connect instantly with regional partners through our digital platform. Your voice will directly influence trade strategies that shape our region's future. This is democracy meets technology, meets trade policy. The stakes couldn't be higher. With global FDI declining, but surging in green tech and AI, Southeast Asia must act now. This forum will reveal how to navigate the new U.S. trade policies, leverage ASEAN's collective strength, transform supply chain vulnerabilities into competitive advantages, unlock financing for sustainable development, build resilience in your business, whether you're an SM manages, unlock financing for sustainable development, build resilience in your business, whether you're an SME or multinational. Your chance to be part of Southeast Asia's economic transformation. Don't just watch, help create it. Trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity.
In an increasingly globalized and dynamic economic landscape, the importance of collaboration and knowledge exchange has never been more pronounced. This is where the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, steps in, serving as a pivotal platform for fostering partnerships and sharing expertise regarding trade and development.
ITD was founded after a landmark resolution at the 10th United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Since starting on May 1st, 2002, ITD has been all about bringing people together and building international understanding while empowering individuals along the way.
Operating under the auspices of the Ministry of Commerce, the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, collaborates seamlessly with both domestic and international partners, embodying a strong commitment to shared progress. Vision: to be a leading knowledge management organization for the betterment of international trade and development in Southeast Asia. Missions: 1. To enhance the capacity building efforts of developing countries at both regional and sub-regional levels in collaboratively constituting economic policies and legal measures. 2. To organize training sessions and conduct research that links international trade and development with globalization to advance human resource capabilities at both regional and sub-regional levels. 3. To support and enhance regional economic integration through the exchange of experiences and knowledge. 4. To serve as a dedicated training and activity center in collaboration with UNCTAD and other international organizations that focus on trade and development. ITD sharpens individual skills and fosters groundbreaking academic research regarding trade and development to confront today's complex challenges and shape a brighter future. ITD's vision also transcends borders. We strive to create a world where economic growth is harmonized with social progress, good governance, and environmental stewardship. This approach ensures that development benefits everyone while protecting our planet for future generations. ITD stands ready to empower, educate, and elevate individuals and societies. Join us in shaping a more just and sustainable future for trade and development.
The world of trade is in unprecedented turmoil. Tariff tensions, US tariffs reshaping global markets, production bases relocating overnight, and AI transforming every industry at breakneck speed. Southeast Asia stands at a crossroads. Will we be victims of disruption or architects of opportunity? ITD's Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025. Reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity. Southeast Asia's most influential minds will converge to chart our region's future in this new reality. This isn't just another conference. It's where policy meets practice, where theory meets reality. Leading the dialogue. Industry titans sharing real-world strategies, Deutsche Bank's trade finance expertise, Gulf Development's infrastructure vision, Mahanakorn Partners' investment insights, and Panpuri's luxury brand global success. Learn how they're turning volatility into victory. Multinational corporations revealing their playbooks, Delta Electronics on technological adaptation, SCG Chemicals on green transformation, international chambers on navigating new trade rules. And the little giants, our region's rising stars, from Indonesia's creative media revolution to Thailand's dual powerhouse, Ascend Money's fintech dominance and Moreloop's circular economy innovation, from Vietnam's Asian hub connecting ASEAN businesses to Myanmar's edtech transformation. These visionary entrepreneurs prove that in chaos lies opportunity. But here's what makes this forum revolutionary. You won't just listen, you'll participate. Through cutting-edge interactive technology, you'll become an active citizen. Vote on policy recommendations in real time. Connect instantly with regional partners through our digital platform. Your voice will directly influence trade strategies that shape our region's future. This is democracy meets technology, meets trade policy. The stakes couldn't be higher. With global FDI declining, but surging in green tech and AI, Southeast Asia must act now. This forum will reveal how to navigate the new US trade policies, leverage ASEAN's collective strength, transform supply chain vulnerabilities into competitive advantages, unlock financing for sustainable development, build resilience in your business, whether you're an SME or multinational. Your chance to be part of Southeast Asia's economic transformation. Don't just watch the future unfold, help create it. Reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity.
In an increasingly globalized and dynamic economic landscape, the importance of collaboration and knowledge exchange has never been more pronounced. This is where the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, steps in, serving as a pivotal platform for fostering partnerships and sharing expertise regarding trade and development.
ITD was founded after a landmark resolution at the 10th United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Since starting on May 1st, 2002, ITD has been all about bringing people together and building international understanding while empowering individuals along the way.
Operating under the auspices of the Ministry of Commerce, the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, collaborates seamlessly with both domestic and international partners, embodying a strong commitment to shared progress. Vision: to be a leading knowledge management organization for the betterment of international trade and development in Southeast Asia. Missions: 1. To enhance the capacity building efforts of developing countries at both regional and sub-regional levels in collaboratively constituting economic policies and legal measures. 2. To organize training sessions and conduct research that links international trade and development with globalization to advance human resource capabilities at both regional and sub-regional levels. 3. To support and enhance regional economic integration through the exchange of experiences and knowledge. 4. To serve as a dedicated training and activity center in collaboration with UNCTAD and other international organizations that focus on trade and development. ITD sharpens individual skills and fosters groundbreaking academic research regarding trade and development to confront today's complex challenges and shape a brighter future. ITD's vision also transcends borders. We strive to create a world where economic growth is harmonized with social progress, good governance, and environmental stewardship. This approach ensures that development benefits everyone while protecting our planet for future generations. ITD stands ready to empower, educate, and elevate individuals and societies. Join us in shaping a more just and sustainable future for trade and development.
The world of trade is in unprecedented turmoil. Tariff tensions, US tariffs reshaping global markets, production bases relocating overnight, and AI transforming every industry at breakneck speed. Southeast Asia stands at a crossroads. Will we be victims of disruption or architects of opportunity? ITD's Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025. Reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity. Southeast Asia's most influential minds will converge to chart our region's future in this new reality. This isn't just another conference. It's where policy meets practice, where theory meets reality. Leading the dialogue. Industry titans sharing real-world strategies. Deutsche Bank's trade finance expertise, Gulf Development's infrastructure vision, Mahanakorn Partners' investment insights, and Panpuri's luxury brand global success. Learn how they're turning volatility into victory. Multinational corporations revealing their playbooks, Delta Electronics on technological adaptation, SCG Chemicals on green transformation, international chambers on navigating new trade rules. And the little giants, our region's rising stars, from Indonesia's creative media revolution to Thailand's dual powerhouse, Ascend Money's fintech dominance and Moreloop's circular economy innovation, from Vietnam's Asian hub connecting ASEAN businesses to Myanmar's edtech transformation. These visionary entrepreneurs prove that in chaos lies opportunity. But here's what makes this forum revolutionary. You won't just listen, you'll participate. Through cutting-edge interactive technology, you'll become an active citizen. Vote on policy recommendations in real time. Connect instantly with regional partners through our digital platform. Your voice will directly influence trade strategies that shape our region's future. This is democracy meets technology, meets trade policy. The stakes couldn't be higher. With global FDI declining, but surging in green tech and AI, Southeast Asia must act now. This forum will reveal how to navigate the new US trade policies, leverage ASEAN's collective strength, transform supply chain vulnerabilities into competitive advantages, unlock financing for sustainable development, build resilience in your business, whether you're an SME or multinational. Your chance to be part of Southeast Asia's economic transformation. Don't just watch the future unfold, help create it. Reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity.
In an increasingly globalized and dynamic economic landscape, the importance of collaboration and knowledge exchange has never been more pronounced. This is where the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, steps in, serving as a pivotal platform for fostering partnerships and sharing expertise regarding trade and development.
ITD was founded after a landmark resolution at the 10th United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Since starting on May 1st, 2002, ITD has been all about bringing people together and building international understanding while empowering individuals along the way.
Operating under the auspices of the Ministry of Commerce, the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, collaborates seamlessly with both domestic and international partners, embodying a strong commitment to shared progress. Vision: to be a leading knowledge management organization for the betterment of international trade and development in Southeast Asia. Missions: 1. To enhance the capacity building efforts of developing countries at both regional and sub-regional levels in collaboratively constituting economic policies and legal measures. 2. To organize training sessions and conduct research that links international trade and development with globalization to advance human resource capabilities at both regional and sub-regional development with globalization to advance human resource capabilities at both regional and sub-regional levels. 3. To support and enhance regional economic integration through the exchange of experiences and knowledge. 4. To serve as a dedicated training and activity center in collaboration with UNCTAD and other international organizations that focus on trade and development. ITD sharpens individual skills and fosters groundbreaking academic research regarding trade and development to confront today's complex challenges and shape a brighter future. ITD's vision also transcends borders. We strive to create a world where economic growth is harmonized with social progress, good governance, and environmental stewardship. This approach ensures that development benefits everyone while protecting our planet for future generations. ITD stands ready to empower, educate, and elevate individuals and societies. Join us in shaping a more just and sustainable future for trade and development. Protecting our planet for future generations.
Reality. Leading the dialogue. Leading the dialogue. Industry titans sharing real-world strategies, Deutsche Bank's trade finance expertise, Gulf Development's infrastructure vision, Mahanakorn Partners' investment insights, and Panpuri's luxury brand global success. Learn how they're turning volatility into victory. Multinational corporations revealing their playbooks, Delta Electronics on technological adaptation, SCG Chemicals on green transformation, international chambers on navigating new trade rules. And the little giants, our region's rising stars, from Indonesia's creative media revolution to Thailand's dual powerhouse, Ascend Money's fintech dominance and more loops circular economy innovation. From Vietnam's Asian hub connecting ASEAN businesses to Myanmar's edtech transformation. These visionary entrepreneurs prove that in chaos lies opportunity. But here's what makes this forum revolutionary. You won't just listen, you'll participate. Through cutting-edge interactive technology, you'll become an active citizen. Vote on policy recommendations in real time. Connect instantly with regional partners through our digital platform. Your voice will directly influence trade strategies that shape our region's future. This is democracy meets technology, meets trade policy. The stakes couldn't be higher. With global FDI declining, but surging in green tech and AI, Southeast Asia must act now. This forum will reveal how to navigate the new U.S. trade policies, leverage ASEAN's collective strength, transform supply chain vulnerabilities into competitive advantages, unlock financing for sustainable development, build resilience in your business, whether you're an SME or multinational. Your chance to be part of Southeast Asia's economic transformation. Don't just watch the future unfold, help create it. Reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity.
In an increasingly globalized and dynamic economic landscape, the importance of collaboration and knowledge exchange has never been more pronounced. This is where the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, steps in, serving as a pivotal platform for fostering partnerships and sharing expertise regarding trade and development.
ITD was founded after a landmark resolution at the 10th United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Since starting on May 1st, 2002, ITD has been all about bringing people together and building international understanding while empowering individuals along the way.
Operating under the auspices of the Ministry of Commerce, the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, collaborates seamlessly with both domestic and international partners, embodying a strong commitment to shared progress. Vision: to be a leading knowledge management organization for the betterment of international trade and development in Southeast Asia. Missions: 1. To enhance the capacity building efforts of developing countries at both regional and sub-regional levels in collaboratively constituting economic policies and legal measures. 2. To organize training sessions and conduct research that links international trade and development with globalization to advance human resource capabilities at both regional and sub-regional levels. 3. To support and enhance regional economic integration through the exchange of experiences and knowledge. 4. to serve as a dedicated training and activity center in collaboration with UNCTAD and other international organizations that focus on trade and development. ITD sharpens individual skills and fosters groundbreaking academic research regarding trade and development to confront today's complex challenges and shape a brighter future. ITD's vision also transcends borders. We strive to create a world where economic growth is harmonized with social progress, good governance, and environmental stewardship. This approach ensures that development benefits everyone while protecting our planet for future generations. ITD stands ready to empower, educate, and elevate individuals and societies. Join us in shaping a more just and sustainable future for trade and development.
The world of trade is in unprecedented turmoil. Tariff tensions, US tariffs reshaping global markets, production bases relocating overnight, and AI transforming every industry at breakneck speed. Southeast Asia stands at a crossroads. Will we be victims of disruption or architects of opportunity? ITD's Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025. Reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity. Southeast Asia's most influential minds will converge to chart our region's future in this new reality. This isn't just another conference. It's where policy meets practice, where theory meets reality. Leading the dialogue. Industry titans sharing real-world strategies, Deutsche Bank's trade finance expertise, Gulf Development's infrastructure vision, Mahanakorn Partners' investment insights, and Panpuri's luxury brand global success. Learn how they're turning volatility into victory. Multinational corporations revealing their playbooks, Delta Electronics on technological adaptation, SCG Chemicals on green transformation, international chambers on navigating new trade rules. And the little giants, our region's rising stars, from Indonesia's creative media revolution to Thailand's dual powerhouse, Ascend Money's fintech dominance and Moreloop's circular economy innovation, from Vietnam's Asian hub connecting ASEAN businesses to Myanmar's edtech transformation. These visionary entrepreneurs prove that in chaos lies opportunity. But here's what makes this forum revolutionary. You won't just listen, you'll participate. Through cutting-edge interactive technology, you'll become an active citizen. Vote on policy recommendations in real time. Connect instantly with regional partners through our digital platform. Your voice will directly influence trade strategies that shape our region's future. This is democracy meets technology, meets trade policy. The stakes couldn't be higher. With global FDI declining, but surging in green tech and AI, Southeast Asia must act now. This forum will reveal how to navigate the new US trade policies, leverage ASEAN's collective strength, transform supply chain vulnerabilities into competitive advantages, unlock financing for sustainable development, build resilience in your business, whether you're an SME or multinational. Your chance to be part of Southeast Asia's economic transformation. Don't just watch the future unfold, help create it. Reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity.
In an increasingly globalized and dynamic economic landscape, the importance of collaboration and knowledge exchange has never been more pronounced. This is where the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, steps in, serving as a pivotal platform for fostering partnerships and sharing expertise regarding trade and development.
ITD was founded after a landmark resolution at the 10th United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Since starting on May 1st, 2002, ITD has been all about bringing people together and building international understanding while empowering individuals along the way.
Operating under the auspices of the Ministry of Commerce, the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, collaborates seamlessly with both domestic and international partners, embodying a strong commitment to shared progress. Vision: to be a leading knowledge management organization for the betterment of international trade and development in Southeast Asia. Missions: 1. To enhance the capacity building efforts of developing countries at both regional and sub-regional levels in collaboratively constituting economic policies and legal measures. 2. To organize training sessions and conduct research that links international trade and development with globalization to advance human resource capabilities at both regional and sub-regional levels. 3. To support and enhance regional economic integration through the exchange of experiences and knowledge. 4. To serve as a dedicated training and activity center in collaboration with UNCTAD and other international organizations that focus on trade and development. ITD sharpens individual skills and fosters groundbreaking academic research regarding trade and development to confront today's complex challenges and shape a brighter future. ITD's vision also transcends borders. We strive to create a world where economic growth is harmonized with social progress, good governance, and environmental stewardship. This approach ensures that development benefits everyone while protecting our planet for future generations. ITD stands ready to empower, educate, and elevate individuals and societies. Join us in shaping a more just and sustainable future for trade and development.
The world of trade is in unprecedented turmoil. Tariff tensions, US tariffs reshaping global markets, production bases relocating overnight, and AI transforming every industry at breakneck speed. Southeast Asia stands at a crossroads. Will we be victims of disruption or architects of opportunity? ITD's Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025. Reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity. Southeast Asia's most influential minds will converge to chart our region's future in this new reality. This isn't just another conference. It's where policy meets practice, where theory meets reality. Leading the dialogue. Industry titans sharing real-world strategies. Deutsche Bank's trade finance expertise, Gulf Development's infrastructure vision, Mahanakorn Partners' investment insights, and Panpuri's luxury brand global success. Learn how they're turning volatility into victory. Multinational corporations revealing their playbooks, Delta Electronics on technological adaptation, SCG Chemicals on green transformation, international chambers on navigating new trade rules. And the little giants, our region's rising stars, from Indonesia's creative media revolution to Thailand's dual powerhouse, Ascend Money's fintech dominance and Moreloop's circular economy innovation, from Vietnam's Asian hub connecting ASEAN businesses to Myanmar's edtech transformation. These visionary entrepreneurs prove that in chaos lies opportunity. But here's what makes this forum revolutionary. You won't just listen, you'll participate. Through cutting-edge interactive technology, you'll become an active citizen. Vote on policy recommendations in real time. Connect instantly with regional partners through our digital platform. Your voice will directly influence trade strategies that shape our region's future. This is democracy meets technology, meets trade policy. The stakes couldn't be higher. With global FDI declining, but surging in green tech and AI, Southeast Asia must act now. This forum will reveal how to navigate the new U.S. trade policies, leverage ASEAN's collective strength, transform supply chain vulnerabilities into competitive advantages, unlock financing for sustainable development, build resilience in your business, whether you're an SME or multinational. Your chance to be part of Southeast Asia's economic transformation. Don't just watch the future unfold, help create it. Reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity.
In an increasingly globalized and dynamic economic landscape, the importance of collaboration and knowledge exchange has never been more pronounced. This is where the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, steps in, serving as a pivotal platform for fostering partnerships and sharing expertise regarding trade and development.
ITD was founded after a landmark resolution at the 10th United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Since starting on May 1st, 2002, ITD has been all about bringing people together and building international understanding while empowering individuals along the way.
Operating under the auspices of the Ministry of Commerce, the International Institute for Trade and Development, ITD, collaborates seamlessly with both domestic and international partners, embodying a strong commitment to shared progress. Vision: to be a leading knowledge management organization for the betterment of international trade and development in Southeast Asia. Missions: 1. To enhance the capacity building efforts of developing countries at both regional and sub-regional levels in collaboratively constituting economic policies and legal measures. 2. To organize training sessions and conduct research that links international trade and development with globalization to advance human resource capabilities at both regional and sub-regional levels. 3. To support and enhance regional economic integration through the exchange of experiences and knowledge. 4. To serve as a dedicated training and activity center in collaboration with UNCTAD and other international organizations that focus on trade and development. ITD sharpens individual skills and fosters groundbreaking academic research regarding trade and development to confront today's complex challenges and shape a brighter future. ITD's vision also transcends borders. We strive to create a world where economic growth is harmonized with social progress, good governance, and environmental stewardship. This approach ensures that development benefits everyone while protecting our planet for future generations. ITD stands ready to empower, educate, and elevate individuals and societies. Join us in shaping a more just and sustainable future for trade and development.
The world of trade is in unprecedented turmoil. Tariff tensions, US tariffs reshaping global markets, production bases relocating overnight, and AI transforming every industry at breakneck speed. Southeast Asia stands at a crossroads. Will we be victims of disruption or architects of opportunity? ITD's Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025. Reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity. Southeast Asia's most influential minds will converge to chart our region's future in this new reality. This isn't just another conference. It's where policy meets practice, where theory meets reality. Leading the dialogue. Industry titans sharing real-world strategies. Deutsche Bank's trade finance expertise, Gulf Development's infrastructure vision, Mahanakorn Partners' investment insights, and Panpuri's luxury brand global success. Learn how they're turning volatility into victory. Multinational corporations revealing their playbooks, Delta Electronics on technological adaptation, SCG Chemicals on green transformation, international chambers on navigating new trade rules. And the little giants, our region's rising stars, from Indonesia's creative media revolution to Thailand's dual powerhouse, Ascend Money's fintech dominance and Moreloop's circular economy innovation, from Vietnam's Asian hub connecting ASEAN businesses to Myanmar's edtech transformation. These visionary entrepreneurs prove that in chaos lies opportunity. But here's what makes this forum revolutionary. You won't just listen, you'll participate. Through cutting-edge interactive technology, you'll become an active citizen. Vote on policy recommendations in real time. Connect instantly with regional partners through our digital platform. Your voice will directly influence trade strategies that shape our region's future. This is democracy meets technology, meets trade policy. The stakes couldn't be higher. With global FDI declining, but surging in green tech and AI, Southeast Asia must act now. This forum will reveal how to navigate the new US trade policies, leverage ASEAN's collective strength, transform supply chain vulnerabilities into competitive advantages, unlock financing for sustainable development, build resilience in your business, whether you're an SME or multinational. Your chance to be part of Southeast Asia's economic transformation. Don't just watch the future unfold, help create it. Reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity.
Please scan the code and then join in this question. This question is, what do you believe is the key solution for creating sustainable global trade in this new context? What do you believe is the key solution for creating sustainable global trade in this new context? Once you scan into the system, you'll find a couple of choices and see what resonates with you the most. And we will disclose the results at the end of the final panel discussion later this afternoon. The poll is now open, so please feel free to vote anytime. Beginning our next segment with crucial insights on innovative financing. It's a special dialogue format. We have Mr. Frank Han Shi, who will engage in a conversation with Ms. Melinda Good, World Bank Division Director for Thailand and Myanmar, on financing the future, trade development, and inclusive opportunities. If you're ready, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Ms. Melinda Good and Mr. Frank Han Shi to the stage.
Everyone, welcome back to this session after lunch break, and I think everyone right now is awake. So, Melinda, thank you for this opportunity to talk to you again. The World Bank has been instrumental in shaping Southeast Asia's development trajectory for decades, and today, as we face unprecedented challenges from climate change to digital disruption, from pandemic recovery to geopolitical tensions, and the role of development finance has never been more critical. So of course, Melinda, you have the presentation to talk about the 5 priorities that we have to look at.
Well, thank you so much, Sawadee Ka, everyone. It's great to be here. This is my first time being at the Southeast Asia, everyone. It's great to be here. This is Southeast Asia Trade and close to my heart and to our agenda in the World Bank. Yeah. So if it's okay with you, maybe I could do a brief introduction and then, yes, feel free to come in and we can, yes, it might be more interesting, especially after lunch, if we do some exchange. So why are we talking about trade? We know that trade has been one of the most powerful growth engines over the past couple of decades. And that if you look at the number of people who've moved out of poverty in the last 30 years. That number is 1 billion. A lot of this has to do with the way that people have found new jobs and the way trade has helped economies grow. Now, interestingly, since we're sitting here in Southeast Asia, more than 1/3 of global trade now happens in developing countries. That's doubled in the last decade or so. And then you ask, why does this matter? Especially when we're at a time, and we'll talk about this in a minute, of the geopolitical tensions that you mentioned. Why does trade still matter? You know, I'm not a young person, but in my adult lifetime, I've never heard live conversations go on about should a person, a family, a company, or a country go it alone, or should we still be connected? But one of the reasons why we think it's so important to keep talking about trade is these kind of connections are what spur growth. And so for every 1 percentage point increase in a country's trade openness, you raise productivity by 1.25 percentage points. Did I get it to work? There we go. Okay. So as you mentioned today, we're seeing way more volatility than ever before. We know that a lot of the debate that used to be about economic policy is now being overtaken by debates about resilience or even national security. We're seeing this geopolitical fragmentation, as you mentioned, and this is one of the 5 priority areas. We're seeing these mega trends of changes in digital technology, climate change, and all of this is testing these foundations of global trade as we know it. So what do we need? This requires a new approach that's going to balance resilience with openness. We need to leverage this technology for inclusion so that it's a force for good. We've got to anchor policy decisions in equity, because if you leave people behind, you're not going to have the kind of growth that we've seen over the last decades. And we need this to be sustainable for future generations. Okay, so now what I wanted to talk about is Thailand, but also Southeast Asia more broadly. And I want to draw on some of this latest regional analysis that we have from our chief economist's office. And what we're suggesting is that in this time of great change, we can focus on 5 priorities. 3 of them are particular sectors. So I thought I could talk a little bit about services competitiveness, green competitiveness, and digital competitiveness. And then maybe to get to the bit on Thailand, also think through what we call domestic reforms, which is like the actions that you need to take to make any of these three areas of the future result in growth and change for people. And then I want to put a challenge. Often when we're talking with policymakers around Southeast Asia, particularly at this moment in time, people often feel buffeted by the world that's changing around them. And I think this conversation, I hope, helps people think through, this is actually the time to shape the rule book, to think about what can you do in your own economy or even your own company to take advantage of these forces. Do the changes that you need to do and not wait to be pushed by these global forces. So if it's okay, maybe I could just talk a little bit about the first one, the services competitiveness, and then we can have an exchange. Or if there's anything you wanted to mention here for this intro, please go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I just want to talk about, as you talk about, there are 5 priorities there, and the matter is service, green, digital. What about the, right now in World Bank stance? For example, in Thailand, how does World Bank really push forward for the 5 priorities that you talk about, no matter it's from with the government sector or private one?
Absolutely, and this will be something that I want to thread all the way through. So many of you may know that Thailand is hosting the IMF World Bank annual meetings next year.
Yes.
Now, this sounds like maybe a boring shareholders meeting, but it's actually a major economic conference. So every finance minister, every central bank governor, because of the forces that we're talking about here, probably most digital ministers, most commerce ministers, and many heads of big companies come to this meeting. So it's a bit like Davos, but it's looking at this connection between public sector and private sector. So in this context, while we've been talking with our colleagues in Thai government, and also in both big companies and SMEs, we've also been saying, hey, when the world comes to Thailand, how do we want to bring Thailand to the world? And we've decided that we should look at 5 industries of the future, which kind of correspond to this regional analysis. Where can Thailand have a competitive advantage, whether you're looking at that from the perspective of government or because you're running a company, in all of these global mega trends. And so those are digital services, agribusiness, and agribusiness, green manufacturing, sustainable tourism, creative economy. And so you can see that it corresponds, but with a particular Thai focus.
Yeah, and what is very important that you talk about, the drivers that we have for the economy, no matter it's sustainability, green competitiveness, what you talk about. And one of that significant part is service competitiveness.
Exactly, services. So maybe I could go to that, and then we could continue our exchange. So now this is quite interesting. Services have become the most dynamic and leading driver of growth in all major economies, both globally and regionally. So by 2024, trade in services accounted for close to 2/3 of global GDP, nearly half of foreign direct investment, and about 1/4 of international trade. Now that's a major change in the composition of the global economy compared to just even a decade ago. So in East Asia and Pacific, services exports are also consistently outpacing manufacturing exports. And when you look at the inflow of investment, so services FDI is growing 5 times faster than FDI into manufacturing. This is partly powered by some of the global changes that you mentioned, right? So the increase in digitization, and generally this is something that's called servicification, right? So the economy writ large is much more focused on services than manufacturing. Now, if you look at this chart, it's showing that services now contribute more to overall labor productivity growth than manufacturing, right? It also is showing us a really important thing to think about if you're a company or if you're a policymaker, which is that here in Thailand and across the region, most services jobs are still in the low productivity type of jobs. Retail, the lower end of tourism, the jobs that aren't giving sustainability to a worker, and they're not driving growth in the economy. So one of the messages here is about how can you think either as a company or as a policymaker about moving the services industry in the services sector in your country further up the value chain and capturing some of that. There's another reason to think about that, and that's because usually the services sector is a driver towards equity. The services sector is where a lot of micro, small, and medium enterprises start. And so this is where some of the policy recommendations come. How do you grow your MSME sector? How do you get more innovation and technology to small and medium enterprises? How do you get more financing? How do you get linkages between small and medium enterprises to some of the major supply chains and major global companies? And all of this will also help boost equity, right, to bring more people into the services sector.
Right. One question there, of course, you give the sort of solutions there to really upscale that service supply chains, or of course to boost the services competitiveness in Thailand on the ground too. One pragmatic questions that I would like to ask is how to do it, how to really push for it. For MSME too, how can they have the inclusive finance as you talk about service industry? That's the easy cut to get into the supply chain, but how to really upscale that?
Sure. Part of this is about also thinking about skills. And so if you think about education broadly, that's a huge topic if you're a policymaker. But one of the things we're thinking about is when we go around the country and we're meeting with universities, both in Bangkok, but I was just up in Isan, I've been around the country meeting with universities. How can you think about the jobs of the future that may be coming to your region, whether that's a region in Thailand or in another country, right, in Southeast Asia? Where do you see your supply chains? And can you work with your universities to link them to companies, local companies, but also your suppliers, so that you're developing the skills where kids will graduate and have a market and stay in your region or in your country? That's one of the key pieces.
Right. So it's about the educational side too, how to really upscale that and upscale to another level of education would be the key. Right. So we have another slide.
Another key piece of this also is about openness. There's a striking contrast here. So while ASEAN, if we're talking about ASEAN generally, is broadly very open on global goods trade, right? And you think about the companies that are manufacturing and trading into or out of ASEAN countries. They are extremely closed on the services trade. Now, this is a little bit controversial because if you're an early mover in some of the new technologies, the new services of the future, there's a natural instinct towards pushing for remaining closed in those sectors. But this is also the time as a policymaker to think about, no, we need to open up our economy to get our entire economy more competitive, right? If you're Thailand, you're looking at your neighbors and you're thinking, oh, is one of my neighbors to the north, the south, the east, the west, attracting more investment into the services sectors than we are because of this? You know, if it becomes too difficult to do business here, wherever here may be, Thailand, or if you're from another country, you will go do business elsewhere. So how can we provide some data and impetus for policymakers to make some of the tough decisions sometimes to open the services sector? Now, what this chart is showing is that in countries that have managed to reduce barriers to services trade, you're seeing big gains in labor productivity overall. Not just in the services sector, but there's downstream and upstream impacts in the manufacturing sector as well. One of the examples we often use is of Vietnam. So by opening their services trade, they were able to boost productivity in services firms by nearly 3%, 2.9%, And at the same time, there was downstream manufacturing productivity boost also by about 3%, by 3.1%. So the data is there to make this shift. That's not to say that it's easy, but the data is there. And so what we're saying is to do this, you really need to look at 3 changes. So one is getting this balance right between services liberalization and regulation. No government will go so open without regulation that you can have bad actors in the economy quite easily, right? The second one is that you need public and private action for infrastructure and skills. So this is what I was talking about before, that if you are thinking about what skills you need in an economy as a whole, or even in a regional economy, how do you pull in the private sector so that you're linking the education and skills offerings you have to actually the needs of business in your location? So that's number 2. And then number 3 is this is really one of these areas where you need to think about international cooperation as well as unilateral reforms. Now, even 3 or 6 months ago, that would have seemed an obvious thing to say. International cooperation is not necessarily obvious right now. But now is the time to be thinking about who are my trading partners, who are my neighbors, what changes can I make so that I am attracting a broader group of those companies and those neighbors into my economy.
Right. One part there, of course, it's very interesting to see Thailand there about the service trade liberalization, total factor productivity. Of course, it's next to Indonesia there.
Right.
Of course, you are the division director for Thailand and Myanmar. In this chart, and of course, as your experience in Thailand already, how would you see the change or shift in Thailand according to what you said here about the regulation, the liberalization, public and private action, and of course, hold hands, the support with an international organization there? What's the shift? What has been Thailand shifted?
So, we put out every year, twice a year, big economic reports on Thailand, and we pick a special theme. And actually on Valentine's Day, we were talking about this theme, about SMEs, innovation, how you can open the services trade. And that seemed fitting to launch this on Valentine's Day, because this is a lot about making the connection. So we made a lot of jokes about that. You may remember, I think you and I talked right around then. But when you look at Thailand, there is a lot of distance Thailand needs to make up in the openness on services trade. And it's about making an argument to policymakers for doing this, right? We put a lot of work into thinking through where is there space for bringing in more innovation and technology into Thailand's firms. Thailand has one of the lowest investments in R&D at the firm level in ASEAN. This is not the way to make the jump into the industries of the future, right? Technology adoption overall is not as fast in Thailand as in these neighbors that you see on the graph there. How can you incentivize technology adoption? Taking a risk on some of these new technologies. And part of what you talked about also is getting financing to services companies as they start up. And so we're doing a lot of thinking about innovative financing structures that can link public sector finance also with private sector finance.
Right. Allow me to quote there, of course, the R&D is pretty important for Thailand to uplift the supply chain, high-value supply chains there too, when we compare to other countries in the region. I think we have to move to green now.
Okay, so now this is the next one. So the green competitiveness. There's a real opportunity for Thailand and for ASEAN to position itself at the forefront of this transition to the low-carbon economy. And I've noticed that across policymakers and companies, there's a real commitment to this because companies see the advantage for global trade at being able to offer green products, right? Kind of broadly speaking. So the potential is there, but we're seeing also uneven taking advantage of this green potential. You can see here that Malaysia and Thailand are ranked 39th and 43rd in terms of green complexity, which is a measure for kind of being able to compete in this market. Vietnam, Thailand, and Indonesia have a lot of untapped potential here. There's been a lot of scale up on solar and wind energy in Vietnam and China. Others, Thailand still has opportunity to grow. But it's not just about the new industries and the technologies. It's also about having a more resilient foundation so you can strike a balance and not leave people behind as you deal with the climate shocks. We see this a lot in Thailand. We're having flooding now in the northeast. A few months ago, we launched our Bangkok Urban Heat Report that shows us the economic losses because of the extreme heat that we're seeing here in Bangkok. And so a lot of this is also about investing in climate-smart infrastructure, sustainable agriculture, and also affordable clean energy. This green growth idea is not a luxury, actually. It's an economic imperative when you look at this data. And maybe I can quickly, because I know that we don't have a ton of time, just go into the opportunity here. So whenever I talk about this, I say that when you're looking at the fiscal space in the government budget, the most effective investment you can make is to put the infrastructure budget items into climate-smart infrastructure. This is future-proofing your investments, whether you're in Thailand or in another country. It is also true that no country in the world can finance the necessary climate-smart infrastructure. There is no country in the world that has the fiscal space to do that. But you don't have to. That's the good news. Because the global climate finance flows that you're seeing on these slides here show that already it's substantial. There was $1.4 trillion available in the last 3 years. Now, the not so good news is that of this huge flow that you see in this spaghetti chart up here, only about 14% of that is reaching developing countries, excluding China. So there's a huge room for taking advantage of these very significant global financial flows. But how do you do that? So the way we see it is that there's two priorities. So one is you need to make policy decisions that are going to advance sustainable finance through what we call greening finance. So this means ensuring that your financial systems can identify, manage, and disclose climate-related risk. The second piece of this is called financing green. And so that means scaling up these flows of capital into your specific climate-smart projects and technologies.
Right.
And then priority 2 is to look for these new sources of funding. And this is where we get into the discussions you and I have had in the past about the carbon market and the green and blue bond market.
Right. Pretty quickly, question before we get into next competitiveness, just how to apply this to ASEAN and Thailand. Yes, how to apply that.
Well, maybe I can talk about 2 examples that we specifically are working on. So one is we're working with the government of Thailand to set up the low carbon cities trading platform. One of the issues, to go back to the conversation about MSMEs, is if you're a small company or even a medium-sized company, how do you tap into this market? How do you tap into this? If you're a small player, the cost to you for making the investment necessary to access the carbon markets or the green or blue bond markets is very, very high. So one of the things that we are working to do in the World Bank, together with the government of Thailand, the big banks in Thailand, and the private sector, is to set up a platform that will aggregate climate-smart investments and monetize them in the international carbon credit market so that that actually pays back for these investments themselves. And then that can be put back into further investments to grow this market. So we're calling this the Low Carbon Cities platform, and it should be launched later this year. So that's on the financing side. Now, on the actual investments into public infrastructure side, we're looking very carefully, particularly at flood management. So we're here in Bangkok. Bangkok is the most important city economically in Thailand. And I learned when I first moved here a new way to talk about this. Bangkok is the most primate city in the world, which means that relative to the rest of the economy, Bangkok is so important, more than New York, more than London, more than Tokyo, relative to the economy of the country. But we haven't made the investments to protect these major economic assets from floods. And so we're working with other development partners and the government to start putting into action the 9 plans that were developed after the major floods of 2011. And so hopefully we'll start seeing these come online in the near future as well to build climate smart protections.
Yes, so pretty important for Thailand how to get the opportunities and to mitigate and have the climate resilience here on the ground, no matter it's about flooding and other climate change issues here. And next one, we'll talk about digital.
On digital. Some of this we talked about already because digital innovation and competitiveness impacts everything. But perhaps I can just talk briefly a little bit about how we think of harnessing these technologies for productivity, but also inclusion, because this becomes very important. Now, trade in digital services is fairly new. I think if we were sitting here 10 years ago, we wouldn't have been talking about that as a driver of the economy. But the trade in digitally delivered services has increased 5 times over the past 2 decades. Right? So this is both fueled by the way goods trade, but also the way services trade. So if you're doing financial services, if you're doing professional services, these are now frequently traded digitally rather than in person. So this is a major opportunity in Southeast Asia and in Thailand as well, because these are usually high-value jobs. So how do you capture this market? And how do you also ensure that you've got a future-ready workforce that can build out this market either in your company or in your country? The progress here is uneven. It's uneven if you think geographically across a country. So the majority of these jobs are concentrated in Bangkok or in a few other large cities around the country. And it's also a place where we can continue to work on gender equity. Women in developing countries globally and also regionally are 15% less likely to be engaged in this trade using mobile, internet, and other digital services. So if you can target some of these particular areas of opportunity, this is a pathway not only to having digital services grow, but also to having greater equity. And here we're talking about e-payment services, expanding the customer base, everything that will take to close the digital divide and have digital services grow.
Right, so another...
I only have 1 slide on this one.
Yes, 1 slide to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's a critical point, like no matter in education or opportunities, the inclusive opportunities that no matter the country or the market that can give it to, and how can we have high-skilled workers to fulfill in. That's the point there. Yeah. Right, we have one.
Yeah, so I mean, this is where you were talking about sort of what reforms are we talking about doing here. And it comes back to also the idea about how do you take advantage of this very interesting moment in history where we are, where trade has become very much on the agenda again. And so if you're Thailand or if you're another ASEAN country, you know, there has been a China plus one approach, which as the slide says, does present certain advantages. But you want to look at how you can think about your bilateral partnerships, expand your partnership base, and what policies do you need in order to make this possible? This is that time. And so we've been thinking about this in kind of golden rule terms, right? So you want policies that are not going to create harm, that are not going to create impediments to entry. We talked about that. We talked about also you want policies that are going to support equity, right? The general good, inclusion, not just because it's the right thing to do for growing these new services, green and digital sectors. And how can you synchronize reforms so that you're going to hit all 3 of these at one with the changes that you make? And this comes back to this last point about, you know, I think Thailand, but also the other countries in ASEAN have a chance here to shape the global rules. You can think about who your trading partners are, whether you're the Thai government or whether you're a company that's based here. play a bit of offense. Think about who do you want your future partners to be, and you don't have to sit and wait. There's real advantages to be sitting in ASEAN when you're looking at trade and digital services, when you're looking at the carbon markets or the other markets where you can access this blue and green sustainable finance.
Right, so it's the groundbreaking ideas and of course the actions that to really break through the box that we have already and how to really push better Thailand's and other ASEAN peers to a level that we can connect with the world.
The world, which is my last pitch. Again, we were talking about the world coming to Thailand to talk about these global economic issues next year. And this is why we've been working with our partners in the Thai government, but also, many of you that I'm recognizing in the audience, in both big and small companies, about how can we leverage some of these areas where Thailand has a comparative advantage, which very much is in the digital services sector, the green and advanced manufacturing. We talk less here, but also in sustainable tourism and the creative economy, and take advantage of these mega trends.
Right, so how to take advantage of it, no matter it's Thailand or ASEAN peers, to really push through and boost the competitiveness as key, no matter in green, digital, and services. That will be the case for Thailand and ASEAN peers to boost their competitiveness. So today we have Melinda Good, Division Director of World Bank for Thailand and Myanmar. Thank you for your knowledge and wisdom today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Special thanks to Melinda and, of course, Frank for that conversation. And, of course, the insights we've heard from the World Bank in order to drive not only trade and development through innovative financing, but also you can actually drive resilience, productivity, sustainability, and that obviously helps in enabling transformation. And I believe transformation is what we want to see, and that will help shape the future of trade. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, is another interesting topic, reimagining trade, turning uncertainty into opportunity. This session explores how multinational corporations operate in the era of disruption with first-hand experiences in the global and regional markets. Our panelists will be sharing these strategies for success, adapting to shifting trade policies and capitalizing on the emerging opportunities as well. That will show us how disruption can be more than a challenge. It can be a catalyst for innovation and new opportunities. And for this session, we do welcome questions from the audience. What you have to do now is to scan the QR code. And if you do have any questions, submit them in. And towards the end of the conversation, our moderator will be asking the panelists. And I believe we are now ready, ladies and gentlemen. So without further ado, may I invite to the stage our esteemed speakers, Mr. Jackie Chang, President and COO of Delta Electronics Public Company Limited, Mr. Marcelo Souza, Chairman of the International Trade Committee, the Joint Foreign Chambers of Commerce in Thailand, or the JFCCT, and Kun Sakchai Patipan Pritawut, CEO of SCG Chemicals. And back to the stage once again is Frank to moderate the program. So Frank, the stage is yours.
Right, perfect. So we move from World Bank, of course, policy recommendation, and right now we're getting on the ground. So today we have three panelists, distinguished panelists with you and me today. So from financing future, let's get more insights from multinational corporations as uncertainty in the region and beyond impacts the business sentiment, the private sector, especially multinational corporations, are transforming disruptions into opportunity. So in today's session, we'll talk about uncertainty, headwinds in the economy, in the business, and how to transform it to opportunities on the ground for multinationals, corporations, and of course JFCCT here to give us insights about it. So before we start, I think it would be great for all to understand what three distinguished panelists represent in specific sector. So we talk about how to transform the uncertainty to opportunity. So could you please, from maybe Hun Jackie first, from Delta Electronics, to talk about what uncertainty have you seen in the past few years, and how do you change it to opportunities in your specific sector? And we'll go through to Marcello later on. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Frank. Good afternoon. I hope I will wake you up a little bit because afternoon sessions is always a little bit difficult. But today, before we come onto the stage, Frank asked me to talk a little bit more practical examples. So hopefully it could be shared with you all together. From my point of view, the business environment is always uncertain and always very challenging. And every year is continuously changing. I remember since 2019, I come to Thailand. And 2020, all of a sudden, COVID came. And then after COVID, we think everything should be stabilized. Then, you depends on someone's wake up and what they talk about. And you got quite significant impact on that part of it. But overall, I think what we've seen is maybe there's a lot of uncertainties when time goes by. But the key thing is what did you see in terms of the mega trend? What is we as going to move toward to and make the differences through the mega trend? And that is always the things I don't think it will be continuously changing. And from the Delta Electronics, our point of view, we've been anchored on all these mega trends for quite some years. Through our annual strategy meetings, we review what is happening, what might be the future trend, and the actions we should take. Just like when people say, oh, all of a sudden EV comes, then why Delta is there? But we've been developing and invest and have innovation solution since 10 plus years back. So things like that is the only things you could be sure it will come. So you could be prepared beforehand for that. So overall, I think it's the major things is happening and impacting to the industry. And nowadays, still will be quite significantly remain the same in the long run. One thing for sure, everyone is looking for the sustainability. And the second one is the AI digitalizations. And these are still will be remain for sure.
Right. Of course, we're getting to detail about sustainability and AI there. But one very key message, I think, is the vision of mega trend. Before, of course, we've seen a lot of headwinds, as what you say about, of course, pandemic, geopolitical issues right now. But what is the trend forward? That's the key message there. Okay, to Marcello, of course, you represent JFCCT here. What's the Chamber's view about uncertainty in past few years and how to change it to opportunities?
I've been lucky enough to be with the Joint Foreign Chambers of Commerce in Thailand and able to talk to many of the member companies and get their ideas. And before, I just want to start with a thought here. I'll read this passage here. So first of all, let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror which paralyze needed efforts to convert retreat into advance. It sounds something very contemporary, but this was actually spoken by Franklin Delano Roosevelt in 1933 in his inauguration speech. Back then, he was faced with the Great Depression, and he was able to turn his country around. So there is nothing new under the sun. This is not the first crisis. So if we think about what we're going through right now, geopolitical tensions, every day we have new messages about it. Tariff shifts, very hard to work on a spreadsheet if you're running a company, making your projections when things change constantly. And on top of that, we have this Cambodia and Thailand unrest, which also affected our provinces. So a lot of our members are going through a little bit of a trade war fatigue because every day the rules change. If you think about the economy of Thailand, 99.5% are SMEs. And SMEs can be a little tricky because there are small, medium, and large SMEs. And some large SMEs are broken later into two medium SMEs. But the fact of the matter is, these companies don't have the financial muscle to make change overnight. So that's why the trade war fatigue. And talking to many of them, they've been working with the United States for decades. They like their partners over there. They were paid on time, and it's very difficult for them to just switch to another market. They cannot retool. So they are looking for new supply chains. All of us are. New methods of doing business. And this is an opportunity for us to actually face the structural problems that Thailand has when it comes to free business here. And FDI, foreign direct investment, seems to be a way to guide us out of this. So what do we need on this? Not only develop new supply chains, but also enhance domestic supply chains in the provinces, in EEC, the Eastern Economic Corridor, in the industrial estates. You can, suppliers are there. They just never thought about serving another client. So the foreign direct investment also will bring skills. Thailand is starving for skills, technology, innovation. Although innovation can be developed domestically, there is innovation already working in other countries, and that can be adopted here. So sorry for the long answer, but initially, this is the opportunity that we're seeing, how to turn the country around, working and guillotine the old legislation to allow us to conduct better business.
Yes, so it means that we can see a lot of opportunities, even though in this downside risks, as what you said, no matter it's geopolitical issues, internal instability too, but how can the government, the private sector can transform those risks to opportunities? So we will get into that. And Kun Sakchai, of course, you represent SCG Chemicals here. Is one of greatest example of the outward FDI of Thailand's, one of Thailand's biggest companies in the country. So just want to understand, of course, maybe supply chains disruptions, no matter in tariff tensions here, how can Thailand, and of course your company, to really transform the risks to opportunities?
Okay, so good afternoon. First of all, I come from the petrochemicals industries. Petrochemical industry, everyone knows the uncertainties and also volatilities inherent to our business. So on top of that, tariff recently, and also geopoliticals. Every time that the situation fluctuated, that is make our industry, we have to adjust. In fact, we live with this volatility all the times. Whatever that makes the GDP higher or lower, that immediately impact to the commodities. So it means to live with this kind of the situation is our normal life. Anyway, to look at the strategic response to this change, we also have to look at what is seriously or chronic or structural changes to impact to our businesses. For example, petrochemicals. I think everyone knows right now is the bottom of the cycle, and also that caused by the Chinese new capacity additions that the government, I mean the Chinese government deregulated to allow the even private sector or foreign investor to build the capacity in China. That make the abundant new capacity additions flooding into the market. And not only just a year, that is the investment in China. Every year, at least 15, 20 million tons will be in the market. So this is the I would say the structural changes, because it's not the big capacity, it's also make the cycle is much longer. And this kind of industry, how could you survive during the bottom of the cycle? Otherwise, you will be probably exit from the business or liquidated, right? And this is also hit to our investment in Vietnam, because Vietnam's we took about 5 years in construction, and from the beginnings. China's they make everything very, very fast. So that's why it seems that we are in the middle, and all the circumstance or the situation changes. We start up during the trough of the cycle. If we just sit and just look for the situation improving, nobody knows that they will be improved when and how long. And at the same time, U.S. Promoting the oil and gas and would like to export more gas. That also gas is a feedstock for the petrochemicals. We decided to retrofit our plant in Vietnam. That even though make a few years, but to improve the competitiveness, to improve the feedstock cost, we think this is the right way to fight with this oversupply. As long as if we have the cost competitiveness, I think we can survive. And not only doing the cost, Melinda just mentions on the 5 strategies. I think all the strategies we also implementing and try to bring even the R&D, HVA, and also AI automation, and also green products. That all of our strategy implemented.
Right. So of course, I mean the tensions between superpowers and the uncertainties in the region, the restructuring of the strategies in different countries is very important. Let's get back to Jackie. Jackie, of course, Delta Electronics has been a pioneer in power and thermal management in Taiwan and in the world too. So just want to get your understandings, of course, amid the US-China tensions affecting supply chains, tech supply chains. So what are the strategy right now in Delta Electronics to reposition itself in Southeast Asia? And of course, I understand that Delta Electronics is not just has the base in Thailand, also in other Southeast Asian countries too. What are the strategies now?
Okay, in the long run, we already consider about the distributed manufacturing strategy. And because previously when everyone is thinking about investing in China, we first invested in Thailand. And then after that, we invest in China. Then we have Slovakia, we have the USA. So all in all, I think this is already being considered as what normally Chinese says, no, don't put all the eggs in the same basket, right? So this is already in our preparation. In the meantime, I think we also try to increase in our talent in the different regions as well. And I think this is very important. From time to time, people might think well, Thailand, we don't have that many engineering resources as an electronics industry you want to have. So what do? It's okay, we build it by ourselves. So we have that sort of the discussions, and internally, externally, we recruit some experienced people as a kind of the leaders or experience sharing training. And then we also develop the students, young graduate students from Thailand universities. And we send the student to go to Taiwan to study the master degree on the engineering. And so many exchange programs we are involved in that. Because it's quite often everyone was saying, oh, what could the government do for us? But from our point of view, we think, what can we do in terms of helping the society? So develop the talent is also one of the key. So we've been co-work with the many universities to make sure the student, they could learn the industrial automation technologies, and they also knowing what's the power electronics and the future for the energy trend and requirement. And from that side of it, we think it's also long-term as what we're talking about, the mega trend. It will help in the Thailand to develop into a next good future hub as well.
One of the part that you talk about, actually I talk to so many economists and business leaders, they talk about high-skilled workers in Thailand might not be that enough because some international companies, they want to put their investment in Thailand, but they will question about the pool of high-skilled workers or talents in Thailand too. So as, of course, data electronics, you have been established here for many years. Just want to understand, is there any policy recommendation they want to see? Of course, if you want other international organizations, they want to put more investment in Thailand, they want to see more talents. What about from your side for Delta Electronics?
I think it's the engineering of the student is definitely one of the key, especially if you want to attract more foreign investors from Taiwan or from China. Even we're talking about semiconductor, I think this is very critical. For example, the TSMC, when they recruit in the young graduate student, their target is about 5,000. And I think it's probably for all the universities in Thailand, every year they produce the engineering student, probably is also around 5,000, 6,000. So I think it's the demand and supply issue. For example, now we try to develop in those students, we give them the internship, then we make sure after they graduate, they could find a job, no matter in the Delta Electronics or in the electronics industry. And I think it will encourage the student to start to study on that part of it. And gradually, it will take time. Educations take a long time to build up that sort of foundation. So I think it's worth of the investment to do so. But once we have that, having the resources, then naturally all the investors will come. But quite often the people were saying, oh, it takes time, so I don't do it. But you never do it, you never get it. So it's important.
Right. And a question I would like to talk about, of course, Delta works across multiple sectors, data centers to EVs. And right now, of course, as what I said, Delta has a lot of hubs in Southeast Asia too. Which one is the emerging market for Delta in Southeast Asia?
I'm not trying to say Thailand, the good words of Thailand, because I'm now in this meeting in Thailand. But I think that Thailand has a great potential. Okay. Let me give you some of the reasons from my point of view. First of all, now most popular subject we're talking about is the data center. And you're talking about AI data center or data center. Previously, people was talking about Singapore, Malaysia as a combination. Then people talking about Indonesia. But frankly speaking, Thailand has a great potential to be in the hub of that. Why am I saying that? First, we are not short of the power. Second, we are not short of the water. And in terms of the people and the things, I think it's a matter of time which is we could develop for sure. Consider about the key infrastructure required resources, and I think Thailand already in the good position for that. And then of course we have plenty land, right? And so that's not the issue. So from our observation from the market and the key customers or investors on the data center, they are now all eyes in on Thailand as the next potential for the data center. And of course, as Thailand doesn't have too much really the political side of the things. I'm not talking about on the government side, but I'm talking about people say, oh, this things happen in Thailand now. Is it safe? Is it not safe? We always tell them, don't worry, it's safe. Because no matter what changing on the government side of it or changing, they still have a group of people in each ministry, and they are working on to make sure things are continue moving. So we are not worried about that. We are here for 36 years. We still continue expanding our production. Now there's 6 factories. It's about under construction, and it's about ready. 4 will be ready within this year. So we still have great confidence on Thailand side.
Right. So as what you said, of course, no matter how government changes on the ground, we still see the business sentiments environment here. But I'm not sure if Marcello agrees or not. Just want to get your sense. Of course, Marcello, you represent JFCCT, Joint Foreign Chamber of Commerce in Thailand, representing over 30 foreign chambers in Thailand too. Of course, you got a lot of voices from your side. One part I want to talk about, of course, is the friendshoring, of course, the supply chains here, disruption amid geopolitical issues, the friendshoring trends. How are foreign companies in Thailand adapting their regional strategies? And what about the future companies? They want to invest in Thailand. What are their thoughts?
Well, for future plans, the companies that traditionally work with the United States, they're hoping that the tariff madness is going to come down and they will resume. But they don't have, again, the financial muscle to do it. So in the meantime, they're all looking for new supply chains. And that includes other regions, even Latin America, where I am from. But also, Thailand is trying to create, the companies are trying to create a resilient supply chain domestically. So they are actually actively looking for suppliers in country. Some companies already benefited from that, like you see the German car manufacturers, they created their own supply chain here. So they were not that affected. There's a constant concern about rules of origin and if the products are actually made in Thailand. So in general, 40% of local content is considered a Thai product according to ASEAN. The United States is now mentioning that they will consider only 60%. So there is a movement that I've been hearing, and I find it fascinating, about not only the made in Thailand, but the born in Thailand. Born in Thailand means the supply chain will be 80% or more made in Thailand. But obviously, born in Thailand would need incentives for that. I have an example of a company, Jacto, a Brazilian company. They've been here for 20 years. And doing their environmental scanning last year, they realized that something could change. I don't know how they did this, but they started to invest more in the local supply chain. So they start bringing less materials from Brazil and from China and developing here. So they're actually very well positioned. Also, they used to manufacture for, it was an export-oriented business. Now they're actually selling in Thailand. They produce portable agricultural equipment, which is actually very suitable for the Thai market since the properties are small. But this is an example of a company that moved pretty fast when realizing that something was changing. And there are other companies doing the same. I'm just picking one as an example. But we have to work with BOI to provide more incentives for these companies. We have also to reevaluate tariffs for essential components that cannot be made in Thailand, at least not for now. So for instance, a lot of those components come from China, and they would benefit if the tariffs were slashed there. At the same time, there are other companies in Thailand that would like to see barriers against China. So you have the two sides. So it's something that needs to be discussed. But for components, they're happy to manufacture here because they have access to the Chinese components.
Right. And what about the regional pacts that we have? For example, like RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership promise to boost regional trade. What's the reality now? Because of course we talk about not just RCEP, UFTA, UK FTA with Thailand, of course EFTA with Norway too. What's the reality?
Well, we definitely need more FTAs, right? So we're negotiating that. We're even talking now about negotiating an FTA between Thailand and Mercosur, or South America. So the FTAs that are working well, for instance, the FTA with Chile, 0% tariffs, it's working really well. Now, RCEP is not living to its potential. RCEP is a good idea, a good concept, but at this time, ASEAN offers much better duties, lower duties. So ASEAN is actually being used more, and bilateral FTAs as well. The countries that are benefiting the most from RCEP are the ones who are not in ASEAN, Japan, China, and South Korea. Australia and New Zealand have their own FTAs. So RCEP, if the schedule is not changed to be accelerated, RCEP will only really be an advantage in about 10 to 15 years for most products. So RCEP is not quite there yet. And the other agreements are being negotiated. Unfortunately, the EU trade agreement is being postponed again. The business community talks about a simpler agreement that could pass, just like Vietnam did. Vietnam passed a simple agreement that is still being worked, but they already have an FTA. So, but this is obviously not, it's in the negotiation table. It's not up to us to decide, or even the Thai counterparts.
Right.
It has a lot to do with Europe, 27 countries to rectify the document.
So it still has to take time to get into implemented. One of the significant part that actually we have to talk about is foreign businesses. What are they advocating now, no matter what kind of policy they want to see in Thailand to boost the competitiveness?
Well, there are many barriers at this point, right? So definitely regulation is the problem. So we need what GFCCT constantly says, the fast track regulatory reform. And we actually listed the items that we have. Our webpage has it, or we have documents that also show that. But when you look, we have immigration being a problem. Thailand is a gorgeous country. Everybody loves Thailand. So it's not difficult to convince talent to come to Thailand, but immigration becomes a problem. The fact that every department has its own say on something makes everything more difficult. Licensing, for instance, you can get 3 licenses from 3 different ministries, and then when the product finally makes it to customs, there's 1 license missing. Almost everything is paperwork. Everything is paperwork, wet signatures, stamps. All this makes it very difficult for foreign companies to come here. Yeah, there are many barriers that need to be skills. We need to reskill and upskill. So there are many items that we need to work with the government and basically slash the antiquated legislation. Some laws are from the 1970s to the 1990s, when the word globalization didn't exist, when the digital world didn't exist, and we have to slash them the way Vietnam did overnight. 30% of their regulation was slashed. So we have to do this.
Right. So actually, I talked to, of course, chairwoman of JFCCT too, Khun Webeke, many times. One-stop service for foreign business is pretty important. No matter if the future investor, they want to come to Thailand, they can go to the website or one-stop service to get a lot of information. As what you said yesterday, you talked to me about your government's case too, about the e-golf. So that could be a trigger point for foreign business to come in to Thailand very fast and get all those information too. Khun Sakchai, yes, I have to get your knowledge too about chemicals, petrochemicals industry too. Of course, right now we have to understand circular economy is pretty important. ESG, we also push for that too. So just want to understand how is SCG Chemicals transforming its business model for that.
So SCG Chemicals, basically we are the dominant players of the plastic. I would say the plastic. The plastic is always victims. Everyone complains to the plastic polluted to oceans. Plastic that make the microplastic that harmful to the people. And if you look back all the materials, you will see all the life cycle of the materials. The plastic is the least carbon emission. The whole cycles. If you compare with the paper, compare with the metals. Okay, that's talking about the CO2 emission. But if you talking about the West, okay, because of this really cheap, right? And every crisis, every pandemics in this world, plastic will back. You remember just recently that COVID, no one talking about the plastic ban and also the single-use plastic. If you don't have the single-use plastic, how can you survive? You go to everywhere, every piece of the thing, including the fork, spoon, they put the plastic, right? Because this is only way that we can live without infection. Okay, the key is how to manage the waste, how to manage the households to sorting the waste. So the waste management should be the key activities that we should do it. So the waste management, the more developing country, the poorer system. For example, Thailand, the recycle rate, very, very low. China is also low. Vietnam is also low. So how can we live with this world? Low waste, low carbon. So to address the waste management in the society, in the country, that is a must. That SCG Chemicals, we also play this key role to support and also sponsor some best practice and also try to talk with the policy maker authority to make some area as the pilot, and with hope we can expand to the other part. Back to answer, you say circular economy. And waste management is a heart of the circular economy. How can you return the products from the virgin or from the production side down to the consumer and just, let's say, refurbish or return to use or even recycle? SCG Chemicals, we can't stay only the part of the polymer. We expand the value chain from the feedstock. The feedstock down to, of course, we are the manufacturer, down to the converting, and down to what I just say, the waste management, and back to the society, the regulation, and also invested in the recycle business. Recycle, they also have the mechanical recycle or advanced recycle. We have involved all, and even we have invested this facility not only in Thailand, in Europe also, because we know Europe is the best plastic waste quality in the world. With hope, we can tap to the high quality and good system. And we try to bring authority from Thailand to understand how the developed country they're doing this kind of the system.
how can Thailand reach that goal? That's what you said, low carbon, low waste. What are the pragmatic approaches there for the government to do it, or the cooperation with SCG Chemicals too? What are the pragmatic examples?
Low waste, as I mentioned, that is for the waste management.
Yeah.
Is a key, and also this is a part of the public, the part of the people in the society have to help and understand. From the household, from the new generation, they also have to have awareness on this waste management. Okay, and we support, even we put some of the lesson into the school, even the primary school. We also try to add this kind of the awareness, and also try to let's say we have many projects in Thailand. One of the very successful projects in the school, the government just give daily meal for free. That the packaging is the plastic. We also try to promote the projects. Let the students just correct the plastic waste and exchange with something that we bring back as the, let's say, the furnitures or something. It's a toy to try to encourage the students to do more and understand waste. If you can manage well, you can turn it to be some value. That is the kind of the projects that we do it with the public.
Right. So how to work with the public and push for the public interest there. Let's get some questions from the public. I think that would be a good timing now. So I would like to get this question. So from the audience, what would you recommend to the business community to change trends of tariffs as US implemented, like aging population to sustainable growth? So I understand this question. So how would you recommend Thailand to face US tariff? There are so many headwinds. US tariff impact aging populations on the ground in Thailand's market too. And how would you change the risk to sustainable growth? Anyone take this question?
Okay. I try to answer a little bit. Basically, everyone, when we are talking about the tariff, in the right beginning, I think Thailand got 36%, and then Vietnam come out with 20%. So then it's really a big matters. But later on, when it's dropped down to the 19% for Thailand, so it's kind of for our industry, it's kind of relief a little bit. Why you say, oh, 19%, 20%, and why Delta you think is okay? But I think it's when we are on the same level of the competition, the things come out is your capability, your strengths. How do you be in the winning in the market? Your innovative, your design, your fast response, and how do you catch up the business opportunity because of that? So what we've seen is for example, currently the new industry is quite different, especially take example like the AI. The AI industry, in my viewpoint, it's just like a gaming industry. What do you mean gaming industry? Every year they come out some new chipset. Every year. Not every few years. It's become every year. So in response to that, you need to be very fast. Like you're doing some sort of the game toys and something like that. You always need to be ready for their next generation. So if we still stay in the current mode of thinking how to deal with this sort of things, you are already too late. You need to be earlier engagement, discuss with your customer, knowing what will be the next generation roadmap. You define and develop something available or close to what they want. And when they come out requirement, then you are 80%, 90% ready. In the same time, when we are in the production side, that's only the R&D side. When we are in the production side, we also need to change our mindset of thinking. If I wait for the customer to give me the order and to build up, their lead time is always very short. So we also need to do some sort of the risk assessment to see what sort of the area we need to be 80% ready, only left with some critical parts. And when they say, okay, Delta, go, and we are ready there to go. So it's game changing. Of course, it's not that easy, and especially you need to change your business models, the way you handle and deal with this. But what we see, this is now the industry like that. You either cope with it or you'll be out of date.
Right. And what about Khun Sakchai? Yes.
Yes, I think first of all you have to look at what your strength. Okay, so to compete this high competitions and also the global and technology changes quickly, we cannot compete anywhere or anything that is the future trend. But we have to mapping what your strength. You should identify your strength and also look at the futures. And I think if you can, let's say, identify the area that you think this is you will focus on and try to make it happen, you must make it in the very cost efficient way. So the productivity, even though this is the new things, if you could not make it competitive, don't bring in the automation, don't bring in the AI to speed up or try to make you competitive. That's not sustainable. Right? So I think it's also the chemicals, what I'm playing in this industry. We also have to improve our speed. Product development is also now not talking about the R&D, how much you want to invest, but we talking about how to make it faster. What's the new thing? What we talking about AI? How can AI can improve our R&D and product development? If you don't do the other now, they are doing. This kind of the speed and productivity in order to make sure we are competitive, not only in Thailand. Now we're talking about competitive in the region, competitive with China. Otherwise, your business would be short.
Right. Marcello, any insights about artificial intelligence?
Yes, from what I see from the diverse industries and companies, there is no silver bullet. There is no simple solution that fits all. So flexibility is the key word at this moment. Redundancy in supply chain, new markets. But again, timing is of essence for the smaller companies because they don't have the funding for this. It would be nice if the government could provide some relief for those companies now looking for supply chain. But basically, specialization creates this problem as well, right? If you look at animals in the wild, when the environment changes, if they're specialized in one prey and that prey disappears, they will die. So you have to be flexible in the way you manage suppliers and customers, look for new markets, be constantly looking for new markets, and find mentors to help you. And this is where the chambers become so important because the chambers of commerce, the foreign chambers of commerce, through the chambers, you can get a lot of information about other markets and best practices as well. You will always find somebody more experienced than you in some topic. So you will always be learning something. It's a very productive environment. You learn a lot and you can adjust your plans based on the information you're getting. You don't have to pay any consultant. You just need to talk to your colleagues.
Right. And we have another question here from the audience. How can Thailand support the influx of digital nomads to contribute in improving Thailand's human capital? Because before we start to answer, the aging population in Thailand is quite severe at this moment. And of course, Thailand already has entered an aged population, aged society right now. So of course, some of policymakers say that if we have foreign talents to help us in Thailand's talent pool could be pretty significant. So Kun Jackie, any insights about it, about how to support the influx of foreign talents to come to Thailand?
From Delta experience point of view, I have to say, it seems as we do not have the problem to recruit Thai people to work in Delta. Actually, we have 20,000 employees so far, and then 14,000 other operators. They are all Thai. We don't take any people from Myanmar or Cambodia, etc. So that means it does have the resources of people. They are willing to work. If you give them a good working environment, if you treat them fairly equally, I think it will be not an issue. Of course, to cope with the future potential due to the aging societies, so we still need to make sure the people, we give them some different skill and to make sure they could better leverage with the machineries and automations, all this comes in. So different training programs, different activities are embedded on our daily basis. And however, like what we say is now that is a talent wars. So we are not only eying on the Thai side of the talent, especially for the engineering and resources. We are also recruiting surrounding country, even from India or from different locations, China, Taiwan, or even from Europe as well. So these are what we've seen is important. Of course, what we're also talking about using the AIs and also smart design on all the product and for the simulation, it helps you to save a lot of knowledge into the database and also helping the company continues to grow without too much issue and hiccup.
Right. Marcello, anything?
Well, by definition, the digital nomads will be working for a company overseas. But the problem that we have is a shortage of skilled labor and even unskilled labor here. The demographic pyramid here is inverted. If I have the statistics right, the majority of the people at working age are 50 years or older. That means in 10, 15 years, they will all be retired. So who's picking up from below? So immigration is very strict here. For skilled and unskilled, there should be a more liberal process, free movement of skilled people and unskilled people, free, obviously, following rules, the rule of law. We see now, for instance, at the border near Cambodia, the Thai companies on this side of the border are suffering because their employees are from Cambodia and they left. So it's basically unskilled labor, but that's what made it work. For the same reason, several companies here could be benefiting from technology and innovation if they brought skilled labor in. But there is so much barrier, and I understand why this was created in the 1990s. There was a very different time then, when Thais were afraid to lose their jobs if qualified people came from overseas. That's no longer the case. We're missing out because we're missing skilled labor and unskilled labor as well. So immigration reform is essential. It's the Achilles heel of foreign direct investment. Even for a trip, like if you have foreign attendees here today, they should have a work permit to be here, according to the law. Obviously, this is not enforced. But how can you be like the center of conferences? How can it be a MICE hub in Southeast Asia if you don't even fix that law, that antiquated law? So, yeah, this needs to be changed, for sure.
Liberalization of the moving of the talents in the region is the key here. Kun Sakchai, anything about...
Yes, I just dream on this, how to the questions in front of the digital nomads, right? And how can we bring the talent or the group of the people so that think ahead? So I also used to think about if Thailand would like to build as the digital or startup hub, we should do something. May not apply to the whole Thailand. Probably make some restrict zone and this province or this area that the people who would like to build the new businesses, especially the tech or digital business, if they come and we can support them in terms of the tax, in terms of the work permit, everything, and make those of the technical savvy come to Thailand. I think this would be the starting point that make all the new generation of Thai people also would like to work with them in the area. I think only, let's say we invited many the speakers or any digital expert, they come to share the knowledge, but they don't come to make it happen or doing something new. I do believe executions will be the best that you can bring in the talent into Thailand.
Right. I think one question right now I really want to ask for 3 of our panelists, maybe starting from Jackie now. For the future, in the near future, let's quote you, mega trend here. What's the mega trend, upcoming mega trend here? That I really want to get your key messages here to really bolster Thailand's competitiveness, no matter amid geopolitical tensions, as what Marcello said, the disruption, the supply chain disruption, trade issues, internal instability. What's the mega trend right now? Thailand can really boost their competitiveness, and maybe Delta Electronics can bolster in Thailand too.
I think it's everybody. Let me try to bring back to what is happening now. For example, we all talking about the data center or AI data center. But what is the purpose for those data center and AI data center for? We maybe need to think about that. It's a kind of infrastructure to pace the backbone for all the future things will be landed on that part of it. So no matter you want to have the robotics or humanoid service robots, or no matter you're talking about the autonomous driving, and no matter you're talking about the 5Gs and etc., or in your smart manufacturing, it will all apply and apply to those what we so-called data center. So what we've seen is the next wave on top, it should be the application on the data center. If we're talking from the data center trend point of view. So whatever developing according to that side of it, it should be the future you should consider or looking into. And then, of course, there's many different things, political tensions and things. I think we've been talking quite a lot on that part of it. But from my personal point of view, I think it's only a kind of hiccup. Because eventually, if you want to give me the tariff 100%, I give you tariff 100%, that means you don't deal any business at all. So eventually, it shouldn't happen unless somebody try to break up with somebody else long term. So what I've seen is still kind of the short-term hiccup. So it shouldn't continuously prolong for that. But there's one subject for sure is continuously existing, is the climate impact. The climate impact things you could sense and feel about no matter the flooding in Thailand, no matter all the different things, it's like even some area you could be very hot temperature, could be a very cold winter. Last year I experienced the best temperature in Thailand because the temperature go down to 16 degrees or something like that, I feel, wow, that's great. I never experienced this in Thailand. But these things that continue happening. It won't be changed unless we are doing something to help the planet to save some energy, to reduce our energy consumption. And that is very critical. So from my point of view, if we want to see the future opportunities and what we could address, and I think it's no doubt if government could be set up some policy and encourage the investment, and then we also need to thinking what should we be impacting to us in our industrial area, what we should implement to make sure overall the talent will be sufficient. And I think this will be quite key on people. Yeah.
Right. And what about Marcello? We have 4 minutes left to form the backbone of that AI data center or the future resilience for climate change. What's the sense or what's the recommendation that you can give it to from the JFCCT?
If it comes to from the ESG point of view, definitely the adoption, the sooner the better. Actually, ESG policies are not only good for the environment, but they are also supporting your bottom line because you can actually shed cost. We have one of our companies, for instance, is recycling water. They have a dye house, they're textile, and they're saving money because they're not buying water anymore. They're recycling, and when there are droughts, they can actually, they're not affected by the droughts. So it's a smart policy to pursue because it's the right thing, but it also because it saves you money. And I know you're short of time, so I'm not going to elaborate more to that.
Right. What about Kun Sakchai here? The mega trend that you see, of course. Kun Jackie already talked about climate resilience here. What about from petrochemicals industry?
So overall, just back the question as to how to bolster Thailand competitiveness, including petrochemicals or the other industry. I think the infrastructures related. For example, Thailand should, let's say, the utility cost, the electricity cost, the communication cost, and also the transportation mode. That would be make Thailand's competitive in the region. I think this can attract all the investor. Thailand, basically, we are advantaged because the people, the food, the environment. But how could we make the production cost in Thailand and also the attract the investor easier process to access to Thai market? I think this is important, and also in the session before talking about the national disaster, let's say the flooding. This kind of the solution could be permanently. Now the solution at this moment, I think the investor, the one that makes the manufacturing in Thailand, still really scared because no any root cause a solution. It just maybe some areas is flooding. Also try to block or try to manipulate the water channels to the other area. So it means that if some areas improve, another area would be sacrificed for this new management. But the water channel from the north to the central to the south, that's also can distribute it. Can distribute the water. Some area is dry, some area is heavy rain in some year. That would be the long-term solution. I think those issues will make the Thailand is more attractive and also competitive for the long term.
Right. Before we end this panel, I really want to ask this question from 3 of you, our panelists. Are you still positive about Thailand's competitiveness and position in Southeast Asia, because amid all of geopolitical tensions and the internal issues that we talk about. Kun Jackie, positive?
Yes.
Yes, positive. Okay. Kun Marcello?
Very positive. That's why we're here.
Kun Sakchai, of course, you have to say.
Really, really positive.
Really, really positive. Okay, thank you for the end note. Our panelists, thank you.
Very, very happy to hear that. Optimism on stage. Thank you very much to our esteemed speakers and our moderator for that conversation. Of course, we heard excellent insights on transforming challenges into competitive advantages. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll take a 10-minute coffee break. 10-minute coffee break. We'll return for the next session. That'll be the final session of the day at 3:30 p.m. Now, coffee, tea, and refreshments are available in the room right across the stage, so do enjoy, and I'll be back with you at 3:30. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final leg of today's forum, Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025. And in this final panel discussion, we celebrate Southeast Asian entrepreneurship and the final opportunity for you to be active citizens, because this very final conversation we'll be having, we do take questions from the audience. And to do that, I'm sure you know by now, scan the QR code. So the QR is now on the screen. So please have your smartphones up and just scan it. If you do have any questions, then write it down and submit it. And at the end of the conversation, our moderator will be talking to the panelists. Without further ado, I'd now like to introduce you to our inspiring entrepreneurs, our speakers coming from across the region. From Indonesia, please welcome Mr. Doni Teguh Pribadi, CEO and founder of PT Big Dante Creative Media. From Thailand, Kun Monsini Nakapanan, co-president of Ascend Money Group. From Vietnam, Mr. Tony Trin, co-founder and CEO of ASEAN Hub. From Thailand, Kun Thamonwan Wirotayan, co-founder and Chief Operating Officer of More Loop. Last but not least, we're pleased to have Dr. Soheng from Myanmar, who's the founder and president of IMU University EdTech. And the moderator for the session is Kun Jo Chonlawit. A big hand, please, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome the panel discussion. And of course, handing things over to Kun Jo. Please.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for our panelists, please. Welcome you all. Wow. More than half of you flew into Thailand yesterday. Is that correct?
Yes.
How are you guys doing now?
It's a perfect day.
Very nice. Do you have to adjust your time zone?
Yeah.
Yeah? Well, thank you so much for joining us. This is the very last session, and who doesn't love last session, right?
Of course.
I mean, they say if you don't go first, go for the last. And that's what we are doing. I am Joe. It is such an honor for me to be here to share the stage with all of you, our little giants, which is not so little at all. Our entrepreneurs who are driving the economy of Southeast Asia, who have been the inspiration for so many, with so many years of experiences, and the inspirations and motivations that we will be talking about today. So, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get to know you more a little bit in the first session. I'll let you guys go from maybe you to start and let us know what you do and what is it that you are doing.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Doni Teguh. I'm a CEO of Big Dante Creative Media. Basically, my company is on the creative line, and I'm joining this industry actually since 1998. I'm still becoming internship until I become creative director, and then I'm starting to build my own in 2017. So at that time, I'm focusing on the brand consulting. But in a way, in 2019, I think that between those 2 years, if I try to compete with the giants like McKinsey and so on as a creative agency, I don't think I can win. So in 2019, I switched. In 2019, I switched focus on digital media, which is at a time is not many digital marketing agency, which is already in Jakarta. So I focus on that. Luckily, I'm not saying thank you for COVID, but luckily in 2020, by the time COVID hit Indonesia, most of the giant agency cannot adapt because they are too big, which is we are small, we can agile. And then most of the clients, which is they need to survive, they need to still ahead on time in terms of their brand. So they're coming to me and to us actually because we already have foundation for it. So at that time in 2020, we boomed maybe 4 times before 2019 the income from it. So we are happy for it, and that's becoming aha moment for us. So starting from the small, maybe like 23 meters square of office. Now, alhamdulillah, I can get more than fit for 68 employees. And now we're expanding not only for digital marketing, we're expanding into like production house for TV commercial, expanding into movie, podcast as a media, and also we do creating new IPs like events, and also we're doing for the animation studio.
Wow, the whole media industry is in your hand. Okay, all happens in just a few years, and that's very impressive. Wow, thank you for coming all the way from Jakarta, right?
Thank you.
คุณมนศินีครับ สวัสดีครับ How are you doing?
Excellent.
Excellent.
No
Okay.
jet lag.
No jet lag นะฮะ Just few blocks away. Please tell us more about Ascen and
Sure.
something that we are actually familiar with, knowing it or not.
Okay, I'm Monsini. I'm a co-president of Ascent Money. Some people here, especially Thai, you may be familiar with True Money, which is our flagship product under Ascent Money Group. So we were actually very small kid of a giant. That was probably 10 years ago. I would consider myself as entrepreneur.
Okay.
Yeah, within True Group, right? And 10 years ago, I just ran quite a small departments, but focusing a lot on the digital side. And True Group decided at the time to spin off digital business, and that's how we start to be sort of startup, and raise the money by ourselves. So starting from being payment processing for mobile services, and today we expand to e-wallet, payment services, and expand to provide financial service like microcredit, micro investment, micro saving. Starting from being Thai company in Thailand, and we expand to other 6 countries in Southeast Asia. Not a giant yet.
Okay.
But getting stronger.
Wow. From entrepreneur, and in just a few years, you become something that millions cannot live without, including me, right? Okay, coming to our next panelist. Hello.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Tony Trinh. I'm the founder and co-founder and CEO of Ascent Hub. Ascent Hub is like a new integrated hybrid trade and export platform that helping the SME from Vietnam and other ASEAN countries that can connecting to their product and export to the world. And I tell you the reason why I established Ascent Hub, that before founding Ascent Hub, that I work as I have business in consulting and in the media business, the same as Dhoni, that we have also involved in the TV production, the media, and event, and also consulting. And I work, most of the time I work with big corporation because they have a budget of money for advertising, for producing the media. But then about 10 years ago, then I have a chance to work with a small company that like also starting the time that I joined the END, that with Kun Adun here, that for the Young Entrepreneur Network in ASEAN, in several countries first, and then END Plus. And I found out that almost many of them, young and small, that start a small company, they do have a good product and service, but all have a dream to bring their product to other countries rather than Vietnam. But after every time that they try to bring the product, they hit the wall that not only the technical matter, like for compliance, for standard, for paperwork, for everything, but also they lacking of the trusted partner in the country, and also they have a very little knowledge about how to reach customer beyond Vietnam. And that I study and I found out through my working inside with the SME, and I found that our SME that they were falling because of not quality, but because of not, they have very good product.
Right.
They're falling because of the system would not be for them. Actually, almost the traditional trading facilitating, like in Vietnam, we have a government support association, but almost the time that this system will not be built and designed for the big company, big corporation, not for the SME. So that's why the SME that they have to not have much condition to join in that kind of the platform of already designed for that. So then I try, sort of from that business, I try to start up something different and not existing yet. So I create the ASEAN platform, ASEAN Hub, like a combining of existing like digital platform, technology, like for market intelligence, or we do it isn't the platform to connect, to engage the customer beyond from other country, from Vietnam.
So you
and
help
also
small-
we integrate it with also the traditional way. We have a partner, digital partner in the country like in Thailand we're working with, and we integrate into one system. We call it hybrid export platform. So through this we can build that like a cross-border business hub that speak the language of SME, because we understand, we know what is SME space boy and what is the need and insight very deeply. And then we are not only just the service, but we go belong with them for the full journey. That we will have a shared revenue model. Not only we take the charge of the service, but we will be very successful, and we will have to share the revenue from the success.
That's
so
wonderful.
that we create the ASEAN Hub. Now we already operating office in Hanoi, Ho Chi Minh City, and in Bangkok, trying to bring the Vietnamese company to Thailand, and the same way that we will bring also Thailand company to Vietnam as well.
Right.
And maybe we will continue to cooperate with other countries as well.
That would be great. So you help small and medium businesses in Vietnam to reach clients beyond border, and also in Thailand to go there too.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, thank you. So coming to our next business, which is really interesting as well. สวัสดีครับคุณธมนต์วันครับ
Not jet lag as well.
Not jet lag as well.
Yeah, so
That's a good thing.
I'm a co-founder and COO of a platform called More Loop, which is
More
like
Loop.
over there.
Okay.
Okay, so
make sure
More-
you visit them.
Yeah, should visit soon. So actually, we are an online platform that curate the database of the surplus fabric and put it up online so that many people can access into it. So our vision is to make a circular economy a reality. So we use that surplus fabric and convert into a more value, higher value products, and also lower the carbon emission or carbon footprint merchandise for corporate use.
Okay, so you are the online platform connecting with all the factories that have surface fabric.
Yeah.
And the clients that want that fabric can just go to your platform.
Like a middle guy. For think of us, we are like Airbnb.
Okay.
They sell the room without owning it. They have the database of the available room
All
from the
right.
hotel.
Uh-huh.
We have the database of the surplus fabric,
Okay.
and we sell the fabric.
So before they throw those fabric away,
Yeah.
they can just come to you.
Circulate them back into the system before. So
All
it's
right.
circular economy.
Wow. Okay. Visit them back there and learn more about it.
Please.
Okay. Sitting next to
Hello.
me is someone who's been working in the education technology industry. Tell us more, please.
I'm Dr. Sohains from the Myanmar, but the business recently moved to the Cambodia, Phnom Penh. In the Myanmar, since 2015, I started institutions, my own room, and a small office areas. And after 3 years, I have a success story in there. And because of I focus on SME sectors, that's I have a lot of clients in my institutions. And after 3 years, I have 8 physical campus around Myanmar. And after that, and during the COVID-19 periods, I'm struggling for how to maintain my 8 campus. At the time, I'm a very headache. I'm like an old guy. I'm not a tech guy. But my friends suggest me, please change to the technology. At the time, I'm too difficult to change how to do my 8 physical campus, how to do. And at the time, I decided to change. And that changed 2 months later. I'm at a wow factor because of I have only 800 students around Myanmar. After change, 2,000 students are coming in. At the time, cost is lower down, and client is so many. I'm happy. That is my first experience in the education technology in the 2020. Recent 90 is COVID-19, and After that, I changed his mind and next move to the ASEAN country. That's I consider about some ASEAN country who needs education technology. In Thailand, it's a very high level education. That's why I'm finding for the ASEAN country in Cambodia, and right now I studied in the 1 year in education technology. I bring the PhD and MBA, just only two major from the European. It is from the Swiss and French.
Okay.
They can get a degree from the Swiss and French. You have credit transfer and learning flexibility and a time consuming is easy to.
Right,
Yeah,
to operate.
Yeah.
So an online platform for education for master degree and also PhD with a system from European, from France and Switzerland. Okay, so back in the day when you were facing the challenge in Myanmar, how did you adapt technology to create this edtech and then cooperate and serve the client, which is your student? How did it happen?
Yeah, I have so many challenges. In fact, I'm not a tech guy. I don't know how to taking the videos and how to taking the computerized.
Right.
At the time, I'm learn a lot because I have a free time for the not going outside because of the COVID-19
Yeah.
at that time. I'm learn a lot and I taking the video on myself at the time. I got a lot of challenges. My time it's taking the learning time. It is my challenges because I'm teaching everywhere. At the time, I'm like a student again. It is a very difficult time.
The reskill time.
Yeah, and the students rapidly changes the on campus to the on digitals. They don't understand how to communicate with the lecturer and how to do the project. There is a challenges. At the time, we are making a lot of demo videos for them, and we take 2 times within the 2 months. We're making the hard working. At the night time, we are doing orientation again and again. At the time, just only 2 months, we have a lot of students.
Right.
That is our challenges.
Right.
But the challenges is sweet.
Okay,
Thank
that's
you.
a good thing. And so many entrepreneurs who are in this edtech industry, one of the things that they have to face is how to build trust and credibility for the parents, for the students to be joining you. What is it that you do that build trust for them?
This is a trust issue. That is, education is a very important because of I'm working for the SME development and as a secretary in the SME sector, and then also the Chamber of Commerce, and they know about me, what I am doing for the SME.
Right.
Since 2000, I'm teaching a lot of entrepreneur. At the time, I have a brand name. That brand, they are also known as, this brand is me, owned by me. I'm doing like a passions. I like my job. It's the first trusting me once.
Okay.
And the second is I joined a lot of networking and associations. The association is like endorse me. That is my strong, how to say that I'm a strong key points. And the third, it's my strong is I communicate with the European educations. Like I follow them from the European education system, ECTS. That's why the students, not the students, we call the candidates because of we are the MBA and a PhD.
Right.
For the executive only. That's they are trust me, and then that's another number 4 is a result based. That the teaching is not only the theory. We are making the practical. That's they can get a result. That's I have a lot of clients, a lot of candidates right now.
Okay, wow,
Thank you.
okay. That's the ways to do it, especially right now. And it's been a few years now. How do you maintain the operation in the era that is everything is so challenging, both in your country and in ASEAN?
Yeah, it is right, the challenges because of the service. We are the educations. That is some other faculty members at a very high level. They are a professor. They are not the customer service. But there's some students and some candidates, they look like that they pay the money, they want to get a hotel and a service. It is not the service. We are the sharing the knowledge and a result base. That's we making the understand to our candidates and students. And that is a difficult challenges for me. And another thing, every step forward for I have a little bit limited for the operation teams. That's I create for the IT teams. And then the faculty is not owned by me. And every university faculty members are teaching on my university.
Okay.
It's easy.
All right.
But I have an operation team. I have a big operation team. And I have a 24/7 customer service team I built in the system. And then next future plan is I try to reduce my operation team to the changing AI technology. Just I talking with the Indonesia team. They have
that team?
Not that team.
In the near future.
In the near future,
which is right after this.
That's my future plans for the lower downs for the operation team. It is too much cost. I need a low-cost strategy for the future.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Since you pointed that way, let's go to Indonesia. It's fourth largest social media market in the world, right? In Indonesia. So, I mean, you are one of so many companies in your country. I think it's really, really challenging, many times more than in maybe Thailand. How do you differentiate your business to others?
Okay, basically, as you mentioned, it's a great question because, yes, indeed, it is a big market, but then again, it means there's a big giants. So we are, as we call it, little giants. Try to differentiate with them is our human resources. So the way I select the talents, we call it talents, is very, how do I say, is particular. And I mentioned to them, whoever wants to come in and join with us, they have to know about the future things, like say AI. So I will select and maintain them. So if you want to come to join with Bigdonte, of course you have to know not only basic talents, become as a creative director or designer or whatever it is, but you have to know how to use AI. Because at the moment, if you cannot use AI, yes, AI is one way, is of course disrupting our line of industry. There's a side of coins. Yeah, AI can help our industry, but also becoming a threat to our industry, especially for creative industry. So, but in the end, I said to them also that you have to learn and ride the wave. You cannot run from the AI. So AI wouldn't kill you, but you will die, but you will survive if you go with AI. So in the end, in the future, I believe it's not human versus AI, but I told them human plus AI, that you will survive. So those talents, those smart talents, especially for millennials and Gen Z, that's the way I select them to join my team. That I think because of that, it will survive, even though I cannot discuss sometimes with the millennials because I'm too old already. So by the time, if I got project for the millennials market, so I leave it to my creative director to do it because I'm too old to understand about how they make a jokes.
You're
I cannot
not too
get
old.
up anymore. I'm too old already. But then I keep mentioning to I call it family, Big Donte's family, that you have to learn, you have to adapt, and you have to ride the wave. That's how we can survive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Adapting AI to the business and to live with it and to use
human
it.
plus AI, because AI itself sometimes is good, but there's no souls. The souls has to be from human. So human still playing a big role in this part. So every time I recruit the talents, the good talents, maintain your soul, maintain your personality, but plus AI will enhance you to wherever you want to go.
Okay, wow. So I think it's really important to stay that way because entertainment and media business is creative business, right?
Yes.
How do you balance the authenticity using AI in your industry and business?
Yes, back again, even though we know people already using AI, it's just like we are reading books now. But if you get used to it with AI, client also can notice this is pure AI, or this is, you work on it, but using AI as a booster. So I keep mentioning that in the beginning, you have to know how you do it, what you want to do, and put your soul on it, put yourself on the work. And then if you want to add on and how to boost your ideas, then use AI to make it smoother, not to create from zero, but to make it smoother, to make it larger, to scaling up. Then you need AI. But still, the human soul is number one. And the clients or whoever working with us will understand. And we feel like the engagement is not talking from robots. It's talking from you, from human. And then they appreciate in terms of what we do. Yeah.
Okay. Are you expanding to other countries already yet?
You're planning, but in terms of expanding, actually, it's not easy, yeah, because we have to learn new culture. We have to learn, I'm not saying language because we can learn, but we have to know what they need in different countries. It's so totally different. But if you are planning to go there, we have to set up the template in terms of concept and in terms of the context. The content, I can use local content. Is it in Malaysia or Singapore, I can use that. Although now, Big Donte receive lots of clients from Singapore and Malaysia who coming into Indonesia. So we accept and they also agreed to not use their current so-called strategy 100% from their own country. But I told them, you have to use local content. Because our team, our market, can talk to their market, to Indonesian market more fluently, more smoothly, rather than you bring 100% concept from other seas. And they accept like this. So in a way, it happens both ways. If I want to go to Malaysia, Singapore, even Thailand or Vietnam, I believe we have to collaborate with local content. We have to appreciate local content to make it more, we call it smoothly to come into the country, new countries.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we talk about AI, we talk about expansion to other countries. Let's talk to someone who's soon to be the giant. In terms of expanding Ascent to other countries in the last few years, what is it that you did and you think it works so well and helped the company grow, not only local, but also to other countries?
We have been growing in the past 9 years. 9 years ago, our user was about 50,000 people a month.
Okay,
and now,
50,000?
And now over 20 million users
okay, not
every
so much
month.
different. From 50,000 to more than 20 million. Okay.
Million users, in Thailand.
This is the
mainly.
active users, right?
Active paying users every month.
Okay.
Every month. So
per month.
Per month. So we actually had a privilege to take care of a lot of users. And I think the key element starts from why we do this business.
Okay.
So since day one, we define our mission. Ascent Money mission is to enable people to access to financial services for better life. And we do take this mission seriously, like how we recruit people, how we grow business. And when we grow, expand business to each country, we are humble to understand the regulators' needs, to understand economics environment. So we don't believe in one size fit all. We actually design solutions differently for different markets.
Right.
And our team, has been obsessing with addressing the pain points of the user and, find ways to solve big pain points. Like in Thailand, we earned the first million users from addressing pain points of young people wanting to buy things online.
Okay.
They cannot do that because they don't have credit card.
Right.
We talked about 7-8 years ago. So we were the first wallet that enabled the user, the people who don't have credit card, to create virtual MasterCard on our app so that they can buy things online. That's the first million.
And just like that,
users.
that idea solved that problem.
That idea,
and you earn 1 million.
But that idea, when I told this story, it sounds so simple, right? But it's from observation. What's the pain point is. And more importantly, we need to shake hand with partner MasterCard. And we were the first virtual MasterCard in Southeast Asia at the time.
Wow.
So basically, have to look into business model differently, see how technology can enable, and brave enough to find ways to shake hands with the big partners.
Right.
And from that, we expand to other services. The other million, the next million comes from, being payment for retails.
Right.
And start from convenience store, even before prompt pay time. So we
Mhm.
work with 7-Eleven, integrating payment with membership, point collection. So make it easy for the user and also for the convenience store itself.
I see.
And from that we expand to other things like people can open saving account via TrueMoney, getting 1.5% interest without having bank account. Just go to convenience store near their home and can open saving account easily. We introduce fractionalized investment for mutual fund.
Okay.
Only 1 baht you can buy mutual fund without having to fill in a lot of documents. So per your questions, how we scale in Thailand, other countries, that's the gist of it. Basically, understanding the pain points, choose the one that is big enough, find new ways to address the pain points using technology. And in Thailand we grow like this, and in countries like working with Cambodia or Myanmar, we enable migrant workers in Myanmar migrant workers in Thailand to send money back home from the wallet, Myanmar version wallet.
Oh wow.
And we built the agent network in Myanmar, so
Okay.
that they can send money home and their family can pick up the cash at our agents. And agents that don't need to invest a lot, they just have mobile phone and download agent apps, and they can be agents right away.
Wow.
So this kind of things,
I
we
love
have
that.
different kind of formulas in different markets, but the same principle, addressing pain point using technology.
Okay.
Keep continuously innovate.
Yeah. Wow. From understanding the pain point, but that did not come easy because you started from scratch. You have to observe and really understand what was going on. What gave you the confidence for you that time to launch this campaign or whatever you did back then that you think that it would work?
Well, we actually look into, listen to customer observe, that's one. And I think we are blessed with being digital business. Therefore, we get a lot of data,
Yeah.
right? And if we are analytical enough, we would see the patterns, and see what kind of segments, what kind of lifestyle, what kind of micro segments, have certain needs. We can see the patterns from the data itself. I think that is very important. A lot of services that we launch just come from this fact. Yeah, for example, we launched microcredit, now very popular inside TrueMoney app. It just starts from we see people want to spend, but they don't have money.
Right.
And then we probe further. They don't even have they're not even in National Credit Bureau database.
Right.
So what can we do? We want them to spend. There is no credit bureau. They just want to have frictionless payment experience. So we use the data and use AI to analyze their credit. So basically, ability to pay back. And using like thousands of variables inside the app itself to come up with the credit model and start to give just a small amount and bigger and bigger. And that comes from seeing the drop off of payment.
Right.
And
Right.
get into what kind of source of fund they have. They don't have credit card. What else we can do? From that, and find ways to use technology to solve the problems.
Right. So you saw the problem as opportunities and you went for it and fill in that blank and solve so many problems right there. Okay. That's a very good online platform strategy and wow, the way to look at it, the vision. Thank you for sharing. Since we're talking about the platform that you're the middle guy, I'm just gonna come to you for a sec. Since you have been working here for how many years already?
More than 7 years.
Morloop has been here for 7 years. Okay.
Just before COVID.
Just before COVID. Wow. Okay. Oh, saying 7 years, I feel like it's way back, but it's actually not so long ago, right? So let's talk about your term that you were using. That something is not a sexy startup space that you want to change from waste management to something else.
We would call ourselves like a resources management.
Resource management.
Yeah.
Why is
because
that?
What we have is the material. it's not waste yet.
Mm-hmm.
If we carefully classify it's good enough, and if we be able to circulate them back into the system, then it's no longer waste.
Right.
So what we do is that we using that resource and try our best to be able to like accessible for every designer or the brand, so that they can select those leftover material.
Mm-hmm.
We are using the vision of like to make a circular economy a reality. So we want to enhance the economy and also improve the environment at the same time.
Right.
So with that vision, it's become more sexy than the word waste.
Okay.
And we can see the results that our customer, our partner, and also like the banks would like to join our journey, would like to be the part of the vision.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that would make us a bit more sexy in a way.
Okay. So I think when you're being sexy in business world, right, you don't really have to try that hard to convince your partners, investors, and people who want to work with you.
Just
Was it
be
like
real
that for
what
you?
you do. Just do it. Just do what you do. If you believe that what you do is good enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like what you do is really easy to understand, and people who have the same problem would join you. What would be the challenge for you, though?
Well, the challenge would be because we use the leftover. The challenge would be the limitation of it.
Limitation of the fabric.
The fabric.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
because there's no more.
Yeah,
right?
no more.
Like if you say you have 5 rolls, it's gonna be 5 rolls.
And that's it for that SKU.
I see.
But our problem, there will be our challenge is to be able to curate more and more, so we can provide more variety, provide more volume, because what we are dealing with is not like a small brand leftover only,
Right.
but we're dealing in industrial scale.
Industrial scale for
like, imagine if the brand, big brand or global brand order merchandise. When they order, they might order like 100,000 pieces.
Right.
And 3% of the leftover is enough for the corporate use, enough for the brand to use.
I see.
Yeah, so we dealing with a massive scale. For example, Loop nowadays, when we start with like 5 factories joining in, submit their database onto our platform. So 7 years passed, now we have more than 100 manufacturers submit their database on the platform.
Wow. Okay.
So we have more than million yards, over 3,000 or 4,000 different SKU waiting to be used. We call them lonely fabric.
Okay. How do you market yourself in this era?
Like, to marketing ourselves?
Yes.
Well, luckily, when we launched the platform, we have to make decision of the word that we want to use. Back then, 7 or 8 years ago, in Thailand, we still use 3R. Reduce, reuse, recycle.
Yes.
But the process that Loop is doing, there are another word to identify it, which is circular economy. So we used that word back then. And on 2019, there are a circular symposium. This word become more and more of a buzzword. So to marketing ourselves, it's just by luck as well. When people search about circular or circular economy, they found us, and we get a lot of attention from media.
Okay.
And also the BCG model from the previous government.
Right. And the last one would be how to balance the environmental impact while making money out of this business. What is that for you?
Well, for Loop, we didn't see that we have to balance it, because the way we create our business model, those two angles go together. The more we circulate back the material, the more impact we make.
Right.
So every single step that we made, we don't have to think whether like should we create another impact or not, because both of them go at the same direction.
It's doing that anyway, right?
Yeah. So every time when you do something, I'm confident that we are making an impact.
Okay. Let's go to Thani. Your business is in one of the fast growing country, I would say, in Southeast Asia. And how do you leverage that position of your country, your economy, and your organization by this?
Yeah, so we see that in this morning session, we see about a very much potential about the ASEAN economy that will be raising and a lot of potential. But in Vietnam itself, we see that today Vietnam is now is more than just like before the low-cost manufacturing hub. But today Vietnam also become the very important also the strategic node in the regional and global supply chain. So we as ASEAN Hub, we are leveraging this opportunity that we connecting the SME in Vietnam to the whole wider of the ASEAN market of the 680 million. So by using our hybrid export platform that will be helping fast and more efficient for the SME that connecting to that the whole ASEAN market. And secondly, that we because of the Vietnam now have the capacity of production is very high. We have to use it how to utilize this one, the capacity. So we at ASEAN Hub we integrate not only we bring the export product, we integrate the capacity. I mean the Vietnam production strength with the demand from even from Thailand, from Singapore, from India, and from other countries like Middle East. Like we have we have a very much capacity in the garment textile manufacturing, and like in Thailand also very good in marketing and building the brand fashion. So like we have a customer we do the manufacturing in Vietnam for them for the brand. I remember the name is Mango. The Mango is almost they are selling in Thailand, in other country, in Myanmar, in Laos, in other country, but manufacturing in our customer factory. So and also now we work with other customer in other country that we will utilize our production resources that we can produce. Not only that OEM, but that we belong to that we co-create brand together. And the third that is also in the trend that in the world now we have to promote the we call it the awareness and the green the product. So in Vietnam nowadays we also have to promote and train and update more with the ESG, the standard, and all kind of the how to adapt with the climate-based standard that more tightly that it happen. So we promote the product with more wellness-oriented and utilize this as like to make our differentiate the product itself from the wellness product in Vietnam link it with health, because we have a long history of the traditional health development with the sustainable agriculture and with our like a narrative culture. So it's always making our difference and how make it in a packet in a wellness product. Actually, their founder is very young. It's almost 20s, but now they after a few years and then they focus on the how to utilize the herb from from Vietnam in forest and but they use the technology to extract it and making the brand name is Coco now they export to many market in Malaysia also in Japan.
Yeah.
So they're very successful that they utilize and then they tell the real story of the authentic the culture and the sustainability and the community. So it's a very good case that we use this regulated using the trend of the green and of the wellness and the healthcare. Yeah.
Okay. What is the majority of the business that you are working with right now to help expand to Thailand?
Actually, we have more than like a few hundreds of our like current active member that
few hundreds.
Yeah. We that utilize our service and information sharing and platform in our service that we not only to Thailand, but wherever we have a new opportunity, like we open more to other countries, like we have a partner in Middle East, and that and then we can, and also we are not just now continue to associate with other partner, like we have a partner now in Germany that they have already the distribution network, and we associate with them, and then we allow you to bring the sample of product in Vietnam to show in their kind of the shop and they are already existing. So it's very also take because all the member already going with it to Thailand, and they can at the same time that they can utilize our other service in other country, and also the now we not just only the doing the service, but we trying that we have a fund, and then we can acquire some percentage of that kind of distribution in each of the country. So easier for us to move around and
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right. So you have the experience of expanding business to many countries. What would be your number one tip or advice for entrepreneurs who want to expand their business out of their country?
The advice for like entrepreneur not in Vietnam, right, from other country.
Yeah, from your experience, just one big tip for any entrepreneur.
I think now my advice is for entrepreneur now in this new time of trading of economies that we have to update the new technology, because nowadays we have to utilize the AI, the automation, the blockchain, and the fintech. Because not only adopt that have to how to use that as in the heart of operation of their operation. So it will be and then to reduce all kind of the massive cost and making everything faster and save the cost, and as well as now it's very important for the now entrepreneur that to learn and to adapt. QuickCon is a lean company. So it's not to remain many people, but trying to make it not small, but we utilize other resources, of technology.
Thank you.
Other kind, then you can be success in other market.
Kun Donnie, from your experience of doing business for quite some years now and doing really, really good, what would be your advice?
My advice actually, from my point of view, is I believe that if we have our own principle and try to be yourself, because nowadays the competition is very tight. Nowadays the technology also very expandable and very advanced. But if you can keep yourself as for me on my side is a creative industry, people will depend on you since we are trying to be us to give more to them. And to be honest, I saw lots of my young internship. They are brave enough to explore what they think I'm right, what they think this is the right way. So I give them space, and finally it happens and it works well. So my tips is number one, you have to maintain your idealism. You have to maintain you have to positioning yourself, right? And you have to believe that what you do is right. Number two is creativity, because creativity is the key of the way now, especially for us, it's a small. We are not giant, but since we are small, we are agile.
Right.
And how to run from the other side, how to see from out of the box, we have to be creative. And the third one is have to grow together. We cannot do it alone. We have to become a solid team. We have to work with other people, even though there's a competitor. Sometimes we have to work with them. It's okay. So for me, it's have to be yourself, stay creative, positive thinking also, of course, and also grow together with other people, learn from other people, make other people becomes added value for us, and hopefully we also can add value for them. So those three key points I keep mentioning to myself
very,
and to my
very
team.
nice advice.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Sohin, give me one big tip for everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Just one, huh?
Just one, okay. And I'm making the ASEAN market It is the first one thing is we adapt into their culture. If we don't have known culture, we can go into the market. That is one tip. It is short.
That
Thank
is
you.
really important to adapt to the culture. คุณธมนต์วันครับ one or half
Yeah, for a startup or SME, I would say speed and learning matter than perfection.
oh
Yeah.
oh put that on TikTok guys
Yeah, because we have smaller budget, so we have to test fast, we fail fast, and we learn fast. Like Molu, we start with very small MVP, and we learn from it, and we improve it along the way.
Thank you and to close off คุณมนศินีครับ one big advice to strive in this challenging era for any business to want to do international trade
Never give up.
yeah
Keep working.
Okay, keep doing. It's going to be problems tomorrow, now, any day. Just keep going. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. And of course, a big round of applause to celebrate our little giants from Southeast Asia. Thank you. That's all the time we have. Thank you very much and have a great one. ขอบคุณครับ Back to คุณฮันนี่ครับ
Thank you very much, Kuncho, and also many thanks to our distinguished speakers, the last segment, Little Giants, for those amazing stories of growth, resilience, and of course, cross-border impact. It was so much fun listening to your discussion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the last part of the program now. We did a poll, if you remember, the live poll, looking for solutions heading towards sustainable global trade. So let's have a look at the results. What are the results that has been generated? The results that have been generated, let's have a look at the results on the screen. We see green transition and sustainable trade, 40+%. That's the, I think, the top solution that all of you, the majority of you have chosen. And then we have inclusive and resilient supply chains coming in second, and followed by digital transformation, which remains as an important piece of the puzzle. All right, so thank you so much for participating in the live poll. Before we go, ladies and gentlemen, there is another request that I'd love to make. That is, we'd love to hear your thoughts. We have a survey and evaluation that is coming up through another QR. So let's bring that QR up. We'd love to hear your feedback in this survey. It takes just about 30 seconds, less than a minute. That's the QR. So please kindly bring up your smartphones and scan this. And please tell us what you think about the event so we can better the organization of seminars in the near future. So we've come to a close of the Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025. So taking a moment to reflect on the journey we have shared throughout the day. This morning, we begin by setting the scene, looking at Thailand's path forward by Dr. Subhut Sai Chua, and then hearing from Professor Jeffrey Sachs on the global realities of trade, tensions, and transformation. We examine the forces reshaping investment flows, and then turn to practical strategies from business leaders. In the afternoon, we had Miss Melinda Good joining us, reminding us about financing is not just about resources, but enabling inclusivity as well. And throughout the day, your voices also guided the conversation through live polls, thoughtful questions, and active participation. So that's my wrap, a human wrap. But to do the wrap in a very 2025 way, I'd now like to hand it over to someone who never needs a coffee break, who never misses a deadline, always online, always listening. That is AI, of course. We have the AI-powered host. So let's turn over to our digital host to see how AI will be summing up a full day of human insight. So if you're ready, here we go.
Let's talk about global trade, because right now, something massive is happening. The old map we all knew, it's being completely redrawn. And you know what? All signs are pointing to a new center of gravity, Southeast Asia. We're going to break down how this region, once kind of on the sidelines, is now stepping right into the center of a whole new economic story. And that word, turmoil, That's really the heart of it all. You see, the predictable, rules-based system of globalization that we've known for decades, well, it's fracturing. We've got tariff tensions, supply chains are a mess, geopolitical friction everywhere. It's creating this perfect storm of risk. But, and this is the key, inside that storm, there is an immense, once-in-a-generation opportunity. You know, this turmoil isn't just random chaos. Nope. It's the result of this monumental power shift that's been building for years. Just look at these numbers. Back in 1980, the West made up almost 2/3 of the world's economy. Today, that's shrunk to just 39%. And in that same time, emerging Asia has made a jaw-dropping leap from under 9% to over 35%. The economic world has just been completely rebalanced. But here's the real irony in all of this. This incredible success has actually triggered a backlash. The very countries that designed the global trading system in the first place are now the ones putting up walls. We're seeing this rise in protectionism, new tariffs from the US, and a real effort to undermine institutions like the World Trade Organization. The system that helped create all this new prosperity is now, literally, under attack from its own architects. So where does that leave Southeast Asia? Well, it leaves them right at a critical turning point. The old rules are changing, the big players are unpredictable, and the whole region has to make a fundamental choice about its future in this new reality. And this, right here, this is the central question. Is all this disruption a threat that's going to sideline the region? Or is it a chance to step up and actually design a new, more resilient way forward? The future isn't set in stone. It's going to be built on the choices that are being made right now. And making that choice means navigating two huge opposing forces. It's like being in a tug of war. On one side, you've got pressure from the US, unpredictable tariffs, companies being pushed to bring jobs back home. And on the other side, you have the incredible economic gravity of China, which now accounts for a staggering 28% of all global manufacturing. That creates intense competition for sure, but also huge opportunities. It's a very delicate balancing act. So the big question is, how does the region not just survive this, but actually thrive? How can it turn all these pressures into a real advantage? Well, a clear three-part strategy is emerging, a brand new playbook for growth. And this playbook, it's built on three really powerful pillars that line up perfectly with the biggest trends shaping the world economy. It's all about shifting focus, moving from just traditional manufacturing to, 1, unleashing the power of the services sector, 2, capturing the massive investment that's flowing into the green economy, and 3, riding the absolute tidal wave of digitalization. Okay, first up, unleash services. Now, services already make up nearly 2/3 of the entire global economy. And yet, it's an area where Southeast Asian economies have been surprisingly closed off. I mean, the region is super open to trading goods, but there are still these major barriers when it comes to services. Tapping into this isn't just an option. It's the biggest, most obvious engine for future growth. Next is go green. And honestly, this is all about following the money. There is a massive 1.4 times trillion dollar pool of global capital available every single year for financing the green transition. To put that in perspective, that's more than the entire GDP of Australia. This isn't some small niche. It's one of the largest financial movements happening in the world right now. But here's where the opportunity really is. Of that enormous pile of money, only a tiny fraction, just 14%, is actually reaching developing nations outside of China. This means there's this huge untapped potential for Southeast Asia to position itself as a top destination for climate-smart investment, funding everything from renewable energy to sustainable agriculture. And finally, go digital. And look, this isn't just a buzzword, it's a tidal wave of real investment. Foreign direct investment into the digital economy has tripled in just the last few years. Think about that, tripled, even while overall global investment has been going down. Data centers, AI, digital services, this is where the money is flowing, and it's completely changing the economic landscape. Okay, so having a playbook is one thing, that's great. But how does the region actually implement it? How do you build a future that can not only grab these opportunities, but also withstand the shocks of this new, more fragmented world? This right here captures the huge shift we're seeing. The old model, that single, US-led system, focused on shipping goods around, that's giving way to a much more complex world. This new model is all about powerful regional partnerships, like RCEP, which is the world's biggest free trade agreement. And the focus has moved to services, green tech, and the digital platforms that really define the modern economy. But look, none of this happens by itself. It requires bold action at home. It means fast-tracking regulatory reform, cutting all that red tape that makes it so hard to do business. But most importantly, it means investing in people, upgrading education in core subjects like math and science to build a workforce that's ready for these new industries, and supporting homegrown digital platforms so they can compete on the world stage. This quote just perfectly captures the mindset you need for this new era. Volatility isn't just a risk, it's actually a source of opportunity. The biggest wins go to those who are willing to be courageous and invest when everyone else is hesitant. Fear paralyzes, but courage is what builds the future. Which brings us right back to our final thought. As the old centers of economic power change and the world gets more fragmented, a space has opened up. With its dynamic economies, its growing population, and its strategic position, the question isn't really if Southeast Asia will play a bigger role. The real question is it ready to become the new resilient center of global trade?
Well, we'd like to thank Sarah, that's her name. Thank you very much for wrapping up. And that was an interesting closing perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of today's forum, Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025. Thank you so much for joining us. May I take this opportunity to thank everybody for making the event possible, from our distinguished speakers to our panelists, ITD and UNCTAD, partners for the generous support, and most importantly, all of you active citizens. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for helping shape a better future for the region. I hope to see you next time and continue this important dialogue. But for now, time's up. So, sawadee ka, and have a good day. Sawadee ka.
And welcome to Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025. I'm thrilled to share the remarkable insights from this morning's transformative discussions on the changing realities of international trade. Today, over 300 leaders, experts, and changemakers gathered in Bangkok to address one of the most critical questions of our time. How can Southeast Asia navigate an increasingly fragmented global economy? The International Institute for Trade and Development, in partnership with UNCTAD and the Thai Ministry of Commerce, created this vital platform for dialogue. As we face mounting geopolitical tensions, trade wars, and technological disruptions, this forum represents more than just discussion. It's about building resilience and turning uncertainty into opportunity. From tariff escalations to supply chain reconfigurations, from AI transformation to sustainable development goals, today's conversations are shaping the future of international trade. The stakes couldn't be higher. With global trade patterns shifting rapidly and traditional multilateral systems under pressure, Southeast Asia stands at a crossroads. Will we become victims of disruption or architects of opportunity? Let's dive into the morning's key revelations. Professor Jeffrey Sachs from Columbia University delivered a powerful analysis that reframed our understanding of current global tensions. His key insight? The trade wars and U.S. protectionism we're witnessing aren't signs of American strength. They're actually symptoms of a fundamental global economic shift. Professor Sachs revealed that developing economies now account for over 60% of world output, up from just 35% in 1980. Asia alone has grown from 8.5% to 35.3% of global GDP. This historic economic transition is driving the backlash we see from traditional powers. However, Professor Sachs argued that Asia's growth trajectory will continue regardless of U.S. policies. To leverage this dynamic, ASEAN is advised to prioritize quality education for its youth, accelerate the transition to green and digital economies, and deepen political integration within the region to foster critical infrastructure like integrated power grids and fast rail, positioning itself as a central production hub for future technologies. Dr. Supavut Saichwa, Chairman of Thailand's National Economic and Social Development Council, presented Thailand's pragmatic response strategy. With U.S. trade relations becoming unpredictable, Thailand is diversifying through three key approaches: accelerating EU free trade negotiations, joining the CPTPP trade partnership, and strategically positioning as a major food producer for growing markets like China. Dr. Superfood Saichua. Superfood emphasized Thailand's unique advantages, from space-certified chicken production to world-class healthcare infrastructure. His message was clear: while global trade rules are fracturing, Thailand can thrive by leveraging its strengths in food production, healthcare, and strategic neutrality in geopolitical conflicts. On logistics, one of Thailand's most underutilized assets is its railway network. The new rail transport bill will allow private operators for the first time. This presents a major opportunity for the Thai private sector to utilize rail for tourism and goods, potentially establishing Thailand as a logistics hub, connecting Southeast Asia to southern China. Dr. Bruno Casella from UNCTAD presented sobering yet hopeful findings from the World Investment Report 2025. While global foreign direct investment declined 11% for the third consecutive year, Southeast Asia emerged as a bright spot with 10% growth, proving the region's remarkable resilience. The digital economy is driving this transformation, now capturing 30% of all global investment. Dr. Kirida Baupichita revealed that Thailand is attracting record-breaking foreign investment, with Chinese companies leading at 50% of recent approvals, followed by Japan, Taiwan, and the US. Electronics, data centers, and electric vehicles dominate these investments. Our distinguished panel on the Trade Playbook brought together industry leaders who shared real-world strategies for navigating volatility. Matthew Moody from Deutsche Bank emphasized how financial institutions are becoming advisors in this complex regulatory landscape. Luca Bernardinetti of Mahanakorn Partners Group stressed building aircraft that can fly straight in crosswinds, creating business systems resilient to uncertainty. Gulf Energy's Smith Banomyong shared how companies must actively disrupt themselves before being disrupted by others, while Panpuri's leadership, Pramod Dechabun Siripanish, demonstrated how Thai brands can achieve global recognition through authenticity and modern interpretation of Thai values. The morning's consensus was clear. In this fragmented world, success belongs to those who embrace adaptation, leverage regional integration, and turn volatility into competitive advantage. The afternoon session delivered powerful insights on transforming challenges into opportunities. Ms. Melinda Good from the World Bank outlined 5 critical priorities for Southeast Asia's future, including services competitiveness, green transformation, and digital innovation. She emphasized that services now drive more productivity growth than manufacturing, urging countries to open their services sectors and leverage innovative financing mechanisms. Our distinguished panel, featuring Jackie Chang from Delta Electronics, Marcelo Souza from JFCCT, and Satchai Padiparn Prichavud from SCG Chemicals, demonstrated how multinational corporations are navigating disruption. They shared strategies for embracing megatrends like sustainability and AI, building resilient supply chains, and turning trade uncertainties into competitive advantages. Key takeaways emerged. Thailand's strong fundamentals in power, water, and strategic location position it well for data centers and green industries. The circular economy presents opportunities for waste-to-value transformation. Most importantly, all panelists expressed confidence in Thailand's competitiveness, emphasizing that volatility creates opportunities for those prepared to adapt and innovate. As we conclude the Southeast Asia Trade and Development Forum 2025, we celebrate a day of remarkable insights and collaboration. From Professor Jeffrey Sachs's perspective on the global trade transformation to Dr. Supervood's roadmap for Thailand's strategic positioning, we've explored how to navigate the changing realities of international trade. Today's discussions revealed three powerful themes: resilience in the face of uncertainty, innovation as our pathway forward, and regional cooperation as our strength. Whether examining investment trends with UNCTAD, exploring business strategies for stability, or discovering how to finance sustainable development, one message emerged clearly: Southeast Asia can transform challenges into opportunities. Our heartfelt gratitude goes to all speakers, panelists, and participants who made this forum extraordinary. Special thanks to ITD, UNCTAD, and our international partners for their continued commitment to fostering trade and development dialogue. Together, we're not just adapting to change, we're shaping the future of international trade. Thank you for being part of this transformative journey toward a more resilient, innovative, and connected Southeast Asia.